Yeah, good times. Good. Gotta love those fighting games. Timeless Father Fister is one card on Scryfall. It has 16 altar. Okay, yeah, I just didn't know how they ranked that. So 1 crazy to talk about the build your own Joda set. Jesus Christ. I mean, there's some cards that go in here that are like definitely Joda cards. But I mean, what's gonna be really interesting is like the standard environment. Because like, you know, there's always like a toss up between like if you want like 4 copies of a card, but when it's legendary, it's just like, okay, like how many do I really need? But all of the cards, all of these legendary cards are just as killable as just like a rare, you know what I mean? So it is going to be really interesting. Yeah, it's going to be a little wild. However, chat, Final Fantasy Joda could be funny. There's an alternate Joda card, right? Isn't there an alt art that's Joda? Oh, shit. What is wrong? There is? Yeah, which one is a psyop? Am I in the wrong? Oh, am I in the wrong? Oh. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we can do this until we're doing the other thing. It's in the bonus set, Warrior of Light. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Because I know that there's like a Kenrith. I know that there's a everything. Like there's like an everything, right? Like everything is in this damn set. So, you know, there's a new copy of literally every single card. Because why not? All right. Let's start going through some stuff. I haven't used the screen in a bit, so I do hope everything works just fine. Also, the green screen filter's on. Let's take that off. Let's take that off, why don't we? Face cam, filter, chroma key, off. There we go, perfect. Whew, alrighty. Do I have all this good to go? I think I do. That's cool. Who wants this deck? Blah, 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 blah. And then Oxfield. Perfect. All right. This is ready to go. And then at about like 9, so like in a couple hours, we're going to switch over. Not switch over, but like we're going to do like a 2-person set thing with Jitsu again. Because that was a lot of fun. Jitsu and I have like such a good like back and forth rapport. I want to keep it going. That was like just so fun. Okay. I can't look at this right now. The internet's a sad and scary place. Okay. Everyone can hear me, right? We're all good. We are. You hear me? Also, I miss the old Final Fantasy art style they used when the games still had instruction manuals. I mean, of course, right? Adeline is Hero of Light. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, Warrior of Light. Hero of Light? Hold on. What is the difference? I don't even want to know anymore. Never mind. Who knows at this point? Alright. Alright. Oops. Boop. Boop. Moxfield. And Final Fantasy. And who was Crowd Slifer and why is he so pretty? Why did I name a deck that? And why can't I name it that again? Hero of Light is from Final Fantasy 3. Okay. Are we always a Hero of Light? Alright, sound good? Perfect. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Yeah, sorry I've been gone for like a week. I didn't even realize that it was a week, if I'm being completely honest with you, because I was like out on a work trip. First it was DreamHack Dallas from Friday to Sunday, and then I stayed in Dallas for Memorial Day, and then it was a work trip from Tuesday to the next Sunday. So like I literally got back yesterday. I kind of just like didn't realize, and I left my power cord from my laptop at home. Like it's just like the saddest, craziest thing. I planned on doing streams, doing all this stuff, and I just left my power cord at home. Like, all right, guess like there goes all my plans out the window. And I definitely need my power cord for my laptop for streaming. I could not without it. The stream was shut down within a half hour. Where of Light Heroes Lie, there are going to be game-specific terms that don't always show up. Oh, game-specific. Okay, yeah. All right. Chat. Let's take a look-see at. I mean, there's so many decks. Can we? Let me go over to the Mox field. 1 and Mox field. Mox fields. Where are you? Sure, whatever. Look at that for right now. I'm confused, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Let's choose a commander here from the list. Well, actually, hold on. Because if I want to know, is there a new #1 commander? Is Ur-Dragon surpassing Atraxa? That's crazy. All right. Looking at the Final Fantasy set and this popularity, in fact, I want to show you what that looks like. Looking at the Final Fantasy set, and it's just insane popularity. All right, so like let's look at EDH Rec. Okay, so from the set itself, unsurprisingly, it was cool to see you pop up on some CDH a couple weeks ago. Thank you, I appreciate that, Sayat. Thank you. You know, I try to do the thing I'm supposed to do, create content and all that cool stuff. All right. Chat, I personally don't want to go over VV. It was good for that guy you just had on screen. Which one? Which one? All right. So like, I personally don't want to build a VV deck. In fact, I think I said on Blue Sky, I said the only decks I'm interested in, or like the top 4, it was Terra. The Emperor, Ultima. I had one more that was like tickling my fancy. And Y'shtola. Those are like my top 4. Terra, Sagas, CED. Oh, they have a thing for CDH. Cool. The Emperor of Pelamasa, Ultima, and Y'shtola. Those are like the top 4 that I'm like kind of vibing with the most. Which is like, when I realize it, it's just like, okay, I have a Saga deck, Spellslinger, probably Spellslinger, and definitely Spellslinger. Like I realize like, because I'm uncomfortable with this set, because like, you know, it's just like I don't know these games. Because I'm uncomfortable, I was just kind of like defaulting to, I guess, like my comfort zone of just like, I can throw spells at people. Like I at least know how to do that, so it's hard to like fuck that up. But I think that I should try, at the very least, I should try to, you know, expand my worldview just a little bit. The Simic Kamehameha, oh, that guy, yeah. There's so much content for VV, it's been built to death. I agree, Shuffles. I so agree with that. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up. I love the character from Final Fantasy IX, though. Is that, the Emperor? No, that's from, like, 2 or 3 or something, right? Yeah, that's from 2. It's Vivi? Oh, okay. You're saying, okay. Right. Yeah, 9 is a lot of characters. Yeah, like, too many. Like a lot of. So actually, you know what I did? I went through Scryfall really fast, and I did like so you can do is ff1, and then also let me type right. So like we can go through each Final Fantasy. I could have swore one had more than just this, right? Yeah, Warrior of Light is like the Joda here. But yeah, like the only like set commander is apparently Garland's, which I thought there was another one, but yeah, Garland for 1, 2. I'm not counting Sid's. You have a Firion, Minwu, the Emperor of Pelamasia. So like that's kind of like my pick there. Because like Firion is just like equipment. So there's so many legendary because it is a standard set, right? So like there has to be like a lot of overlap. Pretty much every equipment guy, I'm just like, oh, that just goes in Cloud, right? Like as long as it's red, white, or green, I just don't even think about it as building as a commander because it's just like, oh, it's just like supposed to be in a Cloud deck, so like whatever, you know. Has a few named characters. The protagonists are generic. Ah, interesting. So it's just like, I have no interest in building Firion. Minwu is like gain life, counter, like that's kind of like whatever. But Emperor, I believe, is like actually kind of fun. Like I think that there's like some fun to build with Emperor. Then looking at 3. Like Cloud of Darkness. Cloud of Darkness enters target creature an opponent controls gets -X for X number of permanent cards in your graveyard. It's like whatever. You guys can't see this. Let me zoom this in a little bit more for you. This is like, it's like whatever, Zande, Dark Mage, +1/+1 for each non-land card in your graveyard. Like, this is kind of fine. Like, you could definitely build a commander over this guy if you really wanted, but I don't want to. 3 is the same Sitch as 1, generic protagonist, few named characters. Gotcha. The crystals look, oh, yeah, took up, legendary. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, these crystals, I mean, are obviously dope, right? So, like, looking at Wooburg, right? White crystal, white spells cost 1 less to cast. If you would gain life, gain twice that much life. That's like pretty fine. Blue spells 1 less to cast. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many +4. What the fuck? Which is that like this is WinCon crazy. Black spells cost 1 less. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile it, and you gain 2 life. Pretty crazy. But, not actually something that you want for every black deck, if we're being honest. Like, it's not actually not every black deck is going to want a Darkness Crystal. Because if you're trying to, do Reanimator and stuff, your resub should disappear because of the rules. No, I'm so sorry. Mizukami, thank you very much, friend. Happy 12 months. That's a fucking year, bro. Thank you so much, Mizu. Hi, MTG. Good to see you, friend. Warrior of Darkness. Looks cool. Take on Orzhov. Which one is that one? Oh, we'll get to that one. So Fire Crystal, red spells, 1 less gas. Creatures you control have haste. This is like whatever, right? They do have abilities, right? Creatures you control gain flying and lifelink. Mill equals the number of cards in hand. Creature exile with the darkness onto the battlefield tapped under your control with 2 counters on it. Create a token as to copy of target creature control. And crystal green spells. With more +1/+1 encounters, put twice that many. So like personally, amongst all the crystals, I think the ones that we're gonna see, like I think Earth Crystal's definitely like by far the one that we're gonna see the most, right? Like by far, green is definitely the most fucky wucky. Maybe I think it goes like green, black, blue, white, red. Earth, water, and wind will get played a ton. So yeah, Earth, water, wind. Do you think wind will get played a ton, huh? I mean, like, wind is obviously only in life gain decks, right? Like, obviously only in life gain decks, which is not every deck with white in it. So that's why I'm not like the biggest thing. But I mean, I guess it is like 6 mana tap. Your whole board gets like evasion, and you turn the game around in your favor. So I guess that's true. I guess Wind Crystal's pretty universal, right? Green most consistently cares about ramping at 4 mana and has counter strategies. Right, exactly. Wind gives away the... Yeah, that's true. That's so true. That's very, very true. Fire Crystal have a repeatable clone is nice. Yeah. Burn decks don't want red. Not like, you know, not like all the time. In terms of like, if someone, listen, if a red deck that has a single dragon in it opens up a red crystal, they'll put it in their deck. But I don't necessarily think that it is a, I don't think that red has to be chased down for, right? Like, I don't think it has to be, but like green, by far, like, yeah, like, for sure. For sure, for sure. You said water. Yeah, every deck cures for blue, though. Not every deck cures for mill. Yeah. But anyway, okay, so that's those. Let's look at 5. Oh, wait, did I skip 5? That was 4. No, this was 3. 4. Fire Crystal could copy any creature on the board. Oh, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. All right, we have, okay, so 4 is when we start getting quite a couple options, which also means 4 is when we start, damn, that's fucking cool looking. Okay, 4 is also where we start getting like probably like archetypes, like actual like solo archetypes to build. So like Cecil, Dark Knight, I know that's something that this is a commander deck that someone in the Discord was wanting to build, so we'll probably go over this. This one's, you know, black white, definitely like lifelink sort of stuff to deal with. King of the Dwarves, these guys all being dwarves, you know, this is kind of like whatever. This is just another equipment card, right? Like, it's just another equipment card. Golbez. Artifact enters surveil 1. If you control 4 more artifacts, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If you control 8 more artifacts, each opponent loses life, you go to that card's power. You know, it's like whatever. You can easily build. You can build this guy. I'd be a little bored. You know, it's like whatever. Like there, you know, you could put like a Draco in your graveyard and probably do like some fuck shit with this guy. You know, there are 6 words in the set. Magda got 0 new cards. That's good. Fuck Magda. Honest, like. High key, low key, fuck Magda. I do not care. Yeah, this honestly doesn't seem like the most unfun commander to be fair. Kane, I think Kane is just like in your deck for sure. Crime Redemption player, that player gains control of Kane if they do draw that many cards, create that many creatures. Yeah, I mean this is like not during your command, not your commander. Rosa, Resolute White Mage. Now, at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature control against lifing until end of turn. Kinda dope. Not gonna lie. Kinda dope. Kinda really cool. Kinda as a pretty decent, you know, addition to any commander. Rida, Summoner of Mists. Red, green. Whenever lane you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Oh, God. I don't... Landfall. Summon return target Saga card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. So I hope that I only see this deck in Saga decks, if I'm being honest with you, because I do not want to see someone go red green 1/2 like here's my landfall deck, and now every time I landfall I discard draw. Like, God, it's gonna be so annoying. Those games are gonna go for infinite turns. Kane goes in the Cecil deck? Yeah, for sure. Because Cecil's the main character of 4, right? Yeah, right? You don't even need Draco. Golbez is a 2-mana draw engine for an artifact deck. Yeah. Kai is not a summons commander. She's rather a slime against humanity for Brawl. Yeah. I saw this guy. This guy's art. This is, like, you can only play this art. This art's beautiful. I need this guy. I don't even know what he, like, I need this art. This art's beautiful, dude. This art's sick. I do not want him as a commander, don't get me wrong. I want him to go in the Emperor deck, but this art is fucking cool, dude. Bro is dripped out. It's kind of crazy. You played 4? I played, yeah, I played, 4. See, what's crazy? So I played 4 literally up into the moon. Like, I played 4 all the way until we get to the moon, and then I got soft locked because I just wasn't, like, I barely got to the level before where you leave the planet and go to the moon. And the only thing that you can do is fight a boss, right? Like, you get to the moon, you walk through this base, the base is empty, it's just like a hallway, and then you have to fight Leviathan. And I just am not leveled for Leviathan. I could not do anything more. That's it. Like, that is it. So because of that, because I was soft locked, I'll be honest, I kind of forgot everything about the game. I just kind of threw it in the back of my mind as a game that I pseudo played, and that was it. Aura general right there. This guy, Aura, so let's see, non-creature spells, 1/1 colors hero, 4 mana, draw cards. Yeah, oh, okay, yeah. 8 or more mana. Isn't it interesting that, like, so there's like a couple of creatures in this deck that are all like, if you spent mana on a non-creature spell, blah blah blah, but like specifically the expends mechanic. Oh no, your fourth mana to cast spells are, yeah, that's right, yeah. No, expend could be like whatever. Like, it's just kind of weird that it's like not just called expend, you know? Like, it's kind of wild. But yeah, like eventually, like I'm pretty sure within this year they're just gonna make a mechanic that's just like spend X amount of mana on a non-creature spell, you know? The PC ports for FF 1 through 6 are really good and usually go on sale pretty cheap. So Tella joins your party and has basically every spell in the history of the franchise, including crazy shit like Cmdr, but he's at your party's level, so he doesn't have the mana to use his best spells at first. He can still go all out and Alpha Strike with a spell you don't... Yeah, Wildbar, I think... Oh, right. On Blue Sky, I was like... I saw this art, and I'm just like, I don't know who this man is, but I need someone to tell me, because like this art is dripped out as hell. And chat, like, I mean, God, like Blue Sky was just like so helpful in just like learning all these characters. I've gotten a much bigger appreciation for Final Fantasy simply because of like all the cool stuff that you and everyone else has told me about the game. Like this whole like, so Tella, I know that like he has like everything, but like, yeah, he can't cast them because he doesn't have enough mana, right? And like, what a brilliant game design. Like, what a brilliant way to explain this guy is a great sage. He can do all these things. Like, he is that good. He knows everything. But, like, you know, no matter... I'm imagining, like, no matter what item you give him, you can't increase that maximum mana count for him to cast any of these spells. Like, that's such a cool story mechanic. Like, that's really, really cool. It's really freaking cool. And I'm just like, damn, these decks are, like, these games are so inventive. So inventive. His mana counts total mana spent this turn. Right. Does the normal type of this effect checks the cast? Right. No, I get you. I'm just saying, like, I'm sure that this will become a mechanic. Partway through the game, Tella does a big dramatic sacrifice, which includes firing off all these crazy spells. The cost was like, right. Right, honestly. Okay. But yeah, I wouldn't want him as a commander, but I do want him in my in the Emperor deck. Lunar Well, look at the top, so 4 mana vehicle. Look at the top card of your library anytime. When it's attacked this turn, you may play the top. Okay, I mean, I don't care about that. Like, that's, I mean, that's like fine. You know, it's like a vehicle. I don't think this goes in like any vehicle deck, but you know, like whatever. I mean, technically, this is a vehicle version of the octopus thing, the lunar whatever. You know what I mean? The reality chip. Yeah. Like, it's just the vehicle version of reality chip, which honestly, like, hey, whatever. Also looks at mana spent, not CMC. You can't cheat him. Yeah, the mana spent. That's true. 8 or more mana was spent to cast a spell, so you can't reduce spells cost, which is cool. Again, it's cool. 5. So Bartz and Boko, I know, like, when we first saw Bartz and Boko, everyone's like, okay, here's like the commander for the Chocobo, but then they came out with the Bant one, so it's just like, okay, this guy just like goes in that deck. Each of the bird you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature the opponent controls. Crazy work. X-Death Void Warlock. When X-Death enters, you gain 3 life. At the beginning of your upkeep... at the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform. Neo X-Death Dimensions End. Star 3 for trample. Power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Yo, every winter deck. Like, you know, just put this in your winter deck. Or, honestly, any deck. That's black-green. Like, this card... I don't think he's a fun commander per se, right? Because it's just like fine, right? Like, at the end of the day, he's just a star 3 with trample that says, oh, I have a big graveyard full of permanents, I hit you, cool, like whatever, you know? So like, He's in the 99, but he's not commanderable IMO. XF is a signpost, uncommon, not the commander. Exactly. Going to your Gisa, perfect. Lena isn't even depicted on any card. Who's Lena? Final Fantasy V is your favorite Final Fantasy. 4 out of the 5 protagonists aren't even a card. Damn. Hey, listen. Wait till we get to 12, alright? Shit, bro. Okay. Gilgamesh, Master at Arms. Whenever Gilgamesh enters or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put any number of equipment cards from among them into the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom from your library in a random order. When you put one or more equipment onto the battlefield this way, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control. Yeah, this card's crazy. Enters or attacks, top 6, equipment into play, you know, one or more equipment onto the battlefield. So, like, in fairness, you finally have, like, a samurai deck. Like, you can, you know, it's mono red, so it kind of sucks that there's no white in here to, like, do samurai kind of typal. Like, you can, but just not really, like, in the funnest way. But, like, I mean, hey, Gilgamesh is crazy. At the very least, you know, if you didn't want to do Cloud, but you still wanted to do, like, an equipment deck, Gilgamesh is there for all, like, the mono red stuff. Yeah, I mean, he's crazy. He's goated. Absolutely buck wild commander. Lena's one of the Warriors of Light. Bartz, Lena, Ferris, Golf, and later Krill. Krele? Golf has an instant with his name and face on it. Ferris only appears on a sword. Krele only appears on the instant, and Lena is not depicted anywhere. Damn. Gilgamesh feels like a fair Godo. Yeah, it's a fair Godo. I mean, he's even a samurai, right? It is a fair Godo. Although enters or attacks, like, okay. Fair Godo is still Godo. Isn't that crazy? Oh, hey, look. Godo Bandit Warlord, you were saying? Yeah. Oh, Human Barbarian. Gilgamesh enters search your library for the clip from the battlefield. When Gilgamesh attacks the first time, untap it. All samurai you control after this phase in addition to combat phase. Cool. Yeah, it's just crazy shit. And there's Bartz as Winota. Yeah. Yeah. So who's the main character for 5? Is it Gilgamesh? Which is funny, he's also a Godo on the different... Right. Gilgamesh is also the unfair Godo. Exactly. Who's the main character for 5? Yoshitaka? Ah, no. Alright. They didn't print them, I think? Crazy work. Wow, okay. Alright, now let's look at 6. There's obviously a lot. Oh, and actually, I didn't even have to put, like, the set. I just said is Final Fantasy 6, yeah. We begin the game with Bartz, but it's an ensemble cast about the Warriors of Light. Okay, gotcha. Alright, so there's gonna be a lot in 6. 6 is, like, the first time we get, like, the most, right? But it's also a pre-con deck. Sid looks stupid. Alright, Bannon, Returner's Leader. One in the... Red, White, Human, Cleric, Rebel. Pray at the beginning... Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put into there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. Whenever you attack, you may pay 1, discard the card. If you do, draw a card. Yeah, so like draw, discard, bring your creature back. That's fine. Celis. This card I think is like CDHable personally. I think Celis is crazy strong. When 4 mana 4/4 enters, discard any number of cards and draw that many cards +1. Whenever one or more creatures you control enters, and one or more of them enter from your graveyard was captured in graveyard, plus a plus encounter on each creature you control. Why is it each creature you control? Crazy work. Scion, Vengeful Samurai, 1 less for each creature card in your graveyard. Whenever one or more creatures leave your graveyard, +1 plus encounter. Edgar, King of Figaro, 6 mana 4/5. Edgar enters, draw a card for each artifact you control. First time you flip 1 or more coins, those coins come up heads and you win those flips. Perfect. Edgar, Master Mechanist. Yeah, that's the same outfit. 4 mana 2/4. Once during your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, the artifact enters tap. When Edgar attacks, it gets +X/+O, where X is the greatest mana among artifacts you control. Also perfectly fine. Gao. I think Gao is definitely a commanderable card for sure. 2 mana 2/2. Whenever Gao attacks, put a counter on him. And then at the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard, each end step, mind you, if a card left your graveyard, this turn, Gao deals damage equal to his power to each opponent. I think this one's like easily commanderable. Celis combos with a ham sandwich, correct. Combos with Yasuri, yep. I think Gao is in the 99. No, dude, I think he's a commander. I don't think Red can enable him enough. I think he can. I think red can. I think red with equipment, like, sorry, not equipment, with artifacts, can enable enough. Personally, I think you can definitely do it. Gao is freaking, yeah, no, he's like crazy. General Leo, Christoffel, Christoffel. 5 mana 2/2 enters, return up to 1 legendary target creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a +1/+1 for each creature control. That's fine. Could probably do some infinite stuff with him. He looks kind of cool. Go-Go, Master of Mimicry. Jesus. 2 and a blue. 2/4. I don't even want to read him, if I'm being honest with you. I don't even want to read this fucker. XX and tap. Copy target, activate their triggered ability. You control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. The ability can't be copied and X can't be 0. Yeah. 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 I mean, I guess, like, this ability can't, yeah, like, so it can't be 1, right? Like, it has to be 2 or less. So you have to give no, well, I mean, he costs 4. Sorry, he costs 3. You have to put 4 into something. I mean, God, triggered, activated, or triggered ability, man. This is fucked up. But there's so many flashback spells, cheap artifacts to go from graveyard unearthed abilities. Gallows Cry. Yeah. Being a 2/2 probably makes me easy to reanimate by certain aspects. Yeah. High Tide shenanigans with Godo will be wild. It's gonna be awful. It's gonna be awful. There's gonna be a lot of infinites with this guy. I think he's kill on sight, personally. Like, I truly and objectively believe that this guy is kill on sight. I do not want to see him on the board. Like, any commander deck with Go-Go as the commander, I'm like, oh, we're on bracket 4? Alright, gotcha. Like, we're bracket 4ing this. Because there ain't no way this is a 3. No way in hell. Go-Go Mysterious Mime, 3 and a red, 2/2 wizard. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have Go-Go become a copy of another creature you control. To end the turn, except it's Go-Go. If you do that, Go-Go and that creature get +2/+0 and haste. I think, like, this card's really good. Like, this is a good card. This is a very good card. I think it's fair, as it were. It's fucked up. That's good. People are talking about strip mining everyone's lands. Wow. Cool. Go-Go is going into your Magus deck. Cool. And a wizard, so he goes in every wizard deck too. Cool. Intercept the Shadow's Hound. 2 black, assassin control. Man, oh, we talked about this. This is a dual deck with Shadow, no matter what. Anyone who doesn't let you partner these two is not worth playing with. Kefka, Court Mage. So this is a deck that we're gonna do a deck build on. Kefka, Court Mage, 2 in the Grixis, 4/5. Whenever Kefka enters or attacks. Sorry, I'm gonna redo that. Kefka, Court Mage, 2 in the Grixis for a 4/5. Human Wizard. Whenever Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. Pay 8. Each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. Transform Kefka. And then Kefka, Ruler of Ruin. You get a 5. Thank you so much for the resub, Happy Slappy. Thank you. Kefka could be a more casual Nekusar type deck. Let me see the back. So, Kefka, Rule of Ruin for a 5/7 with flying. Whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. Yeah. At least it's during your turn, right? So, like, you do a bunch of crazy work on your turn. Hopefully the 8 mana that you spent kind of, like, you know, puts you at a deficit so you can't just do this forever. Do note that it's just, like, transform Kefka. So, like, Kefka's already here, right? And then, like, you know, pay 5. And then next turn, pay 8. Kefka didn't leave. It's not like exile and transform. It's just straight flip him over. So you can hit for 5 flying right then and there. You can draw 5 cards, right? I don't think that Kefka is going to be one of those commanders where, like, as soon as Kefka is out and then Kefka flips, you just lose immediately. You do not have a good time, right? But, like, you know, you don't just, like, lose. So people actually might be able to play Kefka and not immediately get Kefka killed. Whereas Go-Go has to die. Has to die. Must simply die. Must simply be killed. Kefka Dancing Mad, 7 mana. Love that art. 7 mana, 6/6. During your turn, indestructible. At the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard. Cast any number of spells from on cards. Exile this way without paying the mana cost. Then each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to its mana value. Also, not a card that dies ASAP. You know what I mean? Like, Celeste is so strong. Celeste is so strong and can go infinite with so many ham sandwiches where, like, you kind of really do have to kill Celeste, like, real fast. Because it's not even what's on Celeste's board. It's, like, anything that's in the hand or in the graveyard next turn. Celeste can just, like, kind of win from there. So she is kind of kill on sight. This is kill on sight. But, like, either Kefka, you actually get to play with them. And they're not kill on sight. Like, you can still live, you know? Nice shirt, mad props. Thank you very much, Pappy Slappy. I like the shirt. You draw your deck with a Psychosis Crawler and Kefka, any draw spell. I mean, no, listen, don't get me wrong. Like, do not get me wrong. Okay, like, you can win with Kefka for sure. I'm just saying, like, you don't have to immediately, like, you don't lose just because Kefka managed to flip. If Kefka manages to flip and, like, you know, there's stuff that Kefka clearly set up, like, you know, that's a problem. But, like, you probably don't have Psychosis Crawler and were able to pay 8 mana, right? And people just, like, let you. And if they didn't, then okay, like, you win that game. Whatever. I mean, but Psychosis Crawler was already there, you know? You know, also the Niv Mizzet Curiosity Space where Kefka can just kill you before you actually win. Ugh, yawn. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes, correct. Lock Coal, 3 mana. Lock Coal deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and discard a card. This is fine. A 2/3 Death Touch Lifelink is a pretty crazy card. Lock Treasure Hunter, 3 mana, 2/3, can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Whenever locked attacks, each player mills a card. If a land card is milled this way, it can be a treasure. Till end of turn, you may cast a spell from among those cards. Also, perfectly fine, right? I don't necessarily think this will be your commander, but I mean, maybe if you're nasty, but it's pretty fun. Yeah, it's just an uncommon, right? A 2/3 Death Touch Lifelink, draw, discard. Like, that's not really a commander. Mog Moogle Warrior. So I think this is gonna be the Moogle commander because this one's at least red-white. 3 mana, 1/2. Lifelink, dance. At the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who discards a card this way draws a card. If a creature was discarded, you make a 1/2 Moogle with lifelink. Then if a non-token card was discarded this way, you put a +1/+1 counter on each Moogle control. We talked about this one lightly. We didn't go into like a full deck build because we didn't see every Moogle card, but we added some cards that are definitely going to go in the deck. I think this is the commander form, right? The world's worst Ragavan, which is still pretty good. Yeah. Muggles didn't get very much. Damn. We'll have to look at it. Probably not though. Kefka is Perforos, God of the Forge. This is just the haste one, right? Oh no, it's the Perforos one. Okay, cool. Sabin, Master Monk. 5 mana, 4/3, double strike of Blitz. Oh yeah, we talked about this commander deck. I thought this commander deck was really cool. I think this commander deck is incredibly cute. So cute, dude. I think this card's great. I look forward to fighting against this. Setzer, Wandering Gambler, 3 mana, 2/2, make a vehicle with crew 2. Vehicle deals combat damage to a player. Flip a coin whenever you win a coin flip. Create 2. Yeah, this card goes in every single coin flip deck that I can go in, which is not many. Maybe he's actually just in the 99. Or he's honestly just like, he's the commander, but you just have it full of vehicles, so it just triggers everything, right? Because it is whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, right? So if you hit with 3 different vehicles, you coin flip 3 different times. Not bad, honestly. Unfortunately, the main coin flip is Zindersplit Okun, which is it? Right. So I mean, Setzer just gets to be his own guy, which I think is fine. Clark Placillus, yeah, sure, you know, that's CDH. I don't mess with it. Shadow Mysterious Assassin, which obviously gets combo with Interceptor. Shadow deals combat damage to player. You may sacrifice another non-land permanent Interceptor. If you do, draw cards and each opponent loses life equals the mana value of the sacrificed permanent. That's 4 damage and draw 4. Not bad. Siegfried, same famed swordsman. Their art and outfits look so very similar. 3 in the black for a 2/2 human warrior rogue with menace. Siegfried enters mill 3. Put X plus +1 counter on Siegfried, where X is twice the number of creature cards in your graveyard. All right, you know, not bad. I don't think he's your commander, but you know, also another card that goes with that green black guy. Power equals to the amount of permanents you have. Struggle in the Realm. 3 mana 1/3. Pay 3 mana tap. Target opponent exiles card from the top of their library until they exile an instant sorcery creature. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste. At the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature. Yeah. Great. Hit them with their own shit, bro. And then sack it. I love it. I'm gonna hate it. Terra, Herald of Hope. So I know when we first went over like the pre-con, I kept saying like, oh man, I really think that like Celeste is like the superior commander or whatever. Maybe we'll switch it up. But honestly, Terra is the pre-con commander because Terra, 3 mana 3/3 at the beginning of combat in your turn, mill 2 cards and Terra gains flying. Whenever Terra deals combat damage to a player, pay 2. When you do, return target creature card with power 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Yeah. It's like Terra keeps on enabling everything about Edgar. Yeah, it's a pretty good one though. I think Terra's like the best cohesive commander, but I think Celeste is boosted. Terra, magician, magical adept. So this is kind of like Saga / Summon typal. We'll say Saga typal because that kind of covers everything. On the flip side, or front side, 3 mana 4/2 enters mill 5. Put 1 enchantment mill this way into your hand. So I mean, you just like put it into your hand, and then 6 mana tap exile Terra. Then return to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery. So it's not just a flip; it's exile and then come in order to be Saga. So 6/6 with flying. Create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary enchantment. It gains haste. If it's a Saga, put 3 lore counters on it. Sacrifice it at the beginning of your next end step. Put up to 3. So you could be like, I really need that too. It's not bad. You know, it's chapter 1, 2, and 3. Pretty good. If I didn't have a Nixia Sagas already, I'd be far more interested in this like 5-color Saga commander. But since I realized I already have a Nixia and I already like do busted wild kind of mess up things with a Nixia, like just with green, white, black, I just didn't really care for having 5-color Sagas, you know? I'm doing Garnet Sagas. Which one's Garnet? Manabun D&D. Terra's a worse Alesha, to be honest. Beginning combat on your turn, mill 2 cards. Gains flying. 3/3, deal combat damage because you have flying now. Pay 2, return a creature with power 3 or less from your graveyard. Tapped. I guess that's technically better than Alesha. Yeah. First up, what's up, my guy? Hey, P Killstreaks, how you doing? Second, as a Magic player, have you seen or checked out the Narrowscape TCG? So, P Killstreaks, I actually have a preview copy of the Narrowscape TCG, and I have seen multiple people talk very favorably about it, and I would very much like to do an unboxing video. Like, straight up, I actually like legitimately want to do it. Garnet is in Final Fantasy IX. Okay, we didn't get there yet. The 2-mana Selesnya, one that makes the Lord's counters off and buffs herself for each. Yes, see, you can. There is definitely 5-color sagas that you can do in the Final Fantasy set, 100%. And it's gonna be really strong, and the green white cards are going to be in there. I have already just like, I think Enixia is hot, Black Row Magic, and I'm like, honestly, I already bust Sagas wide open with Enixia, and I just don't think I want to do it for 5 colors because I think I'll just have like a lot of overlapping cards. Sagas are like incredibly removal heavy. I don't know if anyone's realized that, but like, because sagas are only in so many sets and they only like do so many things and you like only see them once a draft, a lot of them have removal baked onto the front. Man, sagas are like actually super removal heavy. People don't realize that. I already bust pause sagas. True. Should have been in the OG Mario Celestia, but the newer Rakdos Celestia. Yeah. I backed it and grabbed all 3 starter decks. Yo, that's really cool. I honestly, knowing that you know, I mean, do you think that I should do like a video on it? Like, would that please you? Chat, would you like to see me do more games than just Magic the Gathering? I mean, listen, I always have Magic. Don't think that that's gonna end anytime soon. But like, there's other games I am actually like interested in trying to at least stretch my legs and doing a video on. But yeah, back to Terra. I think I'm probably not gonna build Terra Magical Adept because again, I realize I already have a 3-color Saga dot deck and I already fuck with it. I just really don't need 5 colors. Summons are cool, but I'm already fucking. People realize it, but Tom Bombadil teaches that sagas suck at actually ending games. Yes, agreed. Agreed. Except for my Enixia deck, because that, and oh, actually, you know what? You're so right, because my Enixia deck wins games by people being like, Kuro, you're doing a lot of triggers, and I see a lot of stuff on your board, and I don't understand half of it. Do you win? And I tell them honestly, yeah, that I win, and then they concede. I think my Saga deck has more concessions than wins, if I'm being honest with you, because it actually just gets out of hand, and there's just so much removal. It's kind of crazy. I love it, man. I'd watch. This is my first CCG, so I'm excited for the game to drop. Really? Aw, that's sick. Same as Sithis. Yeah, true. Oh, God. Sithis. Yeah. Concession's the primary win con of Magic in every format. You're not wrong. You're so not wrong. I think that is a conversation that the Magic community at large is not necessarily ready to have, if I'm being honest with you. Like, straight up, I just don't think the Magic community is ready to hear that. Saga's that deck. I don't think I've ever encountered a Sithis deck with an actual win con. It's just Enchantress deck. Enchantress is like one of my it's one of my least favorite deck styles because it's kind of already solved. Like, it is objectively already solved, and there's not really much more that needs to be done. What do you need to do? Like, what does Magic need to print? More enchantments? They do that because of like how decks work. They just do that. Like, oh, are they gonna print another Enchantress? Like, oh, an enchantment shit itself in the wind and you just draw 2 cards now? Great. Wow. You know, like, Enchantress I think is like so solved at this point. Like, you know, obviously they can make any card they want, but Enchantress as an archetype is very solved. So I think that everyone should just have an Enchantress deck. Because remember, my answer to every problem in Commander is just having more Commander decks. Everyone at some point should have an Enchantress deck. That they just like, you know, they get to say like, yeah, I've done that. That's like fine. I understand how Enchantress works, and then just probably just like put it to the corner and not really play it unless they like really want to. Precon and Enixia gets the same reaction sometimes. Yo, for real. I mean, yo, like 100%, dude. Like, for real. At least Enixia makes some 3/3s that can like probably beat people down when she removes everything. But the Falcon Airship Restored, 3 mana, 4/3, deals combat damage to player. May sacrifice it if you do return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. This card's really good. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tap. Yep, this card's perfectly fine. And obviously every Greasebane deck wants this card, so yeah, Falcon's good. Warring Triad. I wanted this to be like the Caliphine Triad. I wanted it to be like that, but it's like kind of not, right? Like 3 mana, 5/5, 8 cards in graveyard, can swing. Like Flying Trample Haste, yeah, sure, but I have like a 5/5, so. Ulrus, Obnoxious Octopus. 2 mana, 2/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana is spent to cast it, that's going to be a mechanic soon. Tap target creature the opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. I don't think there's anything wrong with this card. You know, as we mentioned before, right? It's like 4 mana spent to cast it. So you can't just say, oh, like, all my non-creature spells cost 2 less to cast, so I'm going to play this 4-drop, right? It's like you need to spend 4 mana, which is very important, you know? In the 99, for sure. I was looping triggers with Doomlake Giant and another creature that let me just put enchantments and draw triggers basically out your entire deck. It's fine. Upside on the Manolith. Also, being a creature on the stack in the grave matters sometimes. True. I think Amoru Raging Yeti is cool. It's really cool in the 99. Honestly, could be your commander if you really wanted to be new boot goofing with it. I super think this is cute. Tara Benford. Oh, Tara's ready to beat Urza High Lord Artificer. Tell her to get down from there. Okay. 7. Oh god. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We know that there's a lot here, right? 38 cards. 38 legendaries. So, Aerith Gainsborough. 3 mana, 2/2, human cleric, so the cleric part matters. Lifelink, whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 encounter on there. Whenever Gainsborough dies, put +1/+1 encounters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of counters on Aerith. I think like the legendary part kind of will lead people to put her in the cloud deck, right? Because like the power and toughness matters, you know, on these cards. Aerith, Last Wish. 2 and a white green for a 3/5 lifelink with a human cleric druid. Raise at the beginning of your end step. If you gain life this turn, return target creature card with mana value. From your graveyard to your hand. If you gain 7 more life this turn, return that card to the battlefield instead. Yeah, that's pretty good. Beginning of your end step. If you gain life this turn, return target creature card. Yeah, I mean this is good. This is a good card. Like, the fact that it costs 4 means that there's work, but it was good. Barret, Avalanche Leader, red-green, 4/4. 2 in the red-green, 4/4 with reach. Equipment enters, make a 2/2 rebel. At the beginning of combat on your turn, attach the 1 target artifact you control. Target. Yeah, this is fine. I mean, what's interesting is that there's a lot of non-rebels in here, right? Like, Aerith is not a rebel. Cloud is not a rebel in any of hymns, so yeah, sorry. Barret Wallace, 4 mana, 4/4 attack, deals damage because yeah, so this is like more equipment, right? Like, and this is another thing where I'm saying it's like most of these cards that say equipment, as long as they're red, green, and or white, they just go in the Cloud X Soldier deck, right? Like at the end of the day, everything that just says equipment, I just assume goes in the Cloud deck, and I'm not wrong, so which is fine, you know. It's okay. It's their decks at work. Bugenhagen. Wise Elder. 2 mana, 1/3 with reach at the beginning of your upkeep. If you control a power 7 or greater, draw a card at 1 mana of any color. I like it. Kate Sith, Fortune Teller, 4 mana, 3/3, lucky slots at the beginning of combat on your turn, scry 1, exile top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. When you exile a card this way, target creature controls XO, where X is the number of where X is the card value. This is like fine. You could put this on Growl or something. Make his power really big. Oh, exile. Top card of your own library. Oh, yeah, you might want to make sure your deck is full of good stuff then. Everything that says equipment just goes into Rock and Arden. Yeah, sure. Also true. Sid Freelancer Pirate, or Flea Flyer Pirate. 2 and a 2/2 equipment vehicle spells cost 1 less to cast. During your turn, Sid was flying. Return the equipment or vehicle from your graveyard to your hand. Pretty good. Cloud X Soldier, 5 mana, 299, 4/4 human soldier mercenary with haste. When Cloud enters, attach one equipment, and then you can, when Cloud attacks, draw a card for each equipped creature with you control power 7 or greater. Create 2 treasure tokens. Not even tap treasure tokens, just create 2. That's so fucked. I think Cloud only needs to swing twice and you win. Cloud, make our mercenary. Search the library for an equipment card. Reveal it into your hand. As long as Cloud has equipped it to an ability of Cloud. Cloud will play as champion. 5 mana. This is the intro deck one. 5 mana, 4/4 during your turn. As long as Cloud is untapped, it deals double strike and indestructible. Okay. Cool. This is definitely an intro deck for sure. But, I mean, hey, it's an equipment deck. Conformer Shuriken. We talked about this card, how it's probably one of the most broken cards in the set. Another equipped creature, whenever this creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. If that creature has greater power, then put +1/+1 counter. Diamond Weapon. 7, 8, 9. 9 mana, 8/8. Costs less for each permanent card in your graveyard. That's equal. That's with the black green guy and Boogden, right? Bugbear or whatever. Apparently these are like spirits from the earth that are fighting back, which is cool. The spell costs 1 less for your graveyard. Okay. What else? Elena, Turk Recruit. 3 mana, 1/4. Return target non-necessary. Yeah, this was kind of like whatever. Cast a historic spell, put a +1/+1 counter. Like, you know, you could do equipment with her, or sorry, just artifacts in general, but, you know, meh. Hedegar Shinra Executive. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature is XO, where X is the number of soldiers you control. At the beginning of your end step, create a number of one white soldier creature tokens equal to the number of opponents who have control more creatures than you. Cool. Genova Ancient Calamity. I know people were excited for this one. 2 and a black green for a 1/5 alien. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter equal to Genova's power on up to 1 other target mutant. That creature becomes a mutant in addition to its other types. Sure. Whenever mutant control dies during your turn, you draw cards equal to its power. I mean, you could do something with that, right? Yeah. Genova can draw you out on accident. Correct. It can. Greater Good, sack Diamond Weapon, discard 2 permanents, play the commander attacks on Diamond Weapon. Cool. Cloud Strife is Najila. Good. Red 13. Proud Warrior. 1 black green. Sorry, 1 red green. 3 mana Beast Warrior. Vigilance Trample. Modified creature control have Vigilance and Trample. Really strong. Cosmo Memory. When Red 13 enters, return target or equipment card from your graveyard to your hand. That's okay. He's gonna like die really fast. You're gonna pay him for 3, and then just immediate removal. Reno and Rude. I remember these guys from Advent Children. They're alive. 2 mana, 2/1 with Menace. Whenever they do combat damage to a player, exile top card of that player's library. You may sacrifice it. If you do, you may play the exile card this turn. Mana of any type can be used to cast it. Not bad. He needs to make his own. 2 mana. I mean, like, at least they get started going immediately, but like, yeah, it's not looking strong for these two. Rufus Shinra, 3 mana, 2/4. Whenever Rufus Shinra attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, create a 2/2 Darkstar Warrior. Cool. It's not even the enters or attacks, it's just attacks, which, I mean, alright. Kind of wish you just stayed a different type of card. Rufus Shinra is a draft uncommon, not a commander. Yeah. Sephiroth Fabled Soldier. I think this is one of the decks I have listed to make a commander deck with. But yeah, Sephiroth's Fabled Soldier. 3 mana, 3/3. Black Human's Avatar Soldier. Whenever a Sephiroth enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, join with a card. Or if you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you pay 1 life. It's back and forth this time, as really is. 4th time this triggers, transform Sephiroth One-Winged Angel. Sounds very good. For a 5/5 Supernova to begin, as this creature transforms into Sephiroth One-Winged Angel, you get an emblem that says whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 and you gain 1. Okay. Cool. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may sacrifice any number of creatures. If you do, draw that many cards. See, now the draw that many cards is huge. I was kind of about to like write this off as like Magical Fairy Christmas Land, but you know, you get to flip him for passive ability, and he takes over the game. Namely, Tanzer. Sephiroth, the Fallen Hero, feels most like a commander to me. Tanzer. Yeah, a little bit. Who's also dying in the, you know, pre-gun. Sephiroth, Fallen Hero. This is another deck that chat wanted. 5 mana, 7/5. When Sephiroth attacks, put a cell counter on target creature until end of turn. Each modified creature, so any creature with any fountain on it, whenever with any token on it, each modified creature you control has base power and toughness 7/5. Yeah, so they all become Shinras. Or sorry, Sephirai. Pay 3, sacrifice non-land creature, return target creature from your battlefield, from your graveyard to the battlefield. Tapped. Well, thank goodness is tapped. Man, sacrifice a modified creature. So you attack, you take their thing, and then you attack again with their thing and Sephiroth, whatever. Then you sacrifice what they gave you to get the newest. Yeah. Yeah. This Sephiroth's interesting. Drawn by Magali. 4/4 Vigilance. Enters creatures your opponent's control get -2/-2 until end of turn. Where an opponent controls it dies, +1/+1 counter. What? When a creature an opponent controls dies, put a +1/+1 counter on all Sephiroth. That's awful. Sword of the Animus, Sword of the Masamune. Can't be blocked. This is pretty good. 3 mana, dying trigger again, and can ball or something. Yeah. Tifa Lockhart, I've heard a lot of good things. I hear that she's gonna just take over standard, maybe even commander. I think it's pretty fair to fear her. Yep, just like a little bit. Tifa Martial Artist, we kind of talked about this one in depth. Ultima Weapon. Sorry. Ultima Weapon. Is that like the ultimate cloud weapon or something? Because right next to this Cloud's Buster Sword, so whenever a creature attacks, it doesn't destroy or target and the creature an opponent controls. Wow. It's pretty good. Good things is not how I would frame it. She can win, but probably won't be games when she does, right? Yeah. One of them, yeah. One game she'll win. But Cloud's Buster Sword being Umezawa's Jit is pretty alright. Wrecking Ball Arm. 2 mana, base power, 7/7. Can be blocked by creatures of power 2 or greater. Equip legendary creature. Oh, the house. Yuffie Materia Hunter. And to gain control and target non-creature as far as you could and put. Okay. Sorry, hold on. I'm trying to save something, but I can't. I'm trying to get Vincent. Or no, not Vincent. This Vincent. Okay, which one's better, chat? Which Vincent's better? Give Shrufus a Wrecking Ball arm? Oh, we didn't get the Shrufus. We didn't get the Shrufus yet. This Tifa's busted, by the way. I skipped her because there's literally no reason to mention her. She's just she's cracked in half. She's out of this world, busted, broken. There's literally no reason to talk about Tifa. Just none. Shrufus not a Final Fan. Oh, the shroom. Yeah. But yeah, this Tifa Lockhart, not worth talking about. And honestly, Tifa martial artist, arguably similar. In terms of just like, bro, what do you even want me to say? Just win. Your commanders kill on sight. If anyone lets you hit them, they'll die. And the whole game will be over. I don't know what... There's just really nothing to say about those specifically. Vincent Valentine, the black one. 4-mana 2/2. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies with a number of plus encounters equal to its power on Vincent, which is really strong. Whenever Vincent Valentine attacks, you may transform it on attack. Okay. Galleon Beast. A 3/2 with trample lifelink. When Galleon Beast dies, return it to the battlefield tapped. Oh, cool. Wow, he really does just kind of flip all the time forever, huh? Cool. Then Vincent Vengeful Atoner. 2 in a red for a 3/3 assassin with menace. Whenever one more creature you control deal combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on Vincent. Whenever Vincent deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent, or if its power is 7 or greater. Kind of messed up that you can just kind of keep blasting away at people. Like, you know, like you're just kind of going about your day. You manage to take someone out, and then you're just like, and everyone take 24. It's like, all right, cool. Yuffie Materia Hunter, gain control target non-creature artifact for as long as you control Yuffie. You may attach the equipment you control. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool. Also Yuriko the Tiger Shadow. Whatever, beautiful. And then Zach Fair. I was told to like not play too much of the game that he's in, because that's like a multi-hour affair or something. Like, because I think he's like some sort of amnesia thing. Like Cloud has amnesia. This guy gives him his memories or something. And I think it's in like a game from before, like a prequel game. And I've been told like, yeah, there's a lot of lore with him, but you don't really need to get into it. Just know that he does this thing in 7. Yuffie is a fine removal spell, but goes to 99. Yes. Zach is a part of Cloud's backstory. Yeah. Hey, Sabby Abby, good to see you, friend. But a 1-mana 0/1 enters the +1/+1 counter. Pay 1, sacrifice him. Target creature control gains indestructible until end of turn, and put Zach's counters on that creature and attach the equipment. Attach Zach Fair to that amount. Zach Fair is gonna be busted, dude. I'm just telling you. Zach Fair is gonna be absolutely cracked crazy. Cracked crazy. And especially in standard, I think he's gonna be like pretty wild there. All right, so Final Fantasy VIII had a lot of commanders, and I think, oh yeah, I found. Whoa. Hey, wow, that's sick. That's really cool. Adia Kramer. Okay, that's the fairy. That's cool. All right, let's see. Lumantic Pandora, Surveil 1, sacrifice Semantic Pandora, destroy the. Okay. Yes. Okay. Quistis Trap. 2 in a blue, human wizard with blue magic, a 2/2. Quistis Trope enters. You may cast an instant sorcery card from your graveyard. The mana of any time can be of any time can be spent to cast at all. Even if that little spell will be put into graveyard exile instead. That's, you know, there's been worse. Renoa, it's like Renoa Heartily for 3 green and a white for a 4/4 human rebel. Rebel kind of matters, but not really. Enters, creates a legendary 1 green and white dog creature token. Whenever Rose attacks another target creature you control, gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. See, like, she's an ultimate supporting cast right here. Like, she's got your back. Safer Almessi. 3 in the red for a 3/4 whenever a creature you control attacks alone against double strike. Okay, so like Gilgamesh and all that. But attacking alone is pretty strong. And doubling strength does not, you know, it's great. Whenever Safer Almessi attacks, deals damage to player, you may cast it. Oh, I think, did we put this guy in a box and said don't play this? Because he takes everyone's things? Throw into the graveyard instead of exile instead. I would get mad very quickly playing this deck. I would just be like, alright guys, like, yeah, like, you're not going to let me do anything with Sephir. I'm just going to, like, you got me. I'll concede. Squall Seed Mercenary. Now, I know that this is important. 2 white and a black for a 3/4 human knight mercenary with Rust Divide. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. Yep. Whenever Squall deals combat damage to player, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. I gotta see if whoever's saying the, yeah, if it's like fine. I don't know. Squall Seed Mercenary. I think he's okay. I think you can use him with the black-white guy that we haven't seen come up yet, and the white one, and Cecil probably, now that I think about it. Ultimecia. I think Temporal Threat. Whenever Tempsia enters a tap all creatures your opponent's control. Whenever a creature your opponent controls deals combat damage to player, draw a card. Legendary creature, human warlock. Interesting. Human warlock. Okay. Whenever she attacks, survey the top 2 cards here for the library and put down any put the rest of the top of your library or graveyard. That's cool. At the beginning of your end step, you may see 4 and exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, transform. Okay. End step pay 8 is a lot of mana, but I'm interested in making it work, to be honest with you. So I have my sights set on that one. 9 house still has a lot of help. I'm gonna be fixating on which commander? I guess it's either Kuja, because he's spell slinging, and I do like spell slinging. Garnet, Prince of Alexandria. I mean, if I'm doing sagas right, I don't necessarily need like just another goofy goober making things more difficult. Garnet TI. What was that? Garnet TI? Oh, till I learned. Yep. Cream. 3 mana, 2/1 with prowess. Okay. Banquet Gourmet. 3 mana, 2/3 with Kui. One of more tokens will be placed under the control that they put you plus. Frog creature thing instead. Sacrifice frog, put a +1/+1 counter. This is a frog? He just really likes frogs, I guess? Okay. Silkskin, gain control of another permanent you don't control. If you do, you both draw a card. Yeah. Zidane, Tantalus Thief. 5 mana, 3/3, enters, gain control, target creature opponent controls until end of turn, untap it, gains lifelink and haste till end of turn. Whenever opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you create the treasure token. Okay. And then there's Vivi, right? And then there's Vivi, who's kind of objectively too strong. I do want to build Vivi as like instants and sorceries in graveyards matters. So like all those creatures that get super strong because of like the equal amounts of I mean, there's so many students, right? Like there's so many, and quite frankly, I look forward to playing with you guys. Like playing. Wait, what was I saying? Fucking. Wait, no, I don't want to see VV. Never mind. I don't want to see VV out because that's tier 5. This is bracket 5. Every VV deck. I do want to do power toughness typal with VV, if I can. I want to do... God, I can't even look at this fucking deck. There's like a Jin. Okay, that was dumb of me. I should have realized. What's the dragon? The Hellkite. No, not the Hellkite. The crackling Drake. Yes, I want to do this. Whatever this is, whatever power equals your power equals the spells. I want this. In 9 is a certain action for each character. You need to do a bunch of power for their ultimate weapon, like stealing for Zidane. It involves a frog breeding minigame, so he can eat them. The funniest card for VV is Command Performance. Command Performance. Hold on. But yeah, I want to do this type with VV. Like, it's still Spellslinger, but I just want everyone to punch really good. Hold on. ID blue red, and then it says like what? Power equal. That's probably dumb. Power equal instant. Yeah, Crackling Drake. I mean, could, well, okay, not Cognivore. Enigma Drake, Haughty Jin, Kinetic Augur, I get. Where the hell does this come from? Melek Reforged. Create a elemental trample. Power toughness equals the number of instant sorcery cards in your graveyard. And with flashback, yeah, Seize the Storm, Smoldering Stagecoach, Spellheart Chimera. I want to do that. I could have swore there was maybe at least another. I thought there were more blue cards that kind of cared. The funniest card for, yeah, Command Performance. Let me look at that really fast. Command Performance. Open the track. Oh, God. I honestly don't even fuck with attractions. Why is this good with VV? I really don't know what to do with attractions. I, like, legitimately, like, I trust anyone who's playing any commanders with attractions and whatnot, and then stop. Like, just... Then I just blank out. Like, I don't want to understand it. Animat just plays like what do you call it? Most Dangerous Gamer, and then I just stop listening. I just kind of blank out. So Zidane, you steal things. That's cool. For stickers, you can make VV either a 4x or a 5x. And it persists through each death, flickering and returning to the battle. Oh, really? Oh, okay. All right. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That's cool. Okay. I got lost talking about VV and other Final Fantasy things, but back to what I was talking about. In terms of the Final Fantasy IX legendaries, though, I really like Black Waltz number 3. I like this whole, like, wizards dealing damage every time you cast a spell. Like, I really like this whole Kuja thing. Beginning of your end step, make a wizard, and then, like, all the wizards say whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. I really like this. Like, it's just red-black Spellslinger, obviously. Trance, Kuja, Fate Defied. Cool. A 4/6 of wizard you control will deal damage to a permanent or player, or deals double that damage instead. Yeah, like, this is cool. You know what I mean? Like, I just kind of want to do this. I really want to do Kuja .deck. I'm just wondering how, like, fun it is. It might not be fun, though, is the thing. It's just a cursory, it's just doing a cursory look. Yeah, wizard. This guy, this person makes wizards, black mages, wizard, God. You know what? I might make this a, I might make this some sort of, like a, tutor, not a tutor deck, a learn to play deck. I might make this like a personal precon deck of my own. So if I ever want to get someone into Magic, I could be like, hey, you know, here's like red-black Spellslinger. It's actually more unique than you think. Arguably. I honestly don't think Kuja wants many wizards. I mean, I don't think I agree with you. I really don't think I agree with you. What? What do you mean, like, like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, it's not like it's a takeaway to put wizards in here. Wizards just like any, you know, all of these guys, all these creatures that just say like deal damage and you do blah blah blah. Like they can happen to be wizards and whatnot, but like I don't see any reason not to put them in here. It's still Spellslinger at the end of the day. Don't get me wrong, but like I don't see there's any reason to not put wizards in here. Kuja produces the wizards and relies on those wizards being exactly pingers to function. If you have wizards who are not pingers, Kuja does nothing. Unless the wizards just deal damage any other way, right? Because what's he say? It's like... if a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, deals double that damage instead, right? I mean, like, if it's a wizard that punches you in the face, it's just double that damage. He doesn't really care where the damage comes from. And there's wizards in Magic that do a thing. Obviously not like a kabillion, but, you know, we can, like, find some. Like, obviously, Ironcrag Pyromancer is perfect for this deck, right? Like, this is great. This one's, like, perfect. Obviously, this goes in there, but... either way, we're not going to, like, just pull an EDH Reckless off the shelves and put this together. But I am kind of feeling a Kuja deck if I'm not going to do Terra. Striner, 2/1 lifelink for equipment. You know, this is like whatever, just equipment deck. Combat on your turn, attaching them equipment. That's whatever. Black Waltz is, you know, more wizard stuff. Choco. I'm not going to build a Choco deck, but we will be deck constructing a Choco deck for those who would like to deck construct a Choco deck. We're going to get to the deck construct soon, actually. I'm kind of just, I'm waiting for Jitsu to be free. But we will be making a Choco deck for those who somehow need help making Choco. I don't want to build it. I don't want to play it. But we will, as a group, kind of put it together so it's out there. Excalibur 2. Charge counter on Excalibur 2. Unfortunately, Choco is the boring space of bad type given a cracked commander. Yeah. Yep. Just like, what was it? Hippogriffs? Griffins beforehand? Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, yes, you are correct. You are correct. We're not even gonna, like, read Choco, because there's just no point. Excalibur 2. Whenever you gain life, put a charge counter on Excalibur 2. Put the creature gets +1/+1 for each charge counter on Excalibur 2. I mean, like, yeah, you know, there you go. It's fine. Cool. Freya Crescent. Rat Knight, huh? Flying. Pay red. I mean, like, it's a red drop for equipment. That's kind of cute. Garnet. So, I know, yeah, people were talking about Garnet, Princess of Alexandria, earlier. Green, white, 2/2, human noble cleric with lifelink. Whenever Garnet attacks you, you remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. +1 counter for each lore counter you remove this way. Like, obviously, you could do Garnet sagas, which I think is kind of cool. I think Garnet sagas is totally doable, playable, fine. It's still kind of like probably, well, no, you could probably just not do Enchantress. I managed to not do Enchantress typo with Onyxia. I'm just wondering if it's, no, you can definitely build around. Building around Garnet would actually be kind of fun. Like, it lets you kind of be a little bit more tame with sagas. Sagas are still busted, by the way, just for taking like one lore counter. Because remember, every time you take a lore counter off of a saga, so like say there's a saga that's for example, right, like Awaken the Honor Dead. So for 3 mana, you immediately destroy target non-land permanent, right? Like, you just do. And then next upkeep, you mill 3 cards because you put a saga on this. If your commander attacks, if Garnet attacks and she removes a lore counter, you go back to chapter 1 and trigger the destroy target non-land permanent card again. You do both. You go back and forth. So you get 2 triggers off of it. Like, you can, like, Garnet's really strong. There is a huge amount of things that you can do with Garnet. And the fact that she's green-white, so that kind of, like, limits you, is honestly good for the game, because it's not really that limiting. I'll be honest with you. It's really not that limiting. Especially when we start messing around with, like, the saga, the summons and all that. Like, Elspeth Conquers Death. You get to exile exile target permanent and opponent controls mana value 3 or greater as soon as it comes out. And then next chapter, go to 2, non-creature spells your opponent's cast cost 2 more to cast until your next turn. Swing with Garnet and then bring this back down and exile another thing. It's wild. Like, Garnet's really, really strong. Really, really strong. And then she gets bigger and has lifelink, so she hits harder too. Really, really cool. Yeah, Garnet's hyper good. I might think of her as like a precon style deck in order to kind of introduce people to the wonderful power of sagas. But Terra might also just kind of do that just fine, you know? So it's a little bit of a toss up between Garnet and Terra in terms of just like, hey, here's like how sagas can work and what they can do. Green Brain is just kind of do more Kuja stuff. Whenever she attacks, create a wizard. 2/1 with prowess. Like, I probably don't want to attack that often, but I do get to make a thing. We talked about this guy, the Moogle Merchant. We're doing that one. Prima Vista. Cast a non-creature spell for at least 4 mana. Cast it. Artifact creature. Yeah, that's kind of lame. Alright. Kuja Mage Manufacturer. Oh, Anala. Oh, cool. Great. Yeah, more Anala, please. Alright. Oops. Ho, 10. There's a lot in 10. There is a lot of commanders in 10. But we kind of did an entire breakdown of all of the 10 commanders, like from the precon deck. Like, we literally did a video where we went through all of them. And I feel like there's just like a lot. So I'm actually just gonna go straight for the ones that are in the set, which is actually not a lot. Now that you look at it. Seymour Flux, 4 in the black for a 5/5 spirit avatar at the beginning of upkeep. You may pay 1 life if you do draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on them. That's fine. Like, there's a lot of decks that this guy can go in. I would not make a commander deck out of him. That sounds incredibly boring, but I go off, I guess. Sin, Spear as punishment. I think we're gonna do a deck build on this one. 4 and Sultai for 7/7 Leviathan Avatar. Whenever Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random, then create a tap token that's a copy of that card. If the exile card is a land card, repeat the process. You have opinions on Sin? Which one? Or yeah, tell me your opinions on Sin. This is a pretty interesting one. This is like Sultai as Sultai can get. Like this is as Sultai as all hell. Is that a castle on top of him? That's kind of cool. Is that like, yeah, what are your opinions on Sin? Number Sin enters or attacks, exile permanent from your graveyard at random. So, by the way, like, I guess like the coolest thing you can do, or like what you probably want to do, is make a deck that's full of like a decent amount of things that are non-permanents. Mostly about this deck needs to be built. Most people fuck it up. Sin needs to be so little of the deck if possible to function. I'm talking like 40 lands, 12 non-land permanents, and a shit pile. Yeah, I was just about to say, it's like I actually think that the coolest thing that you want to do with Sin is to do non-land cards. Like, I mean, lands, right? Because, like, unfortunately, it's exile any permanent card from your graveyard at random. You need to not mill lands, right? The smallest non-land permanent in my build is Archmage of Runes. Yeah. You basically want to have, like, really strong, ultra-powerful permanents. Creatures, artifacts, enchantments, whatever they are. Like, really, really strong, really, really powerful. Use spells to probably self-mill yourself, right? Read the last sentence. No, milling lands is great. Oh, right. Sorry. Yes. If it's a land card, repeat the process. Right. So that's actually even more impactful, right? That's ultra impactful. So yeah, 40 lands, definitely a 40 land deck. Like basically your win cons are the permanents that you could get back with Sin. Those are your win cons. And then the rest of the deck is just non-permanent spells that let you mill. So like don't put in the one drop that mills 4 cards. Right? I would say put a landfall deck, then add some delve spells to ditch the graveyard. True. Well, you could. So it depends on how strong you want to do Sin, right? Like, obviously, there's different ways to do it. You could do Landfall. Like, listen, Zimone? Like, Zimone Landfall would be, you know, like, kind of cracked in half. If you wanted to, right? Because, like, this would obviously trigger Landfall a lot. If you wanted to Manifest Dread, you know, put something that you want into the graveyard and then blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, you could do Landfall... Sultai Landfall if you really wanted, and basically all of your permanents are like landfall cards that matter. I would say that's probably like the tame version of Sin, which is just like landfall. And I think that's probably fair. Or doesn't work properly with Sin. Oh, create a taps token that's a copy of it. Create doesn't mean enter, right? If you get 3 lands and Ramping Bailoffs, you get 0 triggers. Oh. No, hold on. If you get 3 lands, then a Ramping... Oh, well, yeah, sure. But if you get, like, a Ramping... Right. If you get a Rampaging Bailoffs and then lands, right? Yeah. You just have to have Bailoff out. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's... Right? As long as create a tapped token that's a... I mean, that's still... No, that's still entering the battlefield. Yeah, no. So you can still do that. The things that you're playing that aren't Sin, right? You will not resolve Sin 2 turns in a row? Come on! If you beg and moan, you can. The thing is, it's also on Sin's enter or attack. So I mean, like, you know, we could beg. We could piss shit and moan until we get our way. It is a tapped token that is something to be of note. It's a lot harder to small bean with an Elder Dragon. It's a Leviathan avatar, which is the exact excuse I'm gonna use. Guys, I'm just a Leviathan avatar. Do not hurt me. I'm just a little guy. I'm just Sin. I'm punishing Spira, not you. But regardless, this is actually one of the... In fact, hold on, because I actually have a list of cards here that I did manage to write down when I was at work. Something on my chair up. Of all the commanders that I want to go over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I got like 24 commanders, which is, you know, kind of too many. But, yes, I think I chose Sin as the Final Fantasy X one, as an interesting build to go over. Yeah, I think Sin's pretty interesting. And I think the focus is going to be, I don't want to do, personally, I don't think I want to do Landfall or like make that the point of the deck. There will be like a Rampaging Baloth in the deck for sure, because like that obviously just works, right? But it's going to be about like, you don't need a small beam when you put 10 more lands in the battlefield. You can cast it twice. True. But yeah, I'm definitely going to do like a, you know, 12, like you said, kind of like 12, non-land permanents that are all like things that really win you the game. You know, like that's what the focus is going to be. Like, let's get some really big beaters in here. Probably not Eldrazi specifically, but you know, Eldrazi level things and Sultai that can really help you just kind of win the game. Is the direction I'm going to take Sin. Of my 12 bombs, 3 are Archmage of Runes, Lord of Nazgul, Shark Typhoon. I'm less focused on landfall, more focused on spells. Okay, I see what you're saying. Because the spells are like, how you mill. I get you. It is interesting that Sin doesn't have any self-mill right off the get-go. That is interesting, you know. Hold on. Does, Taval, the balance scale, whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, no, that, oh, actually, yeah, no, hold on. You exile a permanent from your graveyard, so yeah. Yeah, so Taval and all those Sultai cards will 100% work. Pretty cool. I do appreciate when the commander makes you work rather than doing everything by itself. I agree. I super agree with that. I very much agree with that. And then in terms, Jesus Christ, yeah, literally it's like all from the precon. The Jack's Reluctant Guardian, 4 mana, 4/3 menace. When Jack deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return to the battlefield, transform to its owner's control. And then it's a saga, you know. Braska's Final Eon, 7/7 with menace. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. Each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. Like, this is fine. Like, it's alright, you know, like, whatever. Whatever. It's cool. I'm not, you know, I'm like, I so don't, like, it's whatever. That's not your commander for sure. And then there's Yuna, Hope of Spira. 5 mana, 3/5. During your turn, Yuna and enchantment creatures you control have trample, lifelink, and ward 2. This is gonna go in my Enixia deck, right? Because like enchantment creatures, that's sagas, that's anything you animate. At the beginning of combat, at the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Yeah, like that's cracked. That, like, this is really strong. You can 100% make an entire deck out of just this Yuna. Out of just green white, you know. But I actually wrote down the other deck I want to make is actually Yuna Grand Summoner, because I think that she's like incredibly powerful and worth an upgrade. I think that she's more interesting than Titus, if I'm being honest with you. If Jack takes his path, his death is inevitable. True. Taval needs to be established before you trigger Sin, which is the deal breaker for you. You mean like Taval just needs to be out on the field? Okay. I mean, Taval, like, Sin is like 7 mana, so, I mean, I think it's fine. But, regardless, let's go over to 11. Oh, God, Jesus. Yeah, let's look at 11, I guess. Yeah, so yeah. Oh, sorry, 12 was my disappointment. So yeah, actually I wrote down, because I wrote this list like basically the day the list went live, but I didn't know if if Scryfall updated every card, so I didn't know. I was hoping that there were some things that I missed. Um I assume my non-land permanents enter off Sin. It's at random. Sin is at random, so I don't actually, I think they will eventually, but Sin is at random, which is like kind of a huge, it like I think that's, I think that's kind of, Sin isn't that random. Okay, but it was fine. We're on to 11 now. Yeah, look at my options for 11. You get Absolute Virtue, a 8 mana 8/8 spell can't be countered. You have protection from each of your opponents. Now, U stands for you can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by your opponents. Your creatures can still die. Your creatures still need to swing at your opponents in order to kill them. You yourself just simply like are immune from damage and targeting, right? Like there are ways to die around Absolute Virtue. I don't intend on making a commander deck around Absolute Virtue. I know, the shocker, right? Absolute Virtue is not good, but it will absolutely helm the most annoying deck 100%. Literally the most annoying deck at the party is going to be helmed by Absolute Virtue, and no one's excited to see it. So this is a whatever. And then Shantoto, Tactical Magician. 3 mana 0/4 whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Gets plus XO until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. If X is 4 more, draw a card. This is not a commander that I want, but it is a creature that I want in the Emperor deck, right? So like my blue-red Spellslinger deck will have Shantoto in it. Shantoto. So that leaves me like, if I wanted to make a Final Fantasy 11 commander, I'm literally left with Sid. And to be honest, I don't want to make a Sid deck. I really don't care. Sid is cool. It's like Sidolphus, cool guy. Love that he's in every Final Fantasy game. That's great. I just don't want to build. Yeah, she does. Yes, Shantoto does compete with 4 other commanders. It's basically like, you know, the funny thing you can do with Sid. What can I do with Sid? And yeah, you are correct that Shantoto is fighting for other space. It's basically like, I just want something different. That's all. Shantoto gets plus XO. This is part of my, glowing spell hands. I punch you with the power and toughness of the spells I'm casting, But Sid is hilarious. Beardy, like, what can I do? Like, this is a rhetorical, like, what can I do, Hate that it's amount of mana spent to cast it. Yeah, the entire Final Fantasy set is all about how much mana, how much materia you're actually putting into spells. It's not just the spells cost. It is how much you're actually doing. Which, hey, listen. All right, hey, that's how they want to play. That's how they want you to do the spell. And quite frankly, it's about time Magic made us do that. I think that's like so true. It's about time Magic made us do that. Don't make Sid buff artifacts and heroes. Make Sid become an artifact hero and turn off the legend rules. Swing out with your Sid heroes, all giving each other a collective plus 25/+25. I could do that. Besides the standard Oops All Sid deck with Thrumming Stone, there's lots of other ways to play it. How so? What else? What else you got? I mean, artifact, creature, lord, of course. Hero deck. I mean, I could play every single, not every single. I could play, 2 colors of, the weapons and all that. Since we're in blue, I have 5 different ways to turn everything into a hero. So there's that. I can turn everything into an artifact creature. Yeah. Once Marvel drops, Sid will have more to buff. That's also true. Sid will partner with the Marvel universe in order to, save the world or something. Not wrong. That's actually like a really good point. That's actually a really good point. So many different types and changelings, of course. Ugh, God. Changelings. The future of heroes is strong. The current, really boring. I really like the weapons, okay? I love the weapons. I think that they're, like, my favorite thing in the Final Fantasy set. But, like, right now, like, listen, if it just comes down to, I'd like to make a single commander from every Final Fantasy for every person who's like, this is their favorite Final Fantasy. And God, like, just 11 doesn't have shit. It just doesn't, you know? Sure, weapons are cool, definitely playable with Cid. Yeah. I could also do, and you could also do vehicle typo, right? Like, you know, Cid always with his airships, right? So, like, you know, we could do blue-white airship typo. I could throw 12 different Cids, 16 Cids in my, Shurikai deck. You know, we could just do that. That'd be crazy, right? Shentoto's fine. No, I mean, not really. You know, like, not really. Like, not as a commander. I think that there's just more that you can do. I think Shentoto's great in the 99 of a Spellslinger deck. But, like, come on. So many ways to do it. But none of those are, like, my favorite. Not a single one. Which is okay. This is just not my type of thing. It's just that it looks like Final Fantasy 11 is not my cup of tea. So I'm still scratching my head over the 11 thing. Okay. I mean, Shentoto in the 99 is the card you cut actually have a Spellslinger deck? Correct. Well, you're a hater then. True. But anyway, we're moving past 11. And we're going to my favorite Final Fantasy, because it's the only one I've played. 12. Let's see how happy Kuro Hitsuki is about his favorite Final Fantasy being in Magic the Gathering. Alright. Let's see what options we have. We have Ashe, Princess of Dalmasca. I love saying Dalmasca. It's a funny word. 2 and a white for a 3/2. Legendary creature, Human Rebel Noble. Whenever Ashe attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put them into your hand. The rest at the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. An artifact, Cid, with a great option. Shut up. In artifact, I'm glad it doesn't just straight up say equipment, right? Like, it doesn't just straight up say, like, hey, I'm just another card that goes into an equipment deck. But you know, a lot of cool artificers that are probably going to be overlooked for just playing more Cids, which is a shame. Okay. So, yeah, Princess Ashe, Princess of Dalmasca. You know, alright. Maybe not the vibe. Balthier and Fran. You know what? Let's not just look at Balthier and Fran. Let's look at, like, the art, okay? Like, let's look at the art. Let's look at the art. Alright. Balthier and Fran. 3 mana for a 4/3. Hold on, I can draw on the screen here. Alright, so 3 mana for a 4/3. Okay. Legendary creature, Human Rabbit. Alright, not like the most normal types. That's fine. I have Reach. That's cool. You know, I do have a large bow and a gun. So that's cool. Vehicles you control get +1/+1 and have Vigilance and Reach. Right. My red-green vehicle deck, which I was just clamoring for, as you can tell, obviously. Red-green vehicles, very good, very fun. I like that Ashe is a rebel, so she goes into your red-white rebel deck with 4 Mirrodin equipment. Easy include. I do like that. I am happy about that for you. Nyla teaches us that Reach comes from the gun, not the bow. True. Whenever a vehicle crewed by Balthier and Fran this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay 3. If you do, after this phase, there's an additional combat step. Cool. So, basically, I could do red-green vehicles with an extra combat step. Okay, not really my vibe. If I'm being, you know, just big shocker. Not my vibe. It's not really like a Kuro Hitsuki thing. TBH. I'm not really. Listen, I already have blue-white vehicles, you know? My blue-white vehicles are already. I love Shurikai. I love Shurikai. Just vehicles everywhere. As far as the eye can see. And there's so many to choose from. I love Shurikai. So, you know, like red-green vehicles, just kind of not really my vibe in the slightest. In fact, let me just kind of see what options I have here. Other than like colorless vehicles, so which are always an option. You know, Thunderous Velocipede, the World Wagon, Rocketeer Buggy, okay, yeah. Bellow is cool, not really what I want. Eska's Chariot, yeah. The Titanic. And other things that are just there. I'm not really missing out on a lot, you know? So many colorless vehicles you run in the red-green vehicle deck to the same deck, so boring. Right, exactly. Yeah, same deck, so boring. I agreed. I mean, like, yeah, like, for sure. Like, 100%. You know, like, yeah, I mean, that, like, it is. Like, that do be what it be. You know, I'm just kind of I already have every fun colorless one I want. And red and green just, like, aren't necessarily adding that much more to the party, you know? Thunder's Velocipede is cool. But, like, you know, it's kind of like the most unique thing here. Vehicle Commander, Board Wipes Commander, Shurikai is one of those things. And, hey, listen, I'll be honest. I got Board Wipes. I got vehicles. And I'm okay with showing people what for. But it's like, you know, my only vehicle deck. I also fuck around with the whole, like, discard thing. Because, again, discarding scares me. So, you know, like, I still mess around with stuff as best I can. But, you know, like, I'm okay with that. That's my vehicle deck. This art's so beautiful, though. But, like, damn, it really sucks that they're vehicle typal. Like, it really sucks. Dang it. Okay, well, alright. So, if my main Han Solo and Chewbacca of Balthier and Fran aren't the vibe, what do I got? Let's see. Judge, Magister, Gabranth. Black White 2/2 with Menace. Whenever another creature artifact you control dies, put a +1/+1 encounter on. Okay. So it's definitely not this one.
16 with
hey! Damien 16! Hey! Thank you so much, Damien. I really appreciate that. How's the deck building going? In terms of actually building decks, I haven't gotten anywhere yet. I've just been going through every single one of these and like just kind of like looking at like which ones strike my fancy and basically like covering the decks that we will be going over in the future. But I really do appreciate the raid. Thank you very much, Damien F16. Gotta take your time. Exactly. We gotta plan it out. We gotta plan our route first. But I am just like once we're ready, I'm gonna go to Moxfield and I'm gonna like kind of pre-make like just make the decks really fast and then like one at a time we're gonna go through them. But you know, on Scryfall here we can just say like which Final Fantasy we want to look at. So I've just been looking through all the legendaries and going over with chat like, hey, what actually seems fun. But Damien, thank you very much again. Let me give you a shout out. What were you playing? What were you up to? Codenames. Yo, wait, are you playing Codenames? That game is sick, actually. All right, have a good one. Thank you very much, Damien. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Codenames is dope as hell, by the way. Yo, what is this? So you have an enter destroy up to one target creature. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature down in your opponent's control this turn. Wait, what? Create a treasure if you control 3. Whoa, wait. Yo, this looks sick. Sacrifice another creature artifact, gains control until end of turn, tap it. Oh, never mind. That's like okay. It's like just kind of okay. It's like very just okay. But Raiders, thank you very much for coming on through to the Korotsuki channel. We will be getting into some deck building soon once my my duo partner comes online and we're ready to And we do the thing. Why would they do bag of creature types with Vaughn instead of either use... Yo, okay, yeah. So, like, let's go over to the main character of... okay, no, I lied. Wait. Don't type it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. That was my bad. That was my bad. Don't type it at me. I know. Vaughn is not the main character of 12. It is a rather ensemble cast. Okay, sorry. My bad. He has abs for days, though. Jesus Christ. But the rare, right? Like he's a titular character. You know, he's the one that gets an alternate art and everything here. He's a rare. And if you don't want to do vehicle typal, which I think is pretty fair, all right, like what's Vaughn Street Thief do? Vaughn Street Thief, 2 in a red, 2/2 legendary creature human scout. Whenever one or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. You may cast it, and if you don't, create a treasure token. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control. Right. So, if I could just have your... Hold on. Scout. If I could just look at... set Final Fantasy... If I could, let's just like look at how many scouts are in this. Okay, we got Zidane, who is very famous for being a scout, from what I understand. Okay, yeah, all right, but that's red-white. Prompto. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, create a treasure token. Great. And Leporit Scout. Whenever another creature control enters, this creature gets +1/+1. Okay, cool. So only one other scout that Vaughn can fuck with. Cool. All right. Let's see, pirate. 4, wow, who cares? Oh my god. Did I just spell pirate wrong? No. I didn't. Oh. Huh. I remember reading about Von fucking Prompto in AO3. True. Okay. And what was the last one? Pirate, Scout, and Rogue. Okay. Well, Rogue should have like a billion. No, I know I just spelled Rogue wrong. Hold on. Oh, sorry. R-O. There we go. What? What? The Safari lady gets creature type rogue. Gogo also gets the type. Gets the type? What? You mean like when he does the thing? Hi, Stabby. I am disbelieved. There's gotta be more I'm missing. Is missing the reskin cards too? Wait. Hold on. But... Wait, but I... Hold on. Wait, no. But if I... Wait, no. If I do 12... If I say it is from Final Fantasy 12... Oh, okay, maybe... Okay, so what if I... So FCA? Oh, Ragavan. Cool. And other Vaughn. And, okay. So... What... What's happening? What happened? Why is Vaughn not fun? Why is Vaughn not fun? Crow has borked the search engine. Did I not do it? Like, I did it perfectly fine. I did it perfectly fine. It found all of the cards. And if I did it per set, it would still show reprints. I did it perfectly fine, mind you. Thank you. Do I actually need to put them in? You see this? No. Yeah, I don't need the parentheses. Oh, wait, no. Can I actually just do this? Yeah, look at that. Whoa, something is wrong. Wait a minute, hold on. Something is wrong. What? No, you cannot. Okay, gotcha. You dropped the open parenthesis in the front, yeah. You remove the parentheses. Those are there for a reason. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. Why did this not work? Wait, but hold on. Wait, oh, and this is... Oh, because this is from the commander one. Okay. All right. I don't... So... Oh, also from commander. Okay. Oh, these are all in commander. These are literally all in the commander sets. Okay. So I wasn't wrong with the things that weren't in commander, by the way. All right. Because I didn't type in the commander sets. All right. So I'm still flabbergasted. Hold on, though. 15 makes it... No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Look how many things are from the commander set, though. If I take out FIC, because that's the commander one. No, it doesn't. Like, it doesn't actually make sense. Like, it's actually still fucked up. Like, what? So, yeah. Anyway, back to what I was saying. And even if we did put the commander set in, Vaughn is going into standard with OTJ. It is going into standard with OTJ. This is true. Let me do... I mean, like, yeah, as far as standard's concerned, like, I'm not mad. Hold on, let me do... Oh, so, standard. Let me do is... Or color... Red? I could just use C for color, right? Yeah, that was dumb of me. Identity red. Ugh! Oof. Huh. Wait, no. Oh, no, because they're not counting outlaws. Okay, hold on. But that's kind of interesting, huh? I guess Spell Table doesn't do, or Scryfall doesn't do, Standard is not locked by commander color identity. Is it not? Oh, well, no, I'm not asking. I'm just saying, like, if there's cards, no, I'm lost. Hold on. Did I not type outlaw right? Outlaws is not a type. That's right. Outlaws is not a type. It's a description? Right? How do outlaws work again? Kuro's lost in the sauce. I am lost in the sauce. I'm angry. I want Vaughn to be good. Brother, please. I just want Vaughn to be fun. Okay, fine. I am lost in the sauce. Let's go back to the thing that I'm actually mad about. What deck do I build for the actual final, like the Final Fantasy that I played, the one that I like the most? Outlaw is a keyword with a pilot type. Right. And they didn't want to say outlaw here for some reason. I guess it's like because there's not warlocks in. There's not Warlocks in? Yeah, there's not warlocks in in Final Fantasy. So maybe that's like why. Outlaws, 2 of those 3 types. Yeah, they would have to say outlaws and scouts, and then like in parentheses put what an outlaw is, which would be a lot. No, I don't think that they should have made another keyword if they wanted another like I don't think the keyword. I think keyword should mean something. 99 of Don Andres. When I want to make a commander, I want to make something, and I can't because he suck. They should have done is use the word outlaw and made Vaughn a rogue. Well, yeah. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. I'm just sad. Like, so what I wrote down for 12 is Balthazar and Fran, just to like have something, like just for the, you know, the making something for this game. But just know that I'm sad and I don't like it. If they're gonna make a keyword actually use the damn thing, I agree. Keyword should mean something instead of this card getting a keyword. It just gets extra lines of time. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but whatever. Like, it is what it is. It's also 1 or more scouts. It's like, okay. You know what, Grenzo does? You know what mono red Grenzo does? You know how crazy this card is? Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, choose one. So any creature you hit with 5 creatures, and that's 5 cards exiled from the top of your opponent's deck. You know how like absolutely disgusting this is? Like broken as all hell. And then it's just like, man, bro, what? Like, I'm already limited by like bad things. Let me smash. Let me just hit them all. Like, what do you mean 1 or more? To a player. Come on, bro. Come on. I cost 1 more mana, and I'm still bad. Like, let me just come on. But whatever. Either way, I'm sad. And I guess I'll just build Balthazar and Fran. It's gonna be like one of the most unenjoyable things I ever do. But whatever. At least I make the thing. Anyway. All right. Now on to something that has way more options. Way more options, by the way. Final Fantasy 13, which I did play. I played Final Fantasy 13 up until it became an open world game. So I played Final Hallway 13. And then the moment it became open world, I just like, my heart sank and I just stopped wanting to play. So I just simply stopped playing. Which does not happen to me in games often. I don't not complete games very often, but you know, I just wanted to buy the newest Final Fantasy and play it. I had a PlayStation 3. It was on the PlayStation 3. I'm like, let me do this. It's really pretty. And it just did not connect with me. I hated hearing the word lassie and pulse lassie and getting confused between the difference. I remember that being like something I very specifically hated and got confused between all the time. So, small things. Either way, Hope is busted, by the way. I don't know if anyone's seen this boy. This is busted as hell. I will not be making this as the deck of choice for 13. I think it's I think this deck builds itself. I think, you know, I think it's fair to say that this deck builds itself. I think that this deck builds itself. Is it fair to say that this deck builds itself, chat? I think it builds itself. Lightning is also cracked. Like, too cracked. Hope reads, if you resolve an infinite life gain combo, the game actually ends. Stop burdening your friends with a post-infinite life game, you fucking asshole. I mean, he does read that. He also reads, don't let me have anything or else I'm winning. Don't let me have anything, even something as simple as like a little bit of life gain, because it actually makes you do the thing that like most players like hate doing, which is a different variant of asshole. Quite frankly, it's like it's a new form, which I find interesting that they did. They took like one of the most benign, like new players are scared of like your opponents gaining life. I don't give two fucks, but it's very interesting that they combined one of the most benign, like I'm just a little guy, don't hurt me, I just want to gain life, with, hey, you know how people have just like a visceral hatred for milling? Yeah. 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 It's like, oh, okay, like that's crazy. That's crazy work. Lightning double, yeah. So, I will also not be building lightning, or at least, actually, wait, no, did I write down lightning? Oh, I did write down lightning to do as a simple obligation of, you know, for the love of the game. Um, like this lightning's really gross. I think this lightning is like an automatic tier 4, bracket 4. Like automatically? Or no. I guess like you could, it is based on how you build it, but like damn dude, how do you not, what more do you need to not build this grossly, you know? Like even if you don't give lightning double strike and you just like deal 1 damage. Let me just read lightning. Okay, 3 mana 3/2 with first strike, trample, lifelink. So like first strike, okay, cool. Trample, all right, cool. Lifelink, oh sure, whatever. Stagger, whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or a permanent that player controls, it deals double that damage instead. My Lord Jesus Christ, why? Yep. Lightning double strike next to your opponent's deal for, oh, pain lands are lost life or damage. Either way, yes. Lightning rod for removal. Yeah. No, like this is at least she doesn't have haste, right? Like thank good. I'm honestly a little surprised she doesn't have haste. I'm glad that she doesn't. So at the very least, you can see the writing on the wall and like maybe try to do something about it. It would suck if she had haste. Like it would just kind of make playing against her that much less fun, because it's just like, oh my god, like oh God forbid it's like turn 3 and I don't have a 3 toughness creature out on the table that can like block your trampling first striking ass. Because now it's just like, damn, like I guess I'll just fuck, dude. Like there's a Valgavoth player on the board. There's like a, you know, there's like a burn player over there. Man, like why you gotta do this to me, Lightning? Like Jesus Christ. Lightning's crazy, dude. Crazy. Gearson Sarn players quickly learn. Yeah. Painlands are dead. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is a very strong commander. I'll help people build it. I do not want to play against one. I think that the Final Fantasy set is going to do something to the Commander community in terms of how it views and looks at like single target removal, and also especially Commander removal. I think the concept amount around Commander removal is going to have to change. The social contract of Commander is going to have to change, because these cards are really, really strong. And like you as the opponent of Lightning can't let her hit you through any means necessary. You can't let Lightning hit you, because you are going to get ravaged, if you will. Final Fantasy set is basically what Lord of the Rings was between Modern Reds 2 and 3. I think that the Lord of the Rings deck was I think personally that the Lord of the Rings, okay, and you know what? Jitsu is finally on, so we can actually start doing some stuff. But Valvasa, I think that the Lord of the Rings deck, I think that the Lord of the Rings set changed Magic because of the decks and strategies that were introduced to the game, like by a lot, right? Like the set itself had a lot of commander playability, right? Like a lot. but I don't think that it necessarily pushed the needle per individual card, but more like just the amount of new decks that were added all at once. And I'm kind of okay with that. Like, I'm okay with a lot of decks being put. Now hold on, I'll have an explanation. I'm very fine with the amount of decks that were added to Commander through Lord of the Rings in a lot of ways, right? I was very, very happy with it. Ajitsu. But in terms of like okay, in terms of what I'm seeing here with Lightning, like, this kind of is cracked. Whereas Lord of the Rings had a lot of overpowered push cards, Final Fantasy does not seem nearly as pushed. Really? I think Final Fantasy's push is all hell. I think Final Fantasy is crazy pushed. I think Final Fantasy's off its rocker, dude. I think Final Fantasy's off its rocker. Hold on, let's look at, and I'm just gonna like point out, here's how I feel. I think this is like the most backwards way for me to do this, but I'm doing it. I think I'm doing this wrong. Sorry. Sets more. All right, so One Ring Bowman, like, no, right. Final Fantasy's so cracked. I love it though. No, I'm about it too. Lord of the Rings was a modern set, so yeah, that's also very fair. Lord of the Rings was a modern set. I got you. That OBS Ninja. I'm so ready for this. Hold on. I do have a point to make. Let me just get Jitsu in here. Let me switch over to. Okay. This is the new thing that I was building up, by the way. New overlay just for us. Okay. Yes. I know. You showed me the power of the thing, and now I'm just like all over it. Okay, why is this on my screen now? Hold on, yeah. I gotta fix. Oh, hold on. What? Yeah.
I'm saying, man, some of those pre-con cards are kind of wild though. Like,
I would say. So I'm just trying to fix the camera thing. I have no idea why the chat is actually like so big on the screen. I have no explanation. I have no explanation for this. This is so weird. I actually have no I have nothing. Oh yeah, it's like broken. Okay, it's actually like broken. Let me. Oh, it's like actually just permanently stuck on the screen. That's crazy. Oh, okay. Um, it's the power of Lord of the Rings. Damn it, I spoke too soon. Okay, let me try something really fast. I'm doing so good. Happy Mondays. There we go. Hey, all right, we fixed it by literally turning it off and on again. But now that someone's so beautiful, look at this screen. Look at this. Ah, I did this in the blind chat. I was just like, wait, okay, can I like try this out? And then like, oh, it looks so good. Ooh. Oh, this looks sick. Okay, cool, cool, cool. All right, God, you're so clear. I love your camera. Oh, okay. I gotta change my shirt because I am like literally burning up in this. So let me be right back, chat. Chat, be introduced with feet. Yes. Let me put you on here. Everyone's, yeah. Say hi to Jitsu. No. No audio, but I see you right here. Oh my god, did it do the thing again? Where it shows that Discord's playing? No. Hello? Now say something.
Hello?
Oh my god. It shows Discord right here on the audio mixer, but it's not a source that's on the screen. That's so lame. Anyway, we're here now. We're here now, chat.
Hello, testing.
Hello. There
chat?
we go. Okay, we're here. All right. I have to change my shirt because I'm burning up, but I will be right back. Everyone,
hey,
please.
It's getting hot. It's getting hot.
It's
We're
getting
talking
hot in here.
Hard.
Oh my gosh. Look at this. I fucking love this screen so much. You have no idea. Oh my god. We look so good. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'll introduce myself, and then I got a small question for chat, of course. Hi everybody. From Kiro Stream. My name's Jitsu. Just a partnered streamer on Twitch, but big Magic the Gathering fan. Been playing since 08. Mostly played Modern for a while, but now I just strictly play Commander. Pods, I try to build my decks within like a 3 to 4 bracket, but I play with the intention of a 4. But a question for you guys: what is your favorite one converted mana cost spell? Favorite converted mana cost 1 spell? Is it Dark Ritual? Are we Dark Ritual lovers here? Brain Freeze. Okay, classic. Do you have a favorite art version of Brain Freeze? I would say the Strixhaven Mystical Archive one is really dope. Fuck Dark Ritual. Gataxian Probe. I mean, that's 2 Phyrexian, or that's 2 life or Phyrexian mana. Okay. Gut Shot. Any Gut Shot enjoyers out there? Brain Freeze is... No, Brain Freeze is 1 mana. 1 mana. Yeah, 1 mana instant speed. Crazy. Personally, for me, I would say my all-time favorite 1 converted mana cost spell would be... Dark... would be... Faithless Looting. Faithless Looting, not Dark Ritual. Any Faithless Looting enjoyers out there? Oh no, Brain Freeze is 2 mana. I'm thinking Brainstorm. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Right? Are we on the same page? Did we just dunder? Did we just oof it up? Yeah, Brainstorm is the one converted mana cost. But Faithless Looting is definitely OG up there. A new one converted mana cost drop I've been enjoying is Unearth. But I love Graveyard Shenanigans. And be like Unearth is just so good. Flame Jab. I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't want to say the removal, but I guess like Path to Exile, or you could say Swords to Plowshare. Blech. Blech.
Okay. So sorry, but now I'm here.
Hey, welcome back.
Okay.
Kuro,
Yes.
what is your favorite one converted mana cost spell?
My
That's a
favorite-
tough one.
One CMC spell.
I shared Faithless Looting. That's
Oh.
a personal favorite of
Yeah,
mine.
I stopped playing Modern when they banned that.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
like I used to just strictly play Modern, and then yeah, Faithless Looting ban changed me.
Yeah, it did. That like, and I worked at like a card store at the time. I had just stopped working at the card store at the time, so it was like the first time I was like truly just like subject to like a ban, and it's just like, damn, there's nothing I can do about this, and it's like, wow, this fucking sucks. And I had Dredge and Phoenix.
Okay.
Both of those hit by Faithless, and it's just like, wow, this actually. So I just don't want to play anymore, and I stopped playing at stores like ever since then.
I did Goryo Vengeance Gristlebrand.
Ooh, you know what? Oh wait, Goryo's is just a black, isn't it? No, that's not a black. Right?
It's one in black, and
Okay.
then what you do is you reanimate Gristlebrand, and you just like draw 14 cards.
My second modern deck. 'Cause the first I did modern vampires. My second modern deck was Goryo's Vengeance, Narset, and Enlightened Master.
Oh, that sounds gross.
It was awful. It was so bad, but I loved it. I loved every second of it. I won like literally one game. Six and Veil's really good. Oh, quick. Yeah, I don't know what my favorite one drop is. I'm gonna say a solid. Honestly, probably just Lightning Strike. I know that's like, or Lightning Bolt. Sorry.
Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like you
Yeah.
got Mystic Remora. That's a classic one drop.
Yeah, for how much pain and suffering it brings to the Magic community, I'm good. I'm so good.
Well, I saw Esper Sentinel. You know, I was like, okay.
Ooh, yeah, for
Burgeoning?
how much arguing.
Who wants to play Burgeoning? What? That's another good one drop.
I use that in a lot of my decks. Come to think of it, yeah, I think a good solid Lightning Bolt because of how little people play it versus all the other cards that you just mentioned. But if they did, they would notice that like their win percentage just goes up by like a solid amount because they were able to just go like, damn, that Esper Sentinel right there is about to draw this man 5 cards throughout this game. What if I just stop this now? Eh?
What if you just
this?
offspring your Esper Sentinel? Oh, that did happen.
Ooh, that's
that did happen.
That's crazy.
That's kind of crazy. We mentioned that.
It's so crazy. Crazy that you would bring that up. Anyway, alrighty. I'll put my food over here. Alrighty, so, Jitsu, we were just going through all of these things. Whoop. Let me bring this screen up for us. Scene and
Ooh, you know what's crazy? There is that new. Speaking of one drop,
Uh-huh.
from the Final Fantasy standard set, that 1 mana counter spell, and it counters triggered and activated abilities. You just have to pay like 2 additional mana or sack a legendary creature. I think that card's that might be a new staple for like Yuriko CDH decks.
Which one is it?
It's 1 mana. Let me pull it up.
Oh my god. OBS has fucking shit the bed right now. OBS has for whatever reason OBS triggers Steam
Uh-huh.
and Discord, so now like Discord and Steam keep showing up like in the corners of every goddamn window.
I actually hate that.
As if that's like literally what anyone would ever want. It's triggering. Like I hate this. So sorry that this is taking so
No,
long.
you're good. This is we're working out the kinks.
There we go.
That way, next time you won't have this issue.
Exactly.
Luiso's Sacrifice.
Luiso's
send you the-
Sacrifice.
Yeah, it's good luck on spelling the name.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I don't doubt you. I think you actually got it.
Luiso's Sacrifice. Oh, is it as phonetic as that?
Oh, yeah.
Luiso's Sacrifice. All right, perfect.
Oh yeah.
Let me just put this away. Boop. All right, that's perfect. There we go. We're doing things on the fly, chat. You know how I am.
It's
All right.
cooking.
We're cooking. I'll zoom this in a bit though, so we can talk about things better. Sacrifice.
Oh yeah.
Luiso. Was I right? No.
Louisoix.
Oh,
Yeah,
French
yeah,
as hell. Of course, it's from 14. Yeah, okay. I should have. Yeah. As a sacrifice a legendary creature or pay 2, kind of target activated. Okay. That's actually pretty fair.
I think it's kind of a banger, especially like CDH decks like Yuriko. This is gross.
Yeah, and being able to just like, I mean, it's very similar to Pact of Negation in a way, right? Like,
Yeah,
it just in a way where it's just like, I just need to protect this combo, or at the very least stop you from winning right here, right now. So I'll sacrifice
Triggered ability or activated ability is crazy.
Yeah, that's really cool. I honestly wish it was just straight up sacrifice a legendary creature and not pay 2, but 3 mana is like fine as well.
Yeah.
And you know what? And it can't be reduced. Oh no, it's an additional cost. Yeah, it can be reduced. Yeah. 2 for 1 yourself to avoid playing Stifle. Men will literally do anything.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
So yeah, what were you talking about today, Kiro?
All right, so we are talking about commanders from Final Fantasy. You know, I want my goal, my epic goal, is to build 1 commander per Final Fantasy. Not all tonight, mind you, just in general. Okay.
Okay.
And I have a list here of ones from each Final Fantasy that I would like to do.
Okay.
Now, some of these, especially the later I got into it, I started like choosing 2 because I'm like, just in general, I should make this like for the sake of content.
Yeah. Options.
So yeah, options, and like the goal of this, by and large, it's not just to. Here's the most powerful things you could do with VV Orniter, and then just give you like every fucking game changer, right? Chad already knows that's not the content I like making, and that's just that ain't what we're about. But I do want to give basically people who are getting into Commander, I want to give them the option of like, hey, you know, these cards are cool. I would like to build a Lightning deck because Lightning's my favorite character. How can I do that? And then the goal is that, you know, to kind of help them get into that sort of thing, right? So I'm
Yeah.
saying like bracket 3.
Okay, I love that. And keeping it on theme, or finding unique cards that would pair really well with the deck. I like that. Doesn't
Right.
always have to be a game changer. And
Exactly.
especially if you're new to Commander or new to Magic, maybe you just want to stay on theme. Like
100%.
maybe you just don't have a budget to get all these game changer cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I see. I
Yeah.
think you're cooking. And
I think we're cooking.
then would you include like these are game changers you could add if you wanted
Yeah,
to?
it's a mention. You know, it's a solitary mention of just like, hey, by the way, like, hey, yeah. It'll be like, hey, this is a game changer, but we're only talking about it because specifically, this one like rocks, like for sure, right? Like for
Yeah.
example, in my in my Alenda and Azor deck, I
Hmm.
have Ristic Study because specifically
It makes sense for
it's
this deck.
saying, yeah, like at the end of any turn of each end step, I pay for life, make vampires for how many cards I've drawn that turn. Ristic Study is a game changer that is meant for this deck, but it doesn't have to be like, you know, it's not just in here because it's blue good. It's in here
Yeah.
because like, hey, the point of this deck is to like always be triggering Ristic Study.
Always
So
be drawing cards
always
on
be,
someone else's
yes,
turn.
dude,
Each end step,
yes,
right?
you
I get
get
it. I
it.
get it.
Yeah. So that's how I build decks, and I hope, you know, hopefully that vibes with you as well.
Same
Um,
same flavor. I love that.
hell yeah. All right, so very quickly, just to go through the choices of the decks that I would like to go over, because over in wonderful handy dandy Scryfall land, we can just type in is Final Fantasy 1 and Legendary, and it just pulls up all the Final Fantasy 1 cards that
Like
are legendary.
legendaries that we can build. That's
Yes,
nice.
yeah, it's pretty cool. I saw that update on like Twitter, and I'm like, oh yeah, this
That's
is
so
it here.
smart. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right. Just had to go live here.
I
All
am
right.
curious what you chose between these three. And I'm
Yeah.
assuming the further we get into the other Final Fantasy games, you definitely have a lot more choices, right?
Yeah,
And
that's
then the
like the goal at the very
pre-con
least.
legendary creatures also kind of help out too.
So
Okay.
yeah, if for I did just go through the sets themselves in
Yeah.
terms of like this kind of like list.
Hmm.
Um, but there are definitely like a lot of cards from their pre-cons that kind of would make like more interesting commanders than the rest of them. But for like Final Fantasy 1, it's just Garland, right? Like there's not like
Yeah.
another
It's
option.
just Garland.
Yeah.
And it's a damn cool
And
card
it's a
though. I
damn
mean,
cool card. A 2-mana commander.
dude.
Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, surveil one, sure, whatever. Pay, what, 7 mana? Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed? Like, hello?
I love that.
And then when
You
KSI puts at
know,
the bottom of his own, fucking Christ, this sucks ass. Jesus.
a 5/5 flyer though,
A 5/5 flyer, though.
from the
Uh,
graveyard.
yeah, how about we just always just cast this from the command zone? Because this is awful.
I don't want it to come
I
back.
mean,
I
like,
don't.
I guess you can pay 7 mana to bring it back as a 5/5 commander, and then when it dies, it comes back as a 2 mana, a 3/2 for 4, I
Uh,
guess, or
the first thing
something.
I think of though is Dragon Rage Channeler built into the command zone, which is
True.
yeah, which I love. I love that.
Yeah, like, listen, we get a little something for us. We get a little something for us. So I'm going to save that. Commanders, there we go. FF1. Perfect. All right, so that's Garland. for Final Fantasy 1. Whoop-de-do. For 2, we have a couple options technically, but I'm feeling, in terms of like something that's kind of exciting that we can like really build its own unique deck around, I'm feeling Emperor of Palamacia.
Ooh, okay.
Yep. Mana Dork Commander. Cast spells, mana do stuff, counters on it, blah, blah, blah. And then you get to transform it. And then what? We get a guy that, when he attacks, deals X damage to each opponent where X is the number of non-creature or non-land cards in your graveyard. That is a commander in a nutshell, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's everything you want. And you get the Lord Master of Hell.
Exactly, dude.
That's
Let's go.
Is there a showcase version of this card? This is an uncommon, by the way. So,
it is an uncommon,
like,
so yeah.
If you want to go popper route, I mean, that's the one exciting thing about Final Fantasy, that there's so many uncommon legendaries that I love.
So we get this option, discussing Pauper Commander. True. Honestly, in the Spellsinger deck, this kind of card selection is just good. Not spend your commander slot on good. Nah, it's fine. I love him. He's just cute. He's just cute. And there's a bunch of other Final Fantasy, like pretty much every other blue-red Final Fantasy creature can go in this deck, right? Like, it doesn't have to be Vivi, but sure, fuck it. Vivi can go in here, like, whatever. Next up, for Final Fantasy 3.
Oh, yeah.
For Final Fantasy 3, we have very few options. We actually have fucking dog shit options, actually. And you know what? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna let you choose which one we do. We literally have the option of Cloud of Darkness. I don't know if that tickles your pickle at all.
Dude, it's just got one ETB thing. The particle beam. I don't know about that, dude.
Yeah.
What's the one on the very bottom? Scroll down.
The one on the very bottom, Zandi, Dark Mage. Wow. Let's go. Let's go.
Zandi Voltron.
Yeah. Hey.
You just. It has to be a non-creature, non-land.
Yes, it has to be a non-creature, non-land. And also, just got a big old spicy raid from Astral Flame. Hello! Astral Flame, thank you very much for the big old spicy raid for 38 beautiful, wonderful people. Thank you so very much, my friend. We're going over some Magic the Gathering not precons, but like our own precons, if you will. Like our own Kurohitsuki Jitsu precon build for all of you wonderful faces out there. I guess, or something. We're building Zandi. we're building Zandi Dark Mage.
Are we? Is it just self mill and then you just like beat
self mill beat face? Yeah. It is. That's what we got, and that's what we're here for. So Zandi Dark Mage, because there's just literally not other options. Like, I mean, listen, Cloud of Darkness, she's right there.
Yeah, Sid.
She gets okay. Now
but
you
Sid's
think
in
that
every...
okay, right? Sid's in every one of them, and if you think that we're on slim pickings now, wait for the deck for the Final Fantasy where we did choose Sid. Okay. All right, Final Fantasy 4. Now this one has a lot of options. Okay.
Yeah.
I went with Cecil. And it was also requested in the community just in general. I think Cecil has just like the most amount to do.
Yeah. Choose your rival. Oh
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like Cecil, Dark Mage, 1 mana commander, do some deal damage, lose life, wacky stuff, right? Death Touch, and then eventually flips over Lifelink, and every attacking creature's game's indestructible until end of turn. So then you can board wipe and just keep on going, you know? There's something that you can do. But I think it's just the more interesting, just like black-white sort of thing that you can do with every other black-white legendary in the set, right?
Are you telling me we're gonna put Death Shadow in the deck?
Oh, for sure.
We're gonna be that low.
Yo, we're going low. We're living on the edge, and we're gonna teach new Magic players to live on the edge with us. Okay. Next, we like Giat. Giat is how I'm gonna call him. King of the Dwarves. It is an equipment card. Every green, red, and white card that says equipment, it just goes into the cloud deck. So there's nothing to look at. It's just that. We
Yeah,
have
pretty straightforward.
Globez, Crystal Collector. Whenever an artifact you control enters Surveil 1, which you can do some wacky stuff there. And then at the beginning of your end step, you control 4 more artifacts. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If you control 8 or more artifacts, each opponent loses life equal to that card's power. You could. I'm asleep, but you could.
It's just what Demir artifact good stuff. You just-
Demir artifact good stuff where you self-mill yourself.
Yeah. Give me something new. Give me something new.
Yeah. And then like Kane and Rosa, like these are supporting cast members, I feel, for Cecil, which, you know, is like, that's fair, that's reasonable. Right,
Rydia bringing back summons is kind of cool.
That is true. It's just no, that's just it. Yeah, no, that's true. She can bring back summons. She is limited by her colors though. Whereas there is technically a commander that is not limited by any colors that could also be Saga
Right.
type. And honestly, I don't want to fuck around with red green landfall. I don't want that math, dude. I don't. Not only is it red green landfall, but it's red green landfall discard draw, which is another layer of Magic that does not deserve to be delved into, in my personal opinion.
I think that's fair.
I think that's just unnecessary. And then Tella Great Sage. This funky art is the only reason, which is, hey, this is all the reason I need. But imagine,
Ooh, that's pretty hype.
right? But we could just put this in Telemacia, the Emperor. Yeah.
This fits in Telemacia.
Yeah.
I mean, the theme is we want to be spending big mana, right? Putting counters on her. Okay. You're cooking. I see.
We're cooking. So yeah, we're having a good time with him. He's really cool. And then, damn, this art's fucking sick. Giant Abalis Thraxos of, damn, dude, that's hot. Oh, and Cecil Timna the Weaver, bro. Yeah, that's sick.
Crazy.
That's sick as fuck. Okay, yeah, that's dope as all hell. All right, so yeah, so those are the options there. I think we're going Cecil, Dark Knight. Next up. Oh wait, I need to go grab Cecil. 4. Then the backside. FF4 2. Hey, thank you very much for the follow, Absolute Nightmare. Solid card. This is a real solid card. All right, FF5. All right. Barton Boko. Clearly, this just goes in the Chocobo deck, right? You know, it's just
Chocobo.
X Death. Now, this is at least interesting, right? 3 mana, 3/3, ETB, gain 3 life, sure, whatever the fuck. 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform, and then you get a commander that's X equals the amount of permanent cards in your graveyard. That's not bad.
And the art is so cool.
And the art's sick as fuck, you know? Like, that's not bad. If there wasn't a strictly better, objectively, yeah, this is the commander that we're building for Final Fantasy V. And that's fucking Gilgamesh.
You gotta go with Gilgamesh.
We gotta go with Gilgamesh.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just kind of cracked out of his mind. Yeah, 6 mana, equipment typal. At least it's mono red, as if that literally means anything. But yeah. Let's see how big we can go.
Tribal, maybe?
We could try to mess around with some mono red samurai, because samurai are well known for being mono.
You got Brothers Yamazaki, dude.
True. We do have the Brothers Yamazaki. That's so true. They're not warriors or anything, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, so that's our options there. I do also like that Gilgamesh is Gilgamesh, and then there's also Gilgamesh the Godo. And it's like, yeah.
That Godo was so sick, yeah.
Yeah. All right, now we get to Final Fantasy VI, which is the first one of its own precons. And there's a lot of options. But in terms of kind of like not looking at the precon, We have Edgar, King of Figaro, but this is like, he's definitely in the 99 of coin flippy decks for sure.
Yep.
The answer is Cloud Strife, of course. Yeah, I mean, of course. So not quite solo. I don't want to see this card on the battlefield. I don't want to deal with this card. I think this card is killing the fight.
Go-Go's a problem.
Go-Go's an absolute problem.
Who's that commander that came from Mono Blue commander that came from Kaldheim?
Oh,
That
yeah,
funky guy.
the Mono Blue guy.
Orvar.
Oh,
yeah. It's just Orvar to me right here. Like, what are you gonna do to break this card?
Yeah, Edgar's more for artifact decks and coin flip decks. You are correct. However, put him in the coin flip deck and you'll have way more fun. But yeah, I don't want to see this man at any table. If I sit down and someone pulls out a Go-Go deck, I'm like, all right, we're in bracket 4 mode. And I'm gonna
it's Mono Blue Go-Go, bro.
Yeah, dude, fuck no, bro. It's gonna be awful. So yeah, there is Kefka Court Mage, and this was one that was asked for by the community to build, and I think it's fair. I think a lot of people are going to be trying to build Kefka, and I think it's fair enough to kind of put our own little stamp on him.
Yeah, I love Kefka. I'm a big Final Fantasy VI fan, so I think Kefka is a really cool build. The transformation side is just insane too.
Yeah, and it's not like the most like you have to set up your board state to make this the most broken thing. But I do like that, like, you know, if the team gets together, if the squad gets together to stop Kefka from, like, winning, you can make Kefka flip and just, like, not be able to just, like, infinitely win right then and there, which is nice. I think that's, like, a positive for Kefka. And this is actually the first time I put multiple here. So, we have this, which is awful. Now, I wasn't necessarily going for precon commanders, but I don't even think that this precon commander fits in this precon in general. I think it's, you know, I think in general we can teach new players Moogle typal, you know?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
You get the cute Moogle tokens.
Yeah. We can.
Excited. It has a group hug aspect to it.
It does have a group hug aspect, though. And there are definitely going to be people currently building a deck and he's in it. Orvar. Oh yeah. Oh, what? Moogle man or the Mono Blue guy?
Go.
Oh, that's disgusting. But yeah, I think that like there's going to be enough people who are just like, I would like to build a Moogle deck. Moogles would easily coordinate group cosplays too. 100%. And I think that we can help people learn some Moogle-isms. But there's also Saga typal.
Yeah.
With Terra Magical Adept.
Yeah.
Which is the original extra one I put down here. And man, like 3 mana 4/2, yeah, mill 5 on ETB. Pay 6 and tap, return to Battlefield Transformed, and then chapters 1, 2, and 3, make a copy of an enchantment. So, like, make another saga. Put as many lore counters you want on it, and then you better swing with it because it's going to go away. And because of the mana value on the back, means that this is a 5-color identity deck. So, we get to do 5-color summons.
Yeah, 6/6 flyer. No doubt, too.
Yeah, and you know what? It doesn't hurt that your commander is a summon that beats ass and face. Which I think is just, honestly, a little hilarious when you think about it. Or if you don't think about it. But yeah, so Terra, Magical Adept, I think that we can also do a little bit of a, hey, guys, you probably want to do Summon type. I think it'll be more Summon typal than necessarily Sagas, but, you know. But we get to use every summon. Yeah. Hey, West Coast Bro, how you doing, bud? Okay, and that's all I had for 6, you know, of the many options there were. Let's go over to 7, which is another game with a billion kajillion options. Fuck, dude. What did I even write down?
I mean, you got the Cloud and Sephiroth, right?
Yeah.
Mono white artifacts or mono black aristocrats, like you just.
I think.
Sephiroth is just so gross.
Sephiroth. So like, let's look at all the Sephiroth options we have. Sephiroth's fabled soldier, really cool. right? Like there is definitely a deck that you can build around this, and people are going to want to build around this Sephiroth pretty fairly. Like I ain't even mad about it, quite frankly.
It's so gross.
Yeah, super gross. 3 mana, 3/3, enters, attacks, sacrificing the creature, blah 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 blah. Triggers on when your creatures die, and then 4 times ability resolve in the same turn. Sephiroth, one-winged angel. Insert joke here about how difficult that is to fly with. But like, I think that people are definitely gonna want to build this deck. It's gonna be probably one of the few monocolored decks that are gonna be like built in this this whole set, and it's gonna be pretty popular and really strong. But it doesn't have to be the most.
The emblem is just hard to. You can't remove an emblem.
Correct.
People were already sharing like you Flare of Malice when you play Sephiroth already.
Yeah.
It's already easy 4 creatures out of nowhere. It's kind of gross.
We can do some really gross things on here. So I'm thinking that like this will be one of the kind of like like a tier 4 deck. Like we kind of go in warning that this is like tier 4. So don't think that you're gonna sit down casually with your friends and be like, "Hey, this is my Sephiroth deck."
Just Sephiroth as a card alone is just such a like upper bracket type of commander, because the kit already just includes so much.
Right.
Yeah.
But we'll keep it bracket 4 and make it not bracket 5. So we don't necessarily need to win on turn 3.
Yeah,
but we can at the very least put ourselves forward and see what happens from there. The other one I had was Sephiroth Fallen Hero, which is another request from the community. 5 mana 7/5. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may put a cell counter on target creature until end of turn. Each modified creature you control has base power 7/5. And then you can also sacrifice a modified creature, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I mean, I think this will be like pretty fine,
The first thing I think of is like, what if you just do like a modular?
Right, like don't even
modular creatures or something. Robots. So they come in with base toughness 7/5
on top of the +1/+1 encounter they have.
Yeah,
that made them modular in the first place. Yeah. Fuck it, right? Like we could just do that. And I think it'll be a pretty straightforward deck. I think it'll be one of the easier ones for us to kind of build, and it's also a request from the community, so we're gonna help them build. I think modular is probably the easiest way to go. I don't know how can we tie that into like the lore and theme of Sephiroth. It's like, Sephiroth loves dogs, so here's an Arcbound Ravager.
Robot soldiers.
Yeah. Which feeds into the lore, you see.
Yeah, something about soldiers.
Something about soldiers. But honestly, there's like so many in 7. If there is one that you would also like to go over in 7, like what any of these 7 creatures kind of tickle the fancy here?
Just keep scrolling up. Let's see. Mono green Tifa landfall, but I mean it's just gonna be every generic landfall deck.
Really. I mean, and the deck literally writes itself. Like it literally writes itself.
It's so good though.
It's so good. And our deck tech would be objectively no different from any other deck tech, because it's very straightforward, guys. Play lands, put like 1 equipment on her, and then play lands and just like do some goofy thing. Tifa doesn't last long enough to want to be every green landfall deck. No, we're not saying that it is every green landfall deck, but we are saying that every Tifa deck is the exact same deck, which is a little bit of landfall, some equipment here and there,
snakeskin veil,
and just kind of smack in. Like I know that I don't have anything new to say about her.
Yeah, nothing different to stand out. I think talking about Sephiroth from the precon would be cool, like the red-white Sephiroth.
Yeah.
And then like just constantly having the ability to avoid command attacks is really sick too.
I super agree with that. Yeah, being able to just pay 3, sacrifice something, your commander comes back. There's probably some like goofy stuff that we can do with that. And then, like, there's other Tifa here, but she's pretty self-explainable. This Vincent one is kind of... Both of these Vincents are crazy. Like, what the fuck is this? Why is he so big?
He has 3 different transformations, I think, right? And what's the backside to this? It's like a huge creature. Or a 3/2.
Trample lifelink. When it dies, return it to the battlefield tapped.
So you're constantly adding counters onto Vincent?
These Vincents are so geared to bring in new folks who wouldn't want to pick up and make an easy landfall deck with an iconic character like Tifa teaching others. Okay, you know what? Knight Johnson does make a good point, right? Also, these fucking... My college was called UB, like University of Buffalo, so I'm every time. These University Beyond Center are also geared to bringing in new folks, so who wouldn't want to pick up an easy to make landfall deck with an iconic character like Tifa to teach others? So, teaching others with mono green Tifa.
I think so. Here, my take is, it is really, that is such a good take. I just feel like if you're introducing a new player, I just think it's just such a linear play style, and I think like if it's a beginner, I can understand it, but it's just so linear, and there's like there's just so much more exciting to build around.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, getting with beginners. Yeah. Like I think especially because there is a pre-con Tifa. You know what I'm saying? Like because there is a pre-con Tifa that's more one, like everyone's gonna get a pre-con, multiple colors, and her ability of just like, hey guys, like, hey, let's fuck around. Make sure that I have goobers with 7 power, and we can try to hit people. And did you know that you can get anywhere between 1 to 6 extra combats? Like, isn't that crazy? Whoa! Like, we can... I think that there's more of a room to dance around with this Tifa than necessarily mono green.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Because with this route, you have 2 other colors you could play with. You could go the 1/1 counter route, or you could stay with the theme of the pre-con with equipment.
Right.
Or just the goal is just the number 7, right? What was the other Vincent? You said the first one was cool.
Yeah, so Vincent Vengeful Atoner, 2 in a red, 3/3, Menache. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on Vincent. And then Chaos. Whenever Vincent deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each opponent if Vincent's power is 7 or greater.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
You just pair this with like a little mini Ketis. It's just doing so much extra damage.
Bro, yes!
With a little Ketis.
Yes, that'd be really strong, actually.
I'd hate that.
That would be really strong. He does go directly into the the 7 deck with Tifa. Like, it is another 7 because it is from the precon, so it's another guy like begging for 7 power. So we can definitely he would go directly into this 7 matters thing if we wanted to do a 7 matters Tifa dot deck, which I think would be kind of cool because you get the whole
what were
party
you
there.
thinking about for Commander Final Fantasy 7 route? What were you thinking?
I was thinking I did look at the Sephirai, if you will. Listen, anything basically my favorite card here is Conformer's Shuriken. Just in general, because I think this card's insane.
That card's gonna be nuts.
This card's insane. This card doesn't make any sense.
It's such a cheap equipment too.
Yeah, bro, it's so crazy. I would personally like to do, as weird as this may sound, I would like to do Cloud, but focus on triggering this part. Get the gang together, get equipment into their hands, and hit that 7 ability.
I agree with that. There's a lot of equipment that come equipped with creatures, like living
Mm-hmm.
weapon or rebel
Mm-hmm.
cards, so that
Yes.
like if you're trying to draw as many cards for having equipped creatures, like that could be a route too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. That's what I was feeling. But and also just like the rest of the precon just fits right into there. I do think that the 7 gang with Tifa is, you know, just more interesting at the end of the day, but there's gonna be so many options. We could just end up just doing both eventually. It's definitely not the rush, that's for sure. we're
Yeah.
we're not rushing to do either of these, but we'll look at these two. Alrighty. And FF 7 number 5. Alrighty. Next, fucking Final Fantasy 8. Use Wolfgar to do double that. Yeah. All right, so 8 is an interesting one. There's like not too many options.
We have Squall, right?
We have Squall, right? So like Squall, 2 mana, black, white. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. So like a samurai type of thing. Whenever a Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent mana value 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. You know, like it's probably leading you to a Voltron-y sort of thing. That's like fine.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, double strike, so you could bring 2 permanents back.
Right. Probably 2
equipment or like fetch land. It still has to be a permanent, so it could be like
fetch lands work too.
fetch land or something like that.
Yeah.
It just doesn't sell to me though. You know, like I'm not excited about them.
I feel that.
I think that's just how I feel with like Final Fantasy VIII. Is there much love for this game?
They have the same equipment support in the set. Most was great. Would you say that again?
There's just that I just don't really know too much about Final Fantasy VIII.
I don't either at all. Chat gave me a lot.
I do like Renoa though.
My heart, don't you dare. No, there's so much love for every mainline Final Fantasy except for 12. Don't lie to me. Yeah, Renoa's cool. Renoa Heartily. I don't know. His name's funny. Renoa Heartily, 5 mana 4/4. When she enters, make a doggo. And then whenever she attacks, another target creature control gets +1/+1 for each creature you control. Now, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's very budget friendly, I feel like, you know?
Like, yeah, like you could do dog type.
Well, you're playing green white, so like you could do you could convoke. Convoke is a big mechanic with green white.
Right.
Making a bunch of tokens, I guess.
Yeah. What did I write down for this set? Oh, right. Yeah. Like going wide is doable, right? Chat, is Renoa Heartily like really popular? Like, is she a very? Don't you hurt me either. I'm sorry, Nate Johnson. I'm sorry. Is she a really popular character? Like,
is Angelo more important? Where's Angelo at in the story?
Beauregard mentors 2 mana. Damn, that's hot. That's so true. Oh my gosh. She's okay. Like at least she's like a beloved character. Maybe there's like a you know, you love this person. Who's Sefer Al Messi? That's a name. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone against double. Oh, okay, more attack alone.
Back to this, yeah.
Is this like a super loner fucking Final Fantasy? Why is everyone alone? Except for her. Whenever Sefer Al Messi attacks combat damage to a player, you may cast instant sorcery mana value 3 from grave without paying. Ooh, wait, hold on.
Oh, Squall, but without permanence.
Right.
And only mono red.
Is this just like what Gunblades do? It's just like, I have a Gunblade, I attack alone, but when I hit, I smash? Like, is that a thing? Wait. She shoots her... Wait, hold on. Renoa's arguably the main character.
You gotta YouTube this.
Wait a minute.
I want to see Angelo shoot out of a gun.
She literally launches Angelo from her arm like a rocket into the enemies for one of her limit breaks. Wait a minute, dude. Hold on.
Yeah, that's a YouTube search right there.
Best gaming dance scene in the game ever. Wholesome golden retriever Renoa to Black Cat Squall. Wait a minute. That's
Could you do a Fling Your Angelo budget deck build for Final Fantasy VIII? Is there any way of flinging in green and white?
is there a fling in green? Hold on. I gotta see. I didn't make my point about Final Fantasy and Lord of the Rings, whatever. I just gotta see. Like, we're not copying a build. I just want to see like if people have even put this together. Because that sounds hilarious. Does the dog have trample?
I don't think so. I think when you attack too, it just gets +1/+1 without trample.
Okay. Come on, where are you, Renault? Damn, she is. All right, 30 to 28 decks. Is there just like a fling? Damn it! It really is just like Celestia go wide. We are not beating the allegations. Damn. I'm falling asleep just looking at this list. Oh my god. This is so boring. This is awful.
What am I gonna see Adeline? Am I gonna see?
Oh no, we already passed by Adeline and the highest synergy cards. Look. Where's she at? Oh, maybe not high synergy. Hold on. Oh,
Grand
shit.
Crescendo, yeah, the convoke
spell.
creatures.
Yeah. Like this is not like we can still help people make this deck. Don't get me wrong. It's just like all right, we're not like doing something new.
I just fling my dog at somebody.
Yeah,
no, I can't.
We're gonna fling dogs. It'll be fun. We'll give trample. We give trample with Thunderfoot Bane. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah. Okay, we're doing this deck. We're doing her for sure. She's sick.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. FF. What was this? 8. All right, we can do a Renoa deck. What did I write down? I had. Oh yeah, I had Squall, and I think that's the wrong choice. That's boring. Now. I listen. I don't know who this bad bitch is.
Oh, she's bad.
What's
her transformation? What's her backside? Yeah.
This is the one I'm feeling.
One, yeah?
I think this one's crazy. Enter attack surveil 2. Beginning of your end step, you can pay 8. Exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, flip her. When this creature transforms, take an extra turn after this one. Bro, we gotta do it.
This is an uncommon.
This is an uncommon. Well, it's because the cost is flip for 8.
I do want to take an extra turn.
Better with fight spells, but it turns into a Michael Vick deck. Okay, so we're definitely not going to do that. Specifically for the things that you said. She's a secondary main villain in 8. Who's the other villain? Like in the dog flinger? But yeah, she's bad.
Anyone flinging dogs is a villain in my book.
Yeah, dude. But she's bad though. God damn.
Is there a showcase or anything?
Oh no, just full art for that one. This is the rare.
She's bad.
No, it's just a full art. Freedom. What's this one do? Tap all creatures and creature control steals. Okay, so like whatever.
This art is bad.
Yeah, this art's bad. And you know what? Listen, uncommon commanders need love.
Yeah.
Uncommon commanders need love too.
And surveilling on ETB and attacking, I'm not upset at them.
Yeah. Like it's totally fine. Did I say that right? 8-3. Okay. Yeah, I think that we can build something fun out of her. I don't know like how. We have to mill a lot.
Just like her. We like the way she looked.
We like the way she looked. But Minsk and Boo were okay doing sack builds and fighting that hamster. Yeah, it's a space hamster. He's like literally probably fine with it. He also has agency to speak. All right, Final Fantasy 9. Equipment guy, equipment lady, mage. Okay, so all right.
Everyone's gonna choose Vivi, right? So we got to do some little.
Okay, well listen, everyone's gonna choose Vivi, and everyone's choosing Burr though.
Yeah, Burb is crazy.
Burb is crazy. As Chad did note before, like yeah, the commander has the unfortunate distinction of just like I'm making a creature type that didn't have the best synergies before and forcing them. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards on the top of your library, put one of them to your hand and you may put any number of land cards from them to the battlefield tapped. And what in the fuck, dude? What did I just hear? That's insane. And whenever a land you control enters choke, what is going on?
My birds of paradise be swinging.
Honestly, that's crazy. Anyway, we'll put, yeah, I think it's gonna be a popular one. I think we can, you know, we do what we gotta do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do what we gotta do. But my God,
There's Kuja. Kuja from FF9. That one, I'm really
yeah.
excited about.
Okay, so I was also excited for this guy. You know how to build a Kuro? You tutor mesmeric orbs and flicker her to chain extra turns. Yes. Although you flicker with black. Oh no, she only says when she transforms. So we can't like do any weird stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, I like this guy. I think he's cool, and he makes us go throughout the Final Fantasy set and look for
Yeah.
every single black wizard thing. And I think
Exactly,
that's
and
cool.
there's a lot of really fun, like, create a 0/1 black wizard spell too. From I think like the FF14 precon.
Yes.
There's a couple there, but I think Kujo is sick. And then like it's on end step with the transformation, so you could all you need is just 2 more wizards
Mm-hmm.
if you just go off curve, and then you get the transformation, which is nuts.
Yeah, I am in complete agreement, and I think he's just cool. Like,
Yeah.
like he's still he because of like the whole wizard thing on the end. It's like we're still basically just trying to make these things, the wizard tokens, do our bidding and all that. So we got to make them work. But
Mhm.
you know, at the end of the day, we're spell slinging, and I think this is honestly like a pretty like a definitely a very intro way to teaching people spell slinger, right? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
this is how you want creatures that care about spells, and you want spells that do something, which is a really tough like balance for newer players to have. But you also get a really sexy villain.
Dude, the showcase art is
Oh,
wild.
showcase art.
Yeah,
Yo.
yeah, look at all the art. Yeah, this is a good card.
Whoo. Oh, whoa, hey, whoa.
Sexy Sephiroth,
Why
what's
is he
going
so
on here?
hot? Wait a minute, hold on. What's this art look like? Hold on, who the fuck is this? Oh, I guess he got the red hair in there, but like, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Whoa. Hi.
This transformation just reminds me of like Dragon Ball Z
Yeah.
Super Saiyan 4.
Oh,
when
100%. Yeah, you even get like the animal chests too and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which came out first, Final Fantasy 9 or GT? God, those lips, bro. Holy shit. You can't. Okay, like this one is good. The OG art is good, but you gotta play this one.
The OG.
Yeah.
I like the little black wizards in the back.
Yeah.
of
Oh,
the-
true.
Yeah.
True. But then you flip them over to this one. There you go. You got to get both cards.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
tape them together. All right.
Monkey mode, yeah. What transformation? Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I'm down. There's like a lot of rares, but like since we're doing like the Moogle typo with like the red white one, I think that'll be better. And then honestly, I want to skip Vivi. I don't even like obviously Vivi's insane.
Everyone already knows.
Yeah, and it's just like the only thing I wanted to do with Vivi was do like every creature that says like star power is equal to like the spells you cast or in your graveyard or something like that. I just wanted like nerds with flaming hands. That's really all I want. But I don't know. We don't need to make a fucking deck tech video on it. Although Zidane's kind of cool. Lifelink haste on a steel is like kind of cute.
And an interesting second ability.
Yeah,
with opponents.
it's just interesting. You know, we could do Mr. Steel Yellow Girl. It costs 5 mana though. Shit, that's a lot. I mean, every Steel Your Girl card is like 4 or 5 mana anyway. But Slicer does return to you every turn. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We might be. Chat might be onto something. That's kind of sick, actually.
It'd be kind of cool to do a Slicer.
At the beginning of each player's upkeep, you may have a gain control. Oh, wait a minute.
Get a treasure for gifting.
Yo, that's kind of hot.
Yeah, what's the guy from Assassin's Creed?
Nick,
Dimitros or something like that.
yeah, Dio. Yeah, that was I don't know why I did that. Diaxios or something? Axilos? Alexios. Hey, hold on. I was like not wrong.
Oh, you're on
Alexios.
point.
Yeah. Deimos of wow, we said every possible configuration of
We just didn't say the name. Right?
Yeah, we were right. All of us were right. Yeah. Fuck it, dude. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah. At the beginning, that player gains control of Alexios. Hold on, what isn't it?
What's the wording on Zidane?
Whenever a permanent control of a permanent from you. Wow, that's the most unique way I've ever seen that written. That's so unique. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you. So it's not a permanent you control nor own. Like that, because that's what they would normally say whenever, you know, if they wanted to allow you to pass any of your cards around, it would be like you own. And if they wanted to be like from you to someone else, they'd say control. But they really wanted to be specific and say a permanent from you. And I wonder how unique that makes this ruling versus other ones. You know what I'm saying?
No, it definitely makes me think a little bit differently.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna like write that down to ask. Hold on. Because it's just like it's such a unique phrase. Zidane. Bottom. Text.
I'm just thinking of cards you can gift, like
so good for Zidane.
Petty prosperity and just simple artifacts and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much like
yeah.
Like we look at old Zedru decks, just take out the blue. You know, that one equipment that passes your. What's the equipment that passes your thing around? Oh, Karn the Betrayer. Whoa.
Yeah. From Warhammer, that's a good target.
Karn el Traidor.
I was thinking something as simple as like a humble defector, right?
Yeah. You'll never get it back, but like whatever, you made the treasure. Who cares? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, can we just homeward path?
Just get everything back.
Yes, and then send it back out. Wait, that's kind of funny, actually. All right, we're gonna build Zidane.
Okay, I'm down.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of fun different cards you can play around.
Yeah.
Like cards in your bulk, right? That no one ever touches. This is a perfect commander for that.
I like that a lot, actually. I already have like a Mr. Steel Girl deck with Hoffrey, but shit. I mean, shit.
Monkey Boy.
Yeah, it's kind of looking more fun. All right. Okay, yeah, and then we just pretend VV doesn't exist. We're good. 10. Okay, 10 had its own commander deck as well. So
yeah, 10 is cool.
When we were looking at it, and I think that this commander deck is actually like rather well built, kind of like the Final Fantasy VII one, where they're all pretty cohesive to like their 7 power and artifacts and
counters.
stuff. Yeah,
this one's all about counters.
So I was saying, if we're gonna try to talk about something new, let's just go straight for the cards in the set. And Sin, Spear as Punishment, I think is like something we could really fuck on.
Dude, this card's nuts.
This card is nutty, and chat was really helpful.
This is another form of Tevel, right? Like you could get around, you can get creative.
The set has that Dragoon card that transfers, even better. Thank you, Shreddy. I didn't know that. Yeah. Chat made a really good point on like how to maybe build this deck, which is by doing basically like a large amount of lands, a very like small amount of non-land but still permanents that probably win you the game, right? Like very unique, like very strong ones, and then non-permanents that help you mill.
Okay. I was also thinking like if you wanted to what's the word I'm looking for? Treasure cruise, delve.
Yep.
You could delve to make your graveyard selection even smaller. So, like,
Oh, true, Krillin.
if you are gonna make a tapped token of a copy, I mean, if you delve
Yes.
most of those bad permanents out, you have a better chance of making a copy of something.
Oh, and Indominus Rex is those colors too. Yeah, no, 100%. You're completely right. Like, you're so, yeah, you're very right about that. I think that this, especially Sultai, like Sultai in general is like strong colors of like graveyard manipulation and doing wacky stuff
Yeah,
with it. I think this is a pretty good commander for it too. And unlike Taval, which I mean Taval is still really good, probably still goes in the deck, but like unlike Taval, you're not spinning your wheels ever. You know, like you're
that's true.
kind of constantly laying the pressure on your opponents to either deal with you or like kind of get fucked, quite frankly.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So yeah, I like that for teaching new players how to play strong cards. And then on but like when you look outside of just like we literally have Sin, Titus, the Blitzball star, which you know artifacts, tap
Yeah.
whatever. Yuna does do like a enchantment creatures, control, trample, lifelink, or two. I think that she just goes in the Saga deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't necessarily kind of do it like herself as much. You have Seymour Flux, who's literally just lose a life, draw a card, put a counter on them. So like, oh wow, ooh, wow, wow. And then go ahead.
5 mana to do that.
Yeah. And then Jacked Reluctant Warden, who deal combat damage, exile and transform, just turns into a Mothman, which is kind of cool. Each opponent discards a card, you draw a card. Each opponent sacrifices 2 of their, but you know, like, okay, sure.
And then after the
And then he dies.
third saga, you got to sacrifice.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, yeah. So, yeah, 10 definitely has its own builds from the precon by itself. And I think literally it's just saying upgrade to precon at the end of the day.
Yeah, that precon is so good.
I think that precon's nutty.
I think it's one of the more consistent
Mm-hmm.
precons in the whole. Yeah, out of the 4.
Which is saying a lot because they're all pretty consistent. All right, on to 11. Okay, yeah. So, right. Yeah. So you know, yeah. How do you feel about this one as a commander? You having fun? You having a good time?
8 mana, and Azorius.
Yeah.
How do you expect me to pay this?
Yeah. Eventually, is how I expect you to do it. And you get to do really fun stuff like, you know, you have protection. Cool.
Yeah, it doesn't sell. It doesn't sell to me.
Agreed.
It ain't him.
He ain't it. And this is a other card. And then we have Shantoto, who I think is perfect in the spell slinging deck that we're already making.
And what's her name? The red blue chick, right? That mana dork and from FF2.
The Emperor, yeah. So that leaves us with Sid. And this is where I wrote Sid as the commander that we kind of have to do for for 11. Because boy, howdy. There ain't choices for 11.
Yeah, you could have hero tokens too, like play around with hero tokens.
Yeah,
I guess.
We could.
Just
we could
substitute this shell with. Well, you can. Does Sid sacrifice legendary? There's like, so if you play the other version of Sid, you gotta
true. Actually, yes, you do hack. Yeah, so, they
Sakashima clones kind of a thing. God damn it.
And then actually, what heroes so yeah, heroes podium or something?
Yeah.
Podium day here. Okay, fuck you.
Podium to heroes.
Yeah. I could just click the English one. Yeah, heroes podium. Each legendary creature you control gets +1/+1 for each legendary creature you control. Like you know, we could do wacky things
Mi-
like this.
Mirror box.
Yeah,
That's a
mirror
fun
box.
one.
Yeah. You know, we can do this,
I think this is kind of fun though,
and
right? Like
we could
mirror
do
box.
Sid, vehicles.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, because Sid doesn't buff himself, right? Like these
Yeah.
Sids don't help themselves. But imagine, just like this Doctor Who ass card right here, all the Sids from the different Final Fantasy multiverses coming together to crew the TARDIS and beat the shit out of people. Just give the TARDIS plus 16 plus 16 and tell them to go eat shit.
I'm about that.
We're
Okay.
about that?
I
Okay.
see. Yeah, I can build that. Like I can see a build with that.
All right, perfect. We're gonna. All right, so we'll have to like look up the airships that are in this set. But like, hey, at least we have a vehicle deck. And you know what? You know what, chat? At least we finally have a vehicle deck. We have a place to put all of these super cool vehicles that every Final Fantasy has, and put them all together in one unified deck. Finally, we have that deck. Now let's go on to 12 and look at our options here. Oh no. Oh no.
I see a Sid. I see Sid.
We see we see a Sid.
I see a Sid.
We see a Sid. Shurikai Vehicle Commander? Yes, but instead we have Sid at the head. Speaking of vehicle commanders.
Balther and Fran, right? Like,
And yeah, and oh, this one has the art version and everything. Okay. Okay, what can we do with these two cool people? Let's see. 3 red green. All right. 4/3 with reach. Okay. Vehicles you control have +1/+1 and have vigilance and reach. Okay. Whenever
additional
a vehicle
combat.
Yeah, additional combats when you do that.
You know, Ether Drift did introduce a lot of
It's
fun new
true.
vehicles.
It's true. Ether Drift did do that.
Yeah, so there's like some of those exhaust, because that was the red green archetype. In
Yeah,
Ether Drift, right? Like the exhaust.
Exhaust and
something like
new
that.
vehicles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have this as an option. So we'll put a pin on it, right? Because we literally did just say Sid
vehicle.
vehicles.
just change the colors.
Right, yeah. To completely different colors, except for most vehicles are colorless, so we're gonna see 50% of the same cards. We have Ash, Princess of Dalmasca, a very major character in the game. You know, arguably a titular character, and she is a 3-mana 3/2 that attacks, and you reveal the top 5, and you find an artifact and put them into your hand.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. All right. We have Judge Magister Gabranth. Now, if I were to look up the art for Final Fantasy 12, doesn't it specifically have like a judge on it? Like I think, yeah. Like I think the judge features heavily like on the art itself. So you would think that this super cool major guy would do something super neat. So what does he do? Let's see. He's a 2-mana 2/2 with Menace. And whenever another creature artifact you control dies, put a counter on him.
There's a Ixalan vampire.
Yep.
That does the same thing, right?
And he lets you sacrifice creatures by himself, actually. He's just a sacrifice outlet as well.
Oh my god, what's this guy doing then?
Right, and his name is like Bartholomew or something. That's way cooler than Judge Master Gabranth. This is also apparently a legendary creature. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, the dragon.
Yeah.
Side quest? Yeah.
Wow, that's super cool. Anyway, and then we have, I mean, you know, you can argue if you want to argue for whatever reason that this is the main character of the game. We have Van, Street Thief. Bartholomew isn't the triggered ability. You are correct. It's a better ability. Van, Street Thief.
Mono red theft.
Yeah. Read them off for me, because you know I read them off earlier,
Yeah.
and I
Whenever one or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control do combat damage to a player, you impulse draw the top card of their library,
Mm-hmm.
and you can cast it. But if you don't, you make a treasure. Is this Ragavan?
It is.
Van?
It is.
Ragavan?
Ragavan, yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a 1/1 counter on. This card's nuts. This card's kind of crazy.
You know what? You know what? I'm loving that you're saying that, honestly.
This
Because
card's cool.
I had nothing but despair and bad things to say, but the fact that you're down for it is enough to sway me. So this will be our FF12.
This is like a baby Atali, kind of, right? Like you have option,
Yeah.
but you have to cast the spell.
You do have to cast a spell.
Yeah.
You don't get it for free, and if you don't, is only when you get treasure tokens.
Yeah.
Now it is a shame. Scouts, pirates, and rogues. There's not a lot in the Final Fantasy set, so we are going to be delving into
mono red too. Has to be mono
yeah.
red scout.
In fact, chat gave me this ability to tutor to look for all of the pirates, scouts, and rogues in the Final Fantasy set, and we have Captain Lannery Stormvon. We have
Okay.
a mono green rabbit, so that's funny. Two dudes that can't the same dude twice that still can't be in the deck. Black pirates and rogues from the precon decks. Prompto, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
I mean, the spell you cast from your opponent.
Yeah, if it costs
If you
spend
spend-
4
you-
mana.
So you'll get treasure from this if you
yeah.
chose not to. If you choose to play it instead.
Okay, wait a fucking second. Okay, hold on. I'll look at that in a second. Rogue pilots, still black, scouts, human mutant scout. That's interesting. Varg. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So these two are the exact same creature. They're the same person. Just in like higher graphical fidelity. Anyway, yeah, so we're looking outside of the Final Fantasy set is basically what I'm saying by like a lot. Give Ragavan double strike, exile 4 from your opponent. We do get to exile 4 cards from our opponents. That is super true. I just want to read this again. Whenever you come in, exile top card, you may cast it. So we do need to note that we have to choose right then and there. So if we did give Vaughn double strike, right? Vaughn would hit.
Yeah.
And then
right.
we'd have to cast that spell now. Not until end of turn. We have to do it now.
Yeah.
And if we don't, we get a treasure. And then this triggers for like the next scout. Cast it or don't.
Yeah. So this is during combat.
Mm-hmm.
If it's like a permanent that gets exiled, are you I mean, does it have to be instant speed if you're exiling during combat, or you see what I'm saying? Like it's not during a main phase, so it has to be like an instant, unless you have a way of enabling flash.
I want to say we're good. I'm trying to figure out because it's the resolution of the ability is casting it. Yeah. Doesn't say any type of mana can't be used to cast it. Does that matter? It does matter, Shreddy. Very good point. It does matter because this is not a red card that says you can spend any color of mana, which is why they're giving you treasure tokens, right? Like the first time you hit with Vaughn, you're not supposed to be able to cast something, basically.
Yeah.
Right? Like you hit with Vaughn, even though he has no fucking evasion. You hit and you just say like, hey, I exiled your card and I get a treasure. And then next turn, well, you have 1 mana of any color and then your red mana. Hopefully you're good from there. But no, you do need to spend the right amount of mana, the right colors and everything too. And because the resolution of the ability is that you may cast it, so that is allowing you to do it at instant speed. So like if you get a sorcery, you can do this just fine.
I see.
Victor, I need to pick up every single new commander deck for Final Fantasy. Like 1,000,000%. I gotta figure out where, but yes, I will be picking up every single one of them. But yeah, so Vaughn, we can build Vaughn, but we're gonna be. It's gonna be
tight.
rough. It's gonna be rough.
It's gonna be tight.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, we just don't really get many an option in 12.
Outside of the vehicles, but we're already doing vehicles.
Right. And like red green vehicles is the same deck as Sid. It's the same deck as Sid, and honestly all we did was double combat. Cool, I guess. But like, I mean, maybe people want to be introduced to vehicles with both VR and Fran. So you know what? You know, we'll throw that on the pile as like a maybe if we get to it sort of thing. Just don't hold your breath because I ain't holding it. Anyway, and there goes my favorite Final Fantasy because it's the only one I played all the way through. But now we get to 13, and this is when shit gets fucked up.
Yeah, there's options in 13 for sure.
All right, so first, my brother in Christ, what is this?
This card's gross, by the way. I hope no one plays Hope.
Yeah.
There's that simple sorcery where you like double your life total or something.
Mm-hmm.
Beacon of Immortality. Is that you just do
There's
that?
a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot that you can do. There's a lot that you will do. And as I explained in the chat earlier, it is kind of wild. Because, like, listen, new players get scared about, like, life gain, right? Because, like, you know, new players don't, you know, they life means more to a new player. I'm just like, hey, listen, I'll take the damage because it means I win in the end because I didn't lose a creature or something.
Life is that resource.
Life is a resource, right? But, you know, if you put, like, if someone gains 5 life in a turn, the new player table turns on you. It's just like, guys, calm the fuck down. So, but also something that not even new players hate, but like many a player hates mill. Many a player hates mill. It is crazy that they took something that's technically doesn't matter, but matters to new players, and then combined it with the worst thing that players want to do, which is mill their own cards. Hope is gonna get the shit beat out of him.
Mills X. Ugh.
Hope is gonna get the shit beat out of him, and I couldn't even really be mad. But he's gonna gain enough life where he survives.
Yeah, how do you feel about it? Do you want to build Hope? Do you want to see it in a pod?
Do I want to be the change I want to see? No, I don't. I don't want to do my due diligence on adding this to the world. You know what I mean?
I just don't want to have to beat the Hope player by like commander damage because their life totals is not gonna. It's too much.
It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. And honestly, I mean, in all personality, I think that like this deck does kind of build itself. I really. He got on my Hope got on my nerves in the game. Yeah. The game, Final Fantasy 13 was really hard for me. I don't know if it was just like when I was playing it, but it was actually kind of difficult for me. But if we're going to try to beat the shit out of Hope and get rid of that high life total, look no further than this absolute unit of a card.
This card is nuts.
This card is nutty. This card is unnecessarily nutty. I
think this is very beginner friendly as well. This is so simple and straightforward to build around. I think this is such a good deck tech video.
Yeah, like it's beginner friendly and also beginner rude. It's so beginner rude. Like it's really mean.
This card is just strong alone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very similar to that Sephiroth situation. Like you might have an intent to build it as like a bracket 3, but just with her alone, she it's hard to not build around the 4 or
Mm-hmm.
like have it play with like an intention of a 4.
I agree. And I think people will like to see that they can build a. Hey, listen, you could build Lightning, your favorite lady from Final Fantasy 13, and she's strong as fuck.
Yeah, like it'll do well in a higher level pod.
Mm-hmm. You can start playing higher level pods of Magic immediately. And you know what? That's like, okay. It's okay to say that. It
Like
is okay.
her kit is easy to upgrade, and she's just very scalable. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
It's just that the
I
scale
don't-
starts at 4. First strike trample. I don't even know why she has lifelink. Fuck it. But what like
that
first strike.
lifelink is unnecessary.
That
Dude.
trample is crazy work. Crazy work. Okay. There's other lightning. Because we needed two. Security Sergeant. What? Who remembers this part about her lore?
I don't.
Like mana 3 mana 2/3 of menace. Deals combat damage to player
Impulse
exiles.
Yeah, it's like an impulse draw type when
Yeah.
you do combat damage. Okay.
Cool. And you can play as long as you control lightning. That's fine. You know, fine. Like
Does it have to be this lightning, or what if you had the other?
it does have to
lightning?
be this lightning, yes. It is yeah. No, it is kind of funny, right? Like it's just very strange that they did that. It's like, hey, new players, here you go. By the way, learn what we mean by this.
There's the meld, right?
Yes,
Vanilla
I'm gonna.
and
Listen, we're gonna get to that. This art is also fucking crazy beautiful.
they absolutely cooked here.
All right. It's Saz Catsroy. What is happening? Oh, Saz Catsroy. 4 mana 3/3 human pilot. Hey, we got some pilots for Brothair. When Saz Catsroy enters, you may search your library for a bird or basic land card, reveal it from your hand. When he ever attacks, put plus one counter for that creature. Double the number of counters on that creature. Yeah, I mean he's just in the Chocobo deck, I guess, or whatever.
It's perfect for the
Yeah.
Chocobo deck.
Perfect, and definitely not a deck that we want to build. Here's the sister, which is cool. Sarah Farron.
What's her back? Yeah. So Sarah is a 2/2, first legendary creature spell you cast, which is crazy. Is reduced by 2, and then at the beginning of combat, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you transform Sarah.
Strange.
Ooh,
There's no
Sarah.
way that we'll do that. Let's see what this does. Oh my god. What happened? Oh no! What happened?
Oh! Oh! You turned into an artifact! Crystallized Sarah. The first legendary spell you cast each turn costs 2 mana less. And then just the static legendary creatures get +2/+2.
See,
That's gross.
okay, this the flavor text on her is literally everything I hated about Final Fantasy 13 and made me stop playing. Lassie who fulfill their focus to their fal'Cie masters are transformed into a crystal and granted life eternal. I literally just could not get over, and especially because like the game you start as like 2 separate parties, so like you have people in like some zone where the fal'Cie are good, and then you have another group in a zone
or something?
where the LC are good and bad. So we would jump between different groups, and people are just like, you have like some characters who are just like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm a Lassie. I want to fucking I want to die. And it's just like, okay, so that's bad. But then you jump to someone on the other zone, and they're just like, oh yeah, Lassie are like gods though. And it's like, oh, so maybe it's just like their own prejudice that's like eating on them. But then the same person who said that Lassie are cool then will say like, but those dirty fal'Cie though, skin them alive. It's just like I just could not keep track of it. I couldn't keep track, and I just stopped.
I personally never got into 13, and I think your description alone will probably
We'll
stop
get
me.
you into it.
But
Hell yeah.
it'll get me into watching a YouTube video. You know, just a
Honestly,
summary of it.
honestly, that's what we should do. We should just kick back with some popcorn and just go through just YouTube videos and just like, all right, explain all of these cards to me. All right, so yeah, she's here. I know that she's his girlfriend. I know that's like his hands and fist thing.
Oh,
Snow was annoying, but I know he has Shiva, and his Shiva is when they're like two girls on motorcycles, and now it's hot. So
that's a summon. Is
yeah,
Shiva? Is
dude,
motorcycle
yeah.
Shiva? I
It
have
was
to look that up.
sick. It was kind of sick as fuck. But yeah, Snow Villers, power times equals to the number of creatures you control. Hey, we can put that with Dog Lady.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
one for
perfect.
Dog Lady.
Vanille cheer. Okay, yeah. So all right. So yeah, Sarah. Chad is saying like Sarah's a solid turn 1 ramp, turn 2 Sarah, turn 3 start slamming, 5 to 6 drop legendaries every turn. Also interacts favorably with Flash. Yeah, like like I don't think she's bad like at all, at all.
You play what Selesnya, legendary, good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like we could do that. If someone's down to do it, like we could do it. Whatever.
But you could meld. You could meld with vanilla.
Yeah,
and
let's
make
talk
it
about the
crazy.
cards that we had. Yeah, these are the ones I show. Also, Pride Month. Okay,
Yeah, we can respect that.
we can respect
That's
that.
perfect.
So yeah, Fang, Fearless Lassie. Oh God, these words again. Tell me how this one works.
Yeah, this is a Fang is a 2/3 human warrior. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and lose 1 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. This card's nuts. I
Card
actually
do be
love this
nutty.
card.
I like this card as well.
However, right, this one is if it's just a legendary creature alone, you won't be able to play the other one.
I believe that meld. Okay, I'm actually not sure because it's not come up. I believe, or at least I choose to believe. We'll say this: I choose to believe that meld works the same way as partner.
I agree with you on that. Like I wouldn't see why not. But if you had to choose between the two, would you choose? Well, we only read Fang.
Okay, you know what? It doesn't work the same way as partner because the two angels definitely do not work that
Brusella
way. Yeah,
or Gisela or something like that.
Yeah, they definitely don't work that way because that would be kind of fucked. But it's Pride Month, so I don't care. We're partnering them.
I'm cool with it.
Yeah. So then we go over to her girl, Vanille, Cheerful Lassie. 3 and a green for a 3/2 human cleric. Whenever Vanille enters, mill 2 cards and return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you both own and control Vanille and a creature named Fang, Fearless Lassie, you may pay 3 black and green. If you do, exile them and meld them into Ragnarok Divine Deliverance. And since Vanille has green black, you can just have her as a commander if you really need to.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get Ragnarok Divine Deliverance. A 7/6 with vigilance, menace, trample, reach, haste. When Ragnarok dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Yeah, this is really fun.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest with you, I look at both Vanille and Fang in the 99 of like my Tevil deck.
Mm-hmm.
This card is, or these pair, they're like
there,
perfect for Tevil. But to make for the theme of Pride Month,
yeah,
being able to partner these two, like this is such a fun like green black mill graveyard good stuff type of deck, and I'm happy about it.
I agree. I super agree, especially because this part of the ability is like pretty normal, right? Like one or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card, you lose 1 life. Triggers only once a turn. You know, like super normal, super fair. And then her Bay is just like, mill 2 cards, return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand. You know, triggers her, simple, fair. I'm okay with partnering. And I mean, this card on the back isn't like the be all end all. Personally, like 7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste. This is not shutting down people from playing 3 mana value or less cards. You know, like
it's not a 3-drop that gives you first strike, lifelink, and trample, right?
Right.
Is that lightning? Is lightning, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Lifelink?
Exactly. Listen, the girl's got to do something in order to not get immediately wrecked by lightning, okay? So I personally would not mind partnering them together.
Yeah.
And if someone cares, then like sure, just go ahead and like throw the mono black one in the 99. But yeah, like just when it dies, destroy target permanent, return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Like whatever, like you know, whatever. You milled some, you get to bring something back. Cool. But yeah, 7/6 Vigilance. Yeah, let's go for it.
And you know what, too, Kiro? Honestly, like it started last year with Wizards, where at your game store you could come up with unique partner commanders. So I think this is like a good option to celebrate. I think so. Just Googling, it says from the 27th to the 29th of June is when you do the special event.
Oh yeah, isn't it literally during
partners?
Pride Month? Yeah, it's literally during Pride Month. so yeah. All right. Well, we have our content for Pride Month. Easy. All right. Cool. Sick. Yeah. I think these two are the ones to focus on. I do like Sarah. I don't think there's literally anything wrong with her other than just like, I just want to do something else.
Yeah. I've seen enough Joda recently. I'm just kind of tired of legendary good stuff.
Yeah, and I will be putting her in my Joda deck. Thank you.
God, you're the worst. It's so good. I don't blame you.
Yeah. All right, and now we're up to 14. Yo, what the fuck is this?
Dude, 14's got a lot.
Yo, that's kind of hot. What the fuck? What?
Ooh, does this go in Hope or what?
Yo, shut up, dude. Yes, it does.
This in Hope?
Then you immediately enter and make people mill 40. I want to, bro, get me out of here. Oh, that's kind of sick though. Okay. Now, when actually you and I went through the last couple cards of the Y'shtola deck,
yeah.
And there was like actually quite a couple cards that I felt were like actually pretty commanderable. Like a large amount of these cards can be commanders in and of themselves, which I think leads to the FF14 precon being a little all over the place. Because as we said, it's like Y'shtola is about non-creature spells.
Yeah.
But since it's a Final Fantasy precon, it needs to introduce 30 legendary creatures anyway, no matter what, right?
Mm-hmm.
So personally, I think that means that we have our pick of the litter in terms of like multiple. Holy shit, that's hot. Multiple commanders. God damn.
Valdesian. Remember, we went on and on about. Oh my god.
Yo, we went on and on about these dudes. There's so like we found a lot.
Letha Hex was nuts too.
Yes, dude. We found
this was
Hex.
actually crazy.
Yeah. Like there's actually like too many things to do, you know? Did we like this card? Yo, wait, what the fuck is that? Holy shit.
We hated Uranger.
Oh.
We didn't like Uranger.
All right, let's look at the ones that are from the set itself first. Who is this? Hello? Maybe guys
another card going into Joda, it looks like.
It only triggers once a turn. Trash. Exile target non-land permanent transform. What is this? Yo, that looks sick as fuck.
Oh no, the backside don't. Oh,
what is this? Wait, what's wrong?
Don't put it in Joda.
Hey, yo. Wait, that's kind of
sick. It's a 4/4 indestructible too.
Legendary creature, baby. Joda's gonna make him even bigger. Yo, that's beautiful art, though. Oh wait, is there
a showcase?
Okay, has to be. Front side, beautiful. Back side. Holy.
Okay, so yeah, this has to go
Dude.
into Joda. This is
Yeah.
going into Joda. All right, that's cool.
Yo. What's the best landfall commander? Tifa Lockhart. Next question.
Yeah, it's a 2-mana commander that doubles power.
Next question, please. Yo, this is beautiful. Does she have 4
Yeah.
arms? No, just 1. Okay. Yo, this is okay, yeah, so this works.
I'm cool with this card.
Yeah.
Being in the 99.
Yeah, this is not a commander for sure. I couldn't care less, I don't think, about this as a commander. Not really, not at all, but yeah, this is hot. Okay.
And then yeah, just the activated ability will exile
Target
any
that one for yeah.
unmet.
Which is like fine, like 7 mana, you know. Okay. In terms of things that are just in the Final Fantasy set, let me do FF12 set. What's the set name? FFN. Oh, FFIN. FFIN. Okay, here we go. So these are the options of what's in the set itself. We can't have this as our commander, much try as we like. Okay, Emmett Selch, Unsundered. And they really like Emmett Selch because he has like 5 different cards of him.
Yeah, this is a very powerful card. This is just another one of those that is kind of already upper bracket. On the backside is kind of nuts.
Oh, right, there's a backside. So yeah, enters or attacks, draw a card, discard, beginning of your repeat, 14 or more cards in your graveyard. Oh god, that's so easy.
No, this is crazy.
Whoa. Okay, wait, that art's kind of... Yo, those wings? That's sick. Okay, wait, that's sick. Hold on. During your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard.
Yawgmoth.
Oh, Yawgmoth's bargain.
Built in.
Oh.
Yeah, Yawgmoth. This is built in.
That's really cool. That's really cool. And it doesn't like make... unlike Yawgmoth's bargain, it doesn't make you do anything like weird, like... I don't know, lose the game as soon as it leaves or something like that. You just lose your commander or something. Okay, and let's look at the sexy face. Okay, look, he's got that. He's got... he looks like an asshole. This is a
good-looking card. Yeah.
Yo, that...
I just feel like this is just so strong.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it, though.
I mean, hey, we building them? We're going to tell people how to build them?
Yeah.
All right. FF14. FF14-1. Yeah, this is there's gonna be a lot that we find in 14. Gaiaspon Balzer. Oh god, no, that's fine. I do not want mono black flicker Gaiaspon. Whenever one or more creatures in your die, draw a card, whatever. Mayota Archon, whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card. Oh god, I don't want to deal with this.
Card's nuts. Matoya. I would hate to play against someone playing a Matoya though. I don't want to sit there and watch you get all this sweet value.
Yeah, I don't want to be the person sitting there jorking it the whole time, getting all this value. No, thank you. In mono blue too, I wouldn't even know how to end the game. Omega Heartless Evolution 7. What is this? 7 mana legendary a blue green legendary artifact creature robot. What fresh hell is this? When Omega enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on each of those permanents, and you gain X life for X number of non-base. What? Huh?
So this card is gross, but not as a commander. No. This card's kind of nuts.
It's like a flicker hell, that's for sure.
I think of the new Saheeli energy. I think she would love.
Oh, making copies of this would be gross. Or the Oya, the Uya, or whoever the blue green clone commander was in MH3. Yeah. Ruban, Bull of Almigo. 2 mana 2/2. Jesus Christ. Pay life equal to the... Oh, okay, sure, whatever. Whenever attacks attached to the one artifact... Okay, it's target attacking... It's just a cloud deck. Alright, whatever. Wandering Minstrel. Now, people have definitely taken to this card for sure. And it's kind of a cool looking card.
I feel like the actual minstrel character is a developer, some big person from Square Enix. I think that's what I was reading.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So, elemental
honestly,
holy shit.
like land ramp, like you could cast a cultivate and have it come into play untapped. That's kind of gross.
Yeah, that's
You
like
could-
that's cool. Is the lead
Just lands?
lead devs author self insert? Shit, he's hot. Oh no. Sorry, what were you saying? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. So it's just like 5-color landfall, good stuff.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
towns.
Town-
Like
yeah,
if you don't want to play Maze's End, but you still want to play 5-color lands, you know, like
Yeah.
do the town route.
Yeah, It doesn't bring me joy as like the resident not green mage, definitely green hater. So I personally don't know how to build them. Not to say that
It
we like
doesn't
can't
excite-
try, but like, you know.
It doesn't excite me, you know.
There are
It's
titties
just-
in the art though. I don't know if that changes anything for you.
It's a good call out. A good call
Yeah.
out.
Does that change?
What else am I? No.
Okay, all right. Oh, hey, listen, I you know, yeah.
Lands entering untapped is just ridiculous. Dude.
Yeah, and like 2 mana commander, so you start doing that shit immediately, right? Like literally turn 2 play him, turn 3 cultivate, as Chad said, and it's like, oh wow, we are off to
We're
the
here.
races, huh? But yeah, it's just not a deck that we're interested in building, I suppose.
The other Y'shtola, the standard set one, that one I think you should read. That one's
Crazy, yeah.
it's mono blue, which
Yeah, but thank goodness she is though, right? If she had literally any other color, it doesn't even matter a color. It could be a third blue, and it would still be like, damn, this is a little too strong. Maybe they should calm down.
you're right.
Yeah, Y'shtola at the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under owner's control. Then if it's the first end step of the turn, there's an additional end step after this step. Yeah, like that's a lot. And there's a lot that we can do, even in mono blue with this Y'shtola. We could explore it. I think she's more fun than 99 of being like, hey, your commander is already doing end step stuff. What if we just like amplified it, you know? Like with the regular Y'shtola, who also has an end step trigger.
Gross.
Yeah,
I
super
actually
gross.
hate that.
Xenos Yeeas Galvus. That's at least how I'm saying it.
Yay!
Yeah.
Xenos.
Xeno Yee Galvus.
when Yay enters, choose a creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Creatures other than Xeno and the chosen creature get -2/-2.
Okay.
And then when chosen creature leaves the battlefield, flip Xeno into a dragon.
Interesting. My first friend. Okay.
So
What?
you went from my first friend to Burning Chains. It's a 8/8 dragon, Shinru.
What the fuck is
As this transforms, you choose an opponent, and when they lose the game, you win the game.
What?
Secret Hitler? Is this Secret Hitler?
You know what? I think I love this card.
I think it's fun. I think it's exciting.
I like that you choose to win the game of Commander versus like everyone else loses. Like, no, you won. You beat someone, and therefore you
It's a
win.
different win condition. Yeah, I love that.
It's kind of sick, actually. Oh wait, alternate art. Oh, bro. Okay, wait a minute. This is already sick. I don't even want to click the button because this is enough.
Yo, he looks sick.
And then
The dragon form.
Yo, that's really cool looking. That's
Mono
really cool.
black.
Yeah.
Mono black win.
That's actually really cool looking. Okay. All right. Okay. Wait.
So this is like a massacre worm built into your command zone with a bonus of
creatures
a
other
win
than-
condition.
Yeah. So yeah, you ETB for 5.
Oh, it has to
choose a
be one
creature.
opponent. Okay.
Yeah. Choose an opponent. Choose a creature an opponent controls. Everything else gets -2/-2, which is pretty huge. Like that's kind of big. It is a massacre worm for 5. Wow. And then to top it all off, when the chosen creature leaves, so like you kill it or whatever, it comes back, and then when you defeat the chosen player, you win the game. I think that's great.
I mean, if they just have like a mana dork, if there's just a token, you're literally paying 5 mana for an 8/8 flyer.
Or someone's
You're putting
commander.
someone on the clock. You're putting someone on the clock here. This is crazy.
You're putting the whole table on the clock. Because it's just like, hey, I'm going to beat the... Oh, Lightning, thank you for dealing double damage to this guy.
and the thing is, like, you could do so much politics, too. Because, like, other players are now not going to want to, like...
Attack that player, yeah.
Attack that opponent. That's fun. I think this brings a whole new element into Commander like that. I like this. I like decks like that.
All right, this is like, yeah, it's not it's not group hug. It is a politics deck, and I'm here for it. All right, that was okay. He's sick. That was cool as fuck. I didn't know that was a card, and now I do. What a goofy ass. Zodiarch Umbral God. What?
Exodia?
Exodia.
Did you?
I think that's what it says.
Okay.
What was the Dark Exodia's name? Was it just Dark Exodia?
Anti-Exodia.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll read it. Zodiarch Umbral God, black. Legendary creature God for a 5/5 indestructible. When he enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature with a +1/+1 encounter on Zodiarch. Damn, this is when he enters too. Ooh wee, that's funny as hell. Rounded down to something awful, Zodiac literally cannot answer the problem. Yeah. He's also like a 5-mana 5/5 god though.
Indestructible permanent.
Indestructible permanent. Doesn't need devotion.
And for the rest of the game, anytime anyone sacrifices anything.
Yep. Oh, creature, yeah. He just gets bigger. It's not bad.
And the ETB to make everyone sack, that's tough.
It is half rounded down, right? So like if there is a singular problem, then like, you know, that one creature will remain, but like he's definitely not your commander. I think he's just in the deck.
I think he's good in the 99. I agree.
Because how many gods do you have that are mono black? You actually don't have a big pool of options there. So that is really cool, man. So we got like a super sexy mono white card, super sexy mono black. Oh wait, hold on. Are these? Are they like
reverts of each other?
Yeah. Or... Are they? Well, no. This one definitely doesn't make you win the game or some shit. This card does not help you lose or win the game at all. Maybe you exile this non-land permanent for 7. I don't know.
Yeah, this Shinru card is cool.
Yeah,
like that really is cool. A fun commander to build around. Xeno,
Xeno, yes. All right, so then if we take, oh yeah, no, hold on. Well, I really liked our Ardbert. Whenever you cast a white spell, put a +1/+1 counter on each legendary creature you control. They gain Vigilance. Black spell, +1/+1 counter, and Menace. And this allows us to take every single white-black creature and commander in all the entire Final Fantasy set and put them together.
And he's only 3 mana.
He is
like,
only 3
solid.
Mana. Yeah,
solid, low on the curve, and then just play good stuff after, like all the white-black Final Fantasy cards.
Correct. Oh yeah. Like we just get to take all of them and put them into like one deck. I also really like the Leveliers together, but there's just so many decks in the Final Fantasy 14 thing that I just want to make. It's
but from like the standard set.
Yeah, from the standard set, we found those 3.
Yeah,
and I think that's enough. We're gonna build Y'shtola up on the side, so don't you worry, chat. You will get our Y'shtola deck tech. And maybe there's Krele Baldizin. Krele is so fucking crazy.
That Baldizin, this is gonna be a cool deck.
Hey, you could get Hope back
I don't want to hear that, dude. You pay, what is it? The view from above, give something flying, bring hope back,
No, brother
and then
bear,
attack with Krill,
no.
cast hope for 2 mana, mill everyone with the life you gained from Krill. Just do it all over again. And then, you know,
Oh.
you're fueling your graveyard possibly, or no, it's each opponent from hope. I was gonna say each player,
Mm,
but no, if you could mill some of your library too, that'd be great.
yeah. Oh gods. Yeah, Krill is crazy. Again, if
N-
some listen, chat. If someone sits down across the table from you and it's a Krill Balzan deck, you're in for a rough time. You're in for the
That
roughest fucking
40-minute
time.
pod is
Yeah,
gonna be
dude.
like 2 hours.
Yeah, dude. You're not in for a good time. And if they sit down against you with Lisa Hex, it's gonna be Jitsu and I. Tell us hi, because we're gonna kick your ass.
It's just a two turn clock.
This is
This
a
deck is nuts.
two-tier clock. We're ripping you in half. Um, and this one was a Planeswalker type I wanted to do, because you make bodyguards for your Planeswalkers.
Oh, I do
Yeah,
like that. This
yeah.
is, and you're playing in Esper colors. Ew. Ew.
Yeah. Esper colors, the commander colors that did not deserve blockers. And this is the one from the set. Yeah, I don't want to even like. This one's too much. This is too much. I don't
Ew.
need all this.
Ew.
Yeah, I don't need all this. Emmett Selch literally has like 4 different cards. It's kind of crazy. Like, what did he do? Like, what did this man do to the
Who
Final
did
Fantasy
he hurt?
universe? Apparently,
Who?
the entire Final Fantasy universe. Apparently, it's crazy work.
Yeah, I think there's like 5 cards. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. All right, 15. Oh, sorry. Wait.
No,
I don't know
I
why
guess
that
it
was
doesn't
weird.
exist.
Yeah, wait, why was that? Whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, we have quite a couple things here. Sadly, they did not make Sid's granddaughter, which is a shame.
Oh, she's the hotshot mechanic chick?
Yeah,
That's the granddaughter? I didn't know that.
yeah. And they didn't put her in the game, which is kind of crazy if you ask me, but whatever. All right, let's look at this guy. You can read this man's off.
The first guy, Mr. Arden. This is cool. 8 mana mono black commander. It's a 4/4 elder human noble that says demons you control have Menache, lifelink, and haste. Oh, so everything lightning has? Just kidding. And Star Scourge. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 creature card from a graveyard. Doesn't have to be yours. Any graveyard. If you exile the card this way, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 5/5 demon. So a 5/5 demon with lifelink, vigilance, lifelink, menace, and haste.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why?
8 mana commander though. That is steep. That is steep. I like this in the 99. I play Arrakis, Lord of Riots, and this slots right into
Oh
Arrakis.
yeah,
Like,
that's crazy.
just paying 3 black for this. I like that a lot.
That's pretty hot. Yeah, that one's really good. And then, you do also, well, unless you're doing like pain beforehand, because it's kind of like after damage, so
Yeah.
it kind of hurt. But yeah, this is like, he's not bad. Like, he's obviously really good. He's expensive for a reason, which I think is good, but he basically triggers the turn he comes in, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the beginning of combat.
I was just thinking, like, what is it? Like, God Pharaoh's Gift is something around the Portal to Phyrexia.
Yep.
But the one thing I really enjoy about Arden, though, is again, Star Scourge. This says at the beginning of combat. So, what if you had a, God forbid, you still are, and like if someone plays Breach the Multiverse and the game still isn't over, and then they just like curve into an Arden on top of that,
Right,
dude.
the game will be over at the very least. Yeah. That's huge, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we think about cards that win you the game of Commander, yeah, Breach is a good example of just like, yeah, man, like someone got up to Breach mana and cast it, and like the game's not over, but it should be like heading towards over, you know? It should be. Here's an uncommon guy that does landfall shenanigans. Cool,
Did you ever
whatever.
play? Did you ever
I
play Final
didn't.
Fantasy?
I didn't. I
This,
didn't think I had the PlayStation this was on.
yeah, this one was all right. It was like a boy band type
Yeah,
of Final Fantasy.
I remember seeing
Gladius
the
is cool
movies.
though.
Yeah, I remember seeing the movie. I know there's like the King's Grave or something.
Were you thinking is? Did you ever watch Advent Children as
Yes, I
like
did
growing
watch
up?
Advent Children.
I was
Yes.
hoping I would like relive that type of nostalgia, but it
Hmm.
didn't hit the same. It didn't hit.
Yeah, because it was a prequel. Like you didn't even see like any of the characters that you knew of, except for maybe I think the woman. Ignis. I've come up with a new recipe. I remember that meme. That food looks amazing. Um, this is more land stuff that I don't want to look at. Sure, yeah, okay, food. Yeah, okay, this is whatever.
Not it doesn't
Yeah.
pique my interest here.
An impromptu, as we know, is best friends with Vaughn.
Yeah,
So-
definitely going in our scout deck.
And this is not land stuff. I see look for a land and then put into the battlefield tapped, and then I stopped caring. So yes, this is land stuff. He enters, you look at the top 6 cards, you put a land from among them onto the battlefield tapped, rest at the bottom. That is land stuff.
I see blue and I see green in the color typing.
Right.
I think Simic lands.
It's land stuff. Yeah, sure, he makes like a food token for 3 mana and tapping, so basically a useless ability. It's a land stuff. You want to cast Ignis before any landfall permanents? I'm talking about Ignis. Wait, no. I don't know what's going on.
All right, we
Gladius.
got Noctis here. We got
No,
Sasuke.
this is a command. Yeah, Sasuke Uchiha. This is a commander. And I think this is like pretty much our only choice for 15.
Yeah. I mean the
Right.
the
boy.
commander to build the boy.
Yeah.
So it's,
yeah,
you want me to read this one?
Yes, please.
So you have 1 colorless Esper, so 4 mana for a human noble, a 4/3 lifelink human noble. You may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to paying their other cost. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters with the finality counter on it. What the fuck? I hate that. This card is crazy good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if the finality counter even slows us down. Like, maybe?
No, because like there's so many ways of
Oh.
removing counters, like power conduit, which is another artifact. Like you could really you could abuse this
Let's-
quite a bit, and then think about like artifact reduction too, right? Like you're making. What if you have ways of reducing artifact?
What's the Yeah, like Lotus Petal. Oh, Solemnity. That's what it is. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, are you thinking the enchantment that stops putting counters on things?
Yeah. Counters cannot be put on artifact, creatures, enchantments, or lands. Yeah. Or Hex Parasite to remove counters and stuff like that. Because I'm like, why don't you, like, there has to be something with, like, Lotus Petal and just, like, all these other 0-drop things that, like, let you go infinite. Because I heard that there were infinites for them. And, yeah, now I see it. Displacer kitten trick. Yeah. We did
Yeah,
it.
that's
We
so
did
true.
it. We found a place for displacer. And
Oh, displacer kitten breaking something else.
that's crazy.
I
That's
didn't know
crazy
that.
work. Yeah.
It's like the first time I've heard that.
Yeah. Displacer. Can you explain displacer means for me? So yeah. I mean, hey, we'll build Noctis. We know what we're gonna do. I say this is another tier 4 deck, right?
Yeah, just by default,
Yeah.
it's already so solid.
Mm-hmm.
Low on curve, and then like able to animate. So if you have any way of reducing artifact spells,
Mm-hmm.
like reducing it by 1 mana, for example, then
Right.
you
And
just
then you just go
pay
for
3
it.
life and get a Soul Ring in your graveyard, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Play to Shar and all that stuff, and just go. Yeah. Like just yeah. Yeah. We don't. I mean, like obviously we can throw in like the combo in there, but we can throw in a the Aetherflux Reservoir. We could make it not like the entire goal of the entire deck. You know what I'm saying? But like,
Yeah.
you know, we'll see when we actually build it. But I feel as though it's going to be pretty straightforward. Bracket 4. Can you stop Noctis before Noctis knocks you out? Sort of thing.
That's fair.
And Displacer Kitten.
I'll
Is
knock
Displacer
this before getting knocked out. Okay.
right? Is Displacer Kitten not a game changer?
It should be added into the game changer list.
I think that's true.
I think that's one of those cards.
Ring of the
Oh,
Lassie. Trigger.
a new yeah, this is I was looking at it's a legendary artifact too.
Oh,
So
that's not bad.
more legendary nonsense.
It is definitely nonsense, but pay 1 life tap. I mean, listen, I'm just happy that's tap, target, non-land permanent, not untap. Because that would just be we don't need
It's
another
another
card
way
that
of
does
breaking
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, we do not need another card that does that. Oh, then the Regalia. Attacks reveal cards from the line to a reveal land card put into the back.
So this is going to be in our Sid deck for real.
Yo,
Right
wait, this
here,
card's kind of
this-
sick
yeah.
actually.
And honestly, the way I look at this card too, it can. This is just a colorless way of ramping.
Yeah,
in
it
any,
is.
like, commander deck.
Yeah, because it has haste. Like, so for 4 mana, you immediately get to swing with a 4/4, which you can do that on turn 4, like pretty safely. Crew 1, just get a bro. Like, this is almost as good
This
as
is gonna. It's a good
swords.
budget ad. Yeah, I
Yeah.
really like this.
it feels like a budget sword. But it's any land, right? It's not just like a basic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure, man. Whatever. Yeah, sure. Yeah, more lands. Okay, yeah. So I think we're just gonna do Noctis here. Yeah. All right, and then the last Final Fantasy, which I know
there's
came
another
out
one after
recently.
this?
Yeah, this is the last one, yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, I see what you. And I know this. I know people really like this one, which is cool. Good for people.
You know, I've seen gameplay of this one, and it looks really cool.
It does look sick, and I
A
guess
lot
it
of
is,
the it has a lot of partners in here.
So 3-drop creature ramps by 1 land and your eyes glaze over and you call it land things, but you pull up a vehicle and that's cool. No, the vehicle is cool. The dude that does land stuff is blue-green. And said
I think
land.
Kira's just tired of blue
That's
green.
why my
dude.
eyes glazed over. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. My eyes glazed over. I only was looking at, honestly, I was looking at him and the food, and then everything else on the card glazed over.
Once you saw the converted mana cost, once you saw blue and green was involved.
Yeah, and then like his ability makes a food token. Like I don't care about. I don't do any food decks. I literally don't do any food decks. So like I also just don't have a personal connection to food being like a thing that I care for.
But the vehicle, right outside
I
of
care
the
about
sword,
vehicles. Yeah,
how many colorless options allow you to ramp?
I'm gonna
like
put this
this?
directly in the Shorokai, and Fran and Balthazar and Sid and just you know just everything. Why not? Yeah, I'm gonna put this in. I'm gonna put this in Joe.
It is legendary. It would work. God, I hate it.
All right, let's see. Ambrosia Whiteheart. This just goes in the thing. We'll save your stuff. Return another permanent you control as a flat. Yeah, it's not a bad card. This is actually a pretty good card for the bird deck. Sid has never
I'm
looked
pretty
better.
excited about Clive. I mean, but Clive, I feel like already is by default just a strong card.
Yeah.
I mean, the Saga backside is dope, but
Mhm.
Clive here, I mean, you mind if I read it?
Yeah.
Clive Ifrit's dominant.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at a 6 mana 5/5 noble warrior. No crazy abilities on him. Just when it enters, you discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red.
Yeah. No biggie. That's
Cool.
fine. Yeah. Sometimes
6
you go up.
mana activated ability where you can exile and then flip to the Saga side, which is
Blue.
crazy. Ifrit, Warden of Inferno. So you're paying 6 mana to activate enchantment Saga creature on Saga step 1. It deals one. It fights up to 1 other target creature, and then for the following 2 chapters, you add 4 red. And once you completed the 3rd lore counter, you just flip Ifrit back to Clive. So it's like you don't even have to sacrifice this Saga.
Right. We don't even have to do much at all, really. Like, yeah, he comes back. We get the ETB of discard your hand, draw cards equal to your devotion again. And he has, 2 red devotions, so you're always going to, at least get 2.
Always 2 cards. At least 2,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, yeah, like, you activate them. Cool. You somehow, your opponents allow you to activate them again. Fights another creature for 9/9, you're definitely going to kill something. And then after that, yeah, just, like, get 4 red mana and just go to work. Just go to work. And actually, if you do... Oh! On Chapter 3... If you do 4 red mana, and then he flips back over,
that's right.
He's only going to cost...
You can just pay it to go back. I actually hate that.
No.
I didn't even think...
It's exile it and return it to the battlefield. And he doesn't have haste.
Gotcha.
Okay, so there's, some saving grace. Not too much, okay? But like
you are playing red, though, right?
Right.
Like,
Yeah. Oh, actually, that's actually true, because you exile him and then return him transformed. So yeah, if you want him to do more than just fight something the turn he comes back, yeah, you will have haste in this deck.
Yeah.
More so than that, because you want to just swing with this 9/9 already. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, there's not really much of a theme with this. I just feel like this is if you're a fan of 16, oh yeah, I definitely want to see the that showcase is sick.
That's kind of sick as fuck.
So if you're a new player and you I think this is a easy commander that's strong already. I mean, you could just...
Holy shit, they gave us 3 different arts.
The third art, is kind of
okay.
Fucking sick,
I mean, I think just out of respect for that, we gotta cover it.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah. And
what other 16 commanders are there outside of Clive?
The Clive. Dion, Bahamut's dominant. It's interesting, like, I know that we're doing, all of these people, I know that, like, their thing is that they're, a dominant, right? Like, they turn into the summons, which is really cool. And I'm pretty sure there's, like, another game that kind of did that, too. Oh, Terra does this, right? But, like, the Terra deck doesn't really want these guys, because they're creatures. Like, they're creatures on the front.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that there's not, like, more, I guess, like, flip summon support, throughout the set. Maybe there's some, like, non-legendaries that do it, but yeah, there's not, like, like how, like, werewolves in Innistrad, they have, like,
the
more
night
support.
and day cycle and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, but there's not... I don't know if there's a deck where we can just stick all of the flip sagas. I don't know.
I just feel like if this was a 3-block set,
well,
it could have. I mean,
yeah.
now we're talking.
Now we're yeah.
That's an old era of Magic. That's an old era.
Bro, if it was a 2-block set, we might have had Final Fantasy 12 cards, but. All right, Dion, Bahamut's dominant. 4 mana 3/3 human noble knight, Dragonfire Dive. During your turn, Dion and other knights you control have flying. Oh, knight type. Dion enters, make a 2/2 knight, and then pay 4, exile, returns to battlefield transformed. Transform side, Bahamut Warden of Light. That looks sick as fuck. Wings of Light, make a 1/1, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. They gain flying until end of turn. Destroy target permanent, exile Bahamut, and return it to the battlefield. Okay, that's like it's pretty tame.
Yeah, it's a solid, like, 99 card. Oh my god.
Wait, what is that?
What does the Knights of the Round gotta do with this guy?
I don't know. I don't know. Faces, tokens, and other parts. I mean, that's the token, but this is battle menu. What's happening? Huh? Anyway. We're just gonna skip that part. Ooh, that's
I mean, Knights of the Round is disgusting with this card.
Yeah,
right? Night Tribal.
Sure.
Night Tribal is crazy.
Is there? I mean, like we have night. Like there are commanders that do night typo. Typically not mono white. Now that I think about it, because knights are
No,
typically black white typo.
you have the Esper
Yeah.
one that has Eminence built into it, and then you have
Right.
like Sir
Right.
Gwyn that is
Mm-hmm.
more of an emphasis on equipment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So probably like we could
Either
do
or.
mono white
Yeah.
knights if we really wanted. I don't think it's gonna. You're getting that for Marvel. For which one?
I
Battle.
think they were mentioning
Oh
two
yes, yes, yes.
blocks for a set.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah, it's Spider-Man. Then, oh yeah, yeah. Is it? I don't. Okay, no, that's for later. Um, so yeah, we could do like mono white knights if we want, but I don't think it's gonna be that crazy.
I don't think there's enough Final Fantasy support too
Yeah,
for night creature types too.
we'd be stretching out, which is again fine. Does anything else make knight tokens? Oh, okay. It was just telling us what makes knight tokens, which is still really weird. Wait, what? Oh, most knight tokens have vigilance, I guess.
Hmm.
There's only 7 cards that make 2/2 naked knights. That's weird. And over half of them started existing today. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so not solo, but he goes in night decks, any night deck that you want. Put him in all of the night decks that we mentioned because they all have white in them. All right, Jill, Shiva's dominant. 2 and a blue for a 2/2. Oh no, wait, I read the last one. You got this one.
Yeah, I got you.
Mhm.
3 mana, Jill Shiva's dominant.
Mhm.
When Jill enters, return up to another target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. And then a 5 mana activate ability where you can exile Jill and you transform to Shiva, Warden of the Ice.
Whoop. Yo.
Whoop whoop.
Hey yo.
And we got a 4/5 saga creature with 3 chapters. The first 2 saying target creature can't be blocked this turn. And then the last being Cold Snap. Tap all lands our opponents control, then exile Shiva and return it face up.
Okay. And yeah, she returns to return another non-land to bounce a thing. I mean, for 3 mana, like this is actually not bad. Like 3 mana, especially like in a draft, like 3 mana bounce a thing, and then 5 mana flip.
Yeah.
Unblockable. Tap.
I do like this for like a standard or like like if I'm drafting, this is a bomb.
Yeah.
This card's crazy good.
Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. And then this is beautiful. And that's even more beautiful.
I do like her showcase art. Yeah, that is gorgeous.
But definitely.
Do you see her as a commander or more of a 99?
Yeah, in the 99 for sure. In the 99 for sure. I do, again, like I kind of wish that we could have all of these guys together, like in the thing, but yeah, just in the 99. I mean, because even the backside, like, just supports a creature, right? Target creature can't be blocked,
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then Joshua, Phoenix is dominant. 1 and a red-white for a 3/4 human noble wizard. When Joshua enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. Pay 5 and tap, exile Joshua, and return to the battlefield transformed. Phoenix, Warden of Fire. Chapter 1 and 2 deal 2 damage to each opponent. Chapter 3, return any number of target creature cards and total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Exile Phoenix and return to the battlefield. So
this card's pretty wicked, dude.
Yeah, so let me see. So on the front end, hold on, let's look at the hottest
Because
one.
you get to feel your graveyard, right?
Right.
And then on the final chapter of the saga.
That's beautiful. Holy fuck, dude. God, that's so pretty. Return any number of target creature cards. Yeah, total. Okay, so the total mana value. Hey, Sevens. Total mana value of 6 or less from your graveyard is pretty important, But you can get a Sun Titan and a.
I was just gonna say, you just gonna grab a Sun Titan and just have it bring in something else.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's fine, And it's also any number of target creature cards, right? So you could do like a 1-drop, a 2-drop, a 2-drop, 2 1-drops. Like you can mix and match it up for total mana value of 6. And I think that's pretty cool. I think that's super fair.
And the stats are really good.
Oh yeah,
just
3
like
mana,
a
3/4. That's a very good point, Soul. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Did you miss a discussion on Garland or Gorbals? No, we basically decided that we're going to make a commander deck on Garland because he's the only option from Final Fantasy One, and then we chose to not do
we
Gold
avoided
Bez.
Golbez. Yeah.
Yeah, because there was someone else cooler for Final Fantasy Two. I forgot. Yeah, Joshua's cool. I mean, yeah, like yeah, 3 mana, 3/4, totally fine. He's got those anime boy eyes that pierce into your soul, and yeah, ETB, discard up to 2, draw that many, pay 5, which I think your opponents will let you pay for. I mean, you know, like, it's not kill on sight sort of thing.
Like the
until late
two
game.
chapters, like the two saga chapters
Yeah.
at the it's nothing too crazy where it's kill on sight. And then you do get a 4/4 flying lifelink too, which is
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh my god, the 2 damage will give you lifelink.
You're right, because
Two, four,
it's the
six.
Phoenix doing
Oh, wait
damage.
a
Oh,
minute. That's kind of
wait,
sick.
I didn't even think it.
That's kind
Good
of
call
sick
out.
with it. Yeah. That's dope. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, if FF1 didn't have main characters, you just pick 4 random dudes. Oh, really? Oh, well, that explains a lot. But yeah, this guy's cool. Okay. As a commander,
Mm. It's just not unique enough to me.
yeah.
I mean, the transforming, like having a transformation is cool.
Yeah.
And then being able to draw cards after you're done with your transformations, neat.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with him, like, at all. Like, I wouldn't even say, like, there are more boring. Like, Shiva, the blue one is more boring for sure, right? Like this, you
Yeah.
know, that's just a bounce thing. But this guy, he's fine. And especially in the Final Fantasy world of like all these commanders that are doing the most busted things. I think the fact that we play with the mana value of the cards, right? It's just like, okay, let's find a mana value that's worth putting into the graveyard and then bringing like
Yeah.
a bunch of them back out. I think that'll be like a nice lesson into like, hey, not every card has to be Clive in order to be good, you know?
You could do like very similar to our FF14 where we're bringing things back from our graveyard. We could abuse a lot of the cheap creatures that sacrifice themselves, right? That give us a card advantage or allow us to prevent combat damage, and then being able to reanimate them later again.
True.
I mean,
true.
I think that is like an option too.
That would be really funny, actually. Yeah, Zerda is really funny now that chat mentions it. Oh, has an activated ability. Yo, wait, okay, wait. I actually really like what you're saying, because we could do like, yeah, like every single
Activated
one of those.
abilities.
Yes,
Ooh.
yes, every single one of those cards to say like
Now we're
sacrifice.
cooking.
Thing gets indestructible, sacrifice, unblockable, protection, whatever. We could literally have a deck full of those. Just makes her Joshua, this human noble wizard, whoever the fuck he is, gets to murder as a phoenix.
Yeah.
And then he just brings
We'll
them
be
all
able
back.
to keep Joshua safe and indestructible before the
Mhm.
transformation. I like it. Like we can
Mhm.
respond.
Haste cards to keep the FF6 commanders on the Saga side. Yeah, so that they can like start doing things as fast as possible. I like Channel Trumpeting Carnosaur and then bringing it back late.
A Joshua Zerda companion is fun though. I like that.
Yes. Yeah, yo, Channel Trumpeting Carnosaur and then bring back Carney B later. That's crazy work. That's hot. Yeah, we'll do Joshua. I think that's cool. I think that'll be fun. I think that'll be a nice departure. Hell yeah. That's it. Who else is here? Torgal, a fine hound.
Ooh.
Yeah.
2 mana, 2/2 wolf. Whenever you cast your first human, that creature enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it for each puppy you control, for each dog and or wolf you control, and then Torgal is a built-in mana dork too. I do like that.
I do like the built-in mana dork. You know, I wish I mean, honestly, Torgal should be able
No
to partner with
transformation
Clive.
or anything though.
No.
Yeah, I agree.
Torgal should be able to partner with Clive if we're being honest with ourselves. You also get Yoshimaru, Torgal, Clive's companion. Be careful who you make. Oh wait, you can partner them as Vile Smasher and Yoshimaru. The most cursed pairing. What the fuck? What? No one's doing
What?
this. What the fuck? No one's,
Why did they
doing
choose to
that.
pair these two? Yeah.
You have the other guy. You have the zero drop right here.
The Rorgrak. Which- right there. Okay.
Okay, whatever. I guess go off or something.
Clive is a goblin berserker. Okay.
Bruce Tarl. I don't think she's like an Eevee lady too. This isn't Shiva. She's Shiva. I know this lady's like bad, but not the worst. Oh, and then there's this guy. Honestly, the worst looking villain I've ever seen in Final Fantasy.
Oh, this is a villain?
How could he not be? I guess is my question. Yeah, look at him. Origin of Oblivion? What do you
He seems like a good guy to me, dude. It seems like a hero. Seems like the main character.
That's true, Wobbler. It's like only the first creature, but yeah. Yeah, this guy's kind of like uggo. But
I like him in the 99 for like the colorless.
yeah, Ultimate Origin of Oblivion, 5 colorless, God, 4/4 flying. When ultimate attacks put a blight counter on target land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and becomes tap for colorless. Whenever you tap a land for colorless, add additional colorless. Yeah, I mean, like we can, hey, listen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we can, Eldrazi and stuff. Cool.
Is there a waste? So you know how there's swamp walking, and
waste walking.
Mount. Is there waste walking?
I don't think so. And these cards don't become waste. So.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this Ultima, but there's always an Ultima spell for lots of damage. Oh, that's true. Yeah. There is a waste in the set. Is there really? Is there really? Really? I know it's dumb of me to just type waste as if I would get not 12 million answers, but that's kind of like wild to me. Holy shit, there is. Really? Why? It is from Final Fantasy 15, but really?
I mean, the art is sick. Look at that.
Why? Well, holy shit.
It's in the standard set. It's just in the standard set.
Yeah. Is it literally just for this one guy? Like it's just for this one guy to say that you have a land that has for colorless, so it does too? I mean, that seems fucking dumb, but okay.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I'm like, I guess. I hope it's like really rare, because it would really suck to open up a full art basic waste like this. I mean, in my opinion, whatever. This art's an art. This art's fine. This is still the worst looking villain I've ever seen. I do not like his design at all. He's just a guy. And I'm a fan of 4 arms. I go nutso for 4 arms. I do not like this guy.
Who's your favorite 4-arm character?
Anything from Slanesh.
Ooh, okay.
Keeper of Secrets. Oh, it's Keeper of Secrets for Warhammer, but honestly, as much as I Kaidel or whatever, yeah. This was this opened my eyes. Yeah, this opened my eyes to 4-armed creatures in Magic. I'm like, holy shit, this is sick. I hate this commander. Like, I don't ever want to see this on the table. I want her get her away from me, but I can't deny that this is actually just fucking beautiful. Holy shit.
I do love that art. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. But yeah, wow, Jesus, they put waste in here just for him. Anyway, yeah, cool. I don't think he's fun. He's just an Eldrazi deck at the end of the day. He's literally just an excuse to play Eldrazi or like infinite artifacts or just nothing new. Like literally nothing new.
Yeah, like I guess you can make your opponent's lands.
Yeah, you sure
lose
can.
their abilities. So,
yeah,
like if
cool.
Someone has a Cabal coffers, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in 1-on-1, I'm sure this guy probably fucks your drafts up like real hard, especially for
Oh,
a
you're
5-drop
right. Yeah.
4/4 flyer that you might just not be able to block. Like, yeah, he's yeah. I mean, he'll mess you up, and you can put him in any deck you own, right? Like literally any deck. You could just throw him in. He is a pretty like universal card because he could go in any deck whatsoever. Sure, yeah. I don't want to build him though. I can tell you that much.
I'm passing on it.
Yeah, and there is no current Final Fantasy 17 unless. What? That scared the shit out of me. I'm like, what? Why are there cards here?
Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate. It was the Final Fantasy we made along the way. Alrighty. Whew. Okay, so our list of creatures that we chose.
We have a handsome amount. Yeah,
we have a handsome amount, chat. I hope you're ready. We have. Okay, we might have chosen a lot. But you know what? It's all content for you. We have. Oh, I can just do this. I can just do this. Hold on, chat. Watch me clip. Watch me whip, and then watch me nay nay. Where are you? Where are you?
And I'm so sorry.
There we go. There we go. We're in perfect sync, chat. All right. So if I add all of these that we just did, boop. Okay. So in every particular order, well, in no particular order, but you know, let's be honest. We have boop and boop. All right. We have Gilrand. Sorry, Gurland, Knight of Cornelia, which we
solid
figured, yeah, like kind of black, red, whatever-ish stuff.
Non-creature good stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a surveil, so being able to fuel your graveyard and reanimating things. This seems like the direction you're gonna go with Garland. And then, you know, if you ever want to bring them back from your graveyard, you could.
Yeah, 777 says black or red reanimator could be fun. Yeah. Right.
The best thing I would say for Garland is if you're a really big fan of Dragon Rage Channeler, now you have one in your command zone.
Right.
Like, always. So.
Where you always wanted them, if you think about it. And then stop thinking about it. All right, next up is. Fuck, it didn't go in order. No, it's fine. Sin.
Sick. We went from 1 to 10.
Yeah, that's crazy. Actually, we actually don't have that much work to do. Sin Spear is punishment. I think for this one, we're just planning on going like pretty hardcore into like this is how you build a strong deck that is trying to like our goal is to put the cards that are going to make you win into the graveyard and then you're going to get them out. And yeah.
I mean, a 7/7 flyer is no thing to joke about. Like that's a crazy creature.
Next, we have fucking.
All right, we go from 1 to 10 to what number?
Listen.
Oh god, it's Sid vehicles, guys.
Oh, it's gonna be so fun going over Sid vehicles. Let me tell you, friend, it's gonna be so fun.
Artificer, tribal, and
we're gonna. I think we said we're gonna do vehicles, Sid vehicles, right? Sid vehicles is what we're gonna do. And it's gonna be really fun. Really fun. So fun.
The hero tokens we'll be making will be buffed by all the Sids in our graveyard. So
and we're making lots of heroes, by the way. A lot of them. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait, didn't they just come out with that like Lifecraft vehicle that like is a creature type?
You can discard it, and
No,
creating a bunch of pilots out of it, right? Is that the one you're
no,
thinking of?
no. It's a vehicle that enters the battlefield. You choose a creature type, and then all vehicles
Oh,
you control are that creature type too.
I know what you're talking about. It was like a promo that came if you bought
Yeah.
Ether Drift. What was it called? You
Something I thought it was like Lifecraft vehicle. Oh, I have it right here. That's crazy. That's crazy work. Lifecraft engine. As this vehicle enters, choose a creature type. Vehicle creatures you control the chosen type in addition to their other types. Each creature you control with the chosen type other than its vehicle gets +1/+1. Perfect.
that's a easy ad. Wow,
Easy
that's
ad.
crazy good.
That's so funny. All right, I can't believe you're doing Sid vehicles. That's so dumb. All right, next up. That's such a troll, dude. That's such a troll. I can.
Just back-to-back vehicle decks, guys.
Oh my
We're
God.
coming in hot. You wanted a vehicle deck? Well, not you just get not only you get one, you get two.
You get
But
two.
we're gonna take everything from Sid, minus all the Sids in the Sid deck, and we're gonna replace them with vehicles.
We're gonna
So
scrub out
same shell.
all the blue white cards and just replace them with red green cards, and it's the same exact. The colorless cards, exact same though. Thunderhawk gunship is the same thing. Sorry, I don't know.
Hey, we got our new vehicle from 15, the one that 4 mana haste vehicle that lets us search for a land when it attacks the Regalia.
That's right.
This is gas.
The Regalia.
So you'll have 2 combat steps, right? So you get Regalia twice.
Oh.
That's crazy.
The Regalia gets +1/+1 in vigilance. Oh my god. We did it. We found. All right, yeah. See, I'm so on board now. I was lost. I'll be honest, I was lost, but
I'm
now,
excited now. I'm
yeah,
back.
Now I'm on it. Oh my god. All right, I'm trying to fix.
You're telling me Smuggler's Copter is gonna have vigilance and reach? That's crazy.
Oh, wait, I think I fixed it actually. Hold on, that's crazy.
Oh.
All right, don't look. Holy shit, I did fix it. Okay. It started at the end though, or something. All right, whatever. This is number 2, but it's fine. All right. The Emperor of Palamacia from Final Fantasy II.
This one is
going
just
so well.
a solid fucking legendary. And it's an uncommon, guys. Like, I think you could really preface this as like a good budget build.
Yeah.
And you could keep most of the themes of Final Fantasy in here. Like,
right. Like
yeah.
all the blue-red cards of the Final Fantasy set are basically following along this whole path of like how much mana did you spend on a non-creature spell. If you did this certain amount, boom, go ahead and like get this extra benefit. So now we have a commander that's all about it, as well as a mana rock. You know,
you literally have David Bowie in your command zone right here. This is insane.
And then also the best part about him is that like he has a finisher that honestly, like most Izzet commanders are just like the vehicle to going off, or you need like a curiosity attached to it in order to win. Okay, but like he himself, fuck me, I know. He himself is a finisher. A really good finisher.
Darkman Zandy. Zandy's a finisher, of course.
He's a really good finisher, guys. I swear. His backside just says when he swings, he deals damage equal to the amount of instants and sorceries in your graveyard to each opponent.
Crazy.
It's an each opponent killer. Like, it's actually really fucking good. All right. But anyway, let's go on to Final Fantasy 3.
Is it Zandy again?
It's Sandy again. He comes back.
God, dude. Yeah. This one's straight to the point, guys. We're
Mm-hmm.
we're getting a big Zandy.
Listen, Final Fantasy
Uh,
3 did not give us any options. Actually, it gave us Zandy and who else? Fucking like an equipment dude. Like,
I think it was like a mono red
yeah,
equipment
it was
guy,
just mono
right?
other equipment guy. So yeah,
Yeah.
like sorry. All right, like, oh no no no.
Y- y-
This was either Zandy or the black green lady. That sounds like a spell. The one that like
Trying to think.
ETBs and like minus X's something, and that's it.
Oh God, that's
The
it.
Dark
Oh no,
Blast or
no.
whatever the fuck. So yeah, we chose Zandy Dark Mage. It's just gonna be +1/+1 for each non-creature, non-land card in your graveyard. I don't know. We'll just like mill artifacts or
So
something.
99 cards, none of them creatures.
I was just thinking that. Yeah.
God damn it.
What are the decks that are like it's landless dredge because it's all just like the flip cards? Can we just do that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Goblin Charbelcher
Yeah.
is your win condition. I think that's I'm thinking of the right card, right? Goblin
Yeah,
Charbelcher.
yeah. Cloud
So
Darkness was a card, yeah.
this is a 99 MDFC deck.
Yes.
No, not a single
Hell
land
yeah.
in.
Which is
And
perfect
Goblin
for brand new
Charbelcher.
players. Perfect for brand new players. We're gonna teach you how to be super toxic with Final Fantasy 3. It's gonna be the least expensive deck, I promise. All right. Next up, we have.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, this is
Cecile,
gonna be
yeah.
a pretty good one. So Cecil Dark Knight. This is gonna be a weird life gain, life loss sort of deck because he is both sides, white on the back side and then black on the front side. So that means color combination is Orzhov. And we're gonna find some way to lose life just fine and then regain life just fine and attack with indestructible creatures and all that cool stuff. It'll be fine. It'll be an interesting one. I don't think it'll be. It's not gonna be straight up aristocrats though. We can promise that one. It's not gonna be just like black white life gain life loss sort of thing. But we'll figure out how we build them. Next, oh boy, yeah, this was like the only choice for Final Fantasy V.
But it was a cool ass card too. So we have like a mono red equipment matters with a samurai sub theme, possibly.
Yeah. Any of those attack alone cards, and there's like multiple cards that let's do that. We could do some exalted if we really want, but anything that says like, hey, a creature you control attacked alone, cool, get some sort of benefit here. And it's just gonna be Gilgamesh. We're gonna arm Gilgamesh with some messed up f off weapon, and or should I say ff weapon, and just let him go to town.
Ooh, okay.
It's Voltron, but we will be putting other creatures in the deck because there will be other creatures saying, oh, when the creature attacks alone, do X, Y, and Z. Next we have
Kefka.
Mog Moogle
or Mog. Dude, okay, so Mog, this is a really the way we talked about Mog was this is a good introduction for newer players that want cute board states, that also want a unique play style, because this is a little bit of a group hug mechanic with dance. But again, yeah, you're keeping on theme with Final Fantasy, making a bunch of cute Moogles, and then it's very intro friendly, beginner friendly, I feel like.
And it's like, because there's not a lot of options for Moogles. The Moogles don't exist in any other context, right? So it's like, we're going to basically give you every single Moogle, right, that exists, and put it all in one deck. And it's gonna be pretty good. Like, you're gonna enjoy what you see. And you're not gonna necessarily have to break the bank more than, you know, just picking up every Moogle from the Final Fantasy deck, and then some supporting kind of cards after that. Yeah, I think it'll be a pretty straightforward build. So putting all of these in, so we no longer have interruptions. Perfect. Okay. I fixed everything.
Hey, there you go.
There we go. All right. And then
Ooh.
yeah,
Ooh,
this is
Terra.
gonna
Ooh.
be a pretty good one. Yeah, so Final Fantasy, or actually, oh yeah, because Kefka is in this mixture, I think, actually. Just trying to fix. Okay, there we. Oh no, yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Terra, which is actually a Wooburg deck. Turns out it's not your average red green deck. So Terra is gonna be our look into 5-color sagas. We're gonna try to put every summon in the deck,
Summon.
because that's what she is. Like, she herself is some sort of ultimate summon magica thing, which is really cool. And it's also interesting that this is like self mill, right? Like red green self mill just a little bit, right? But then we get to put those enchantment cards, put an enchantment card from the graveyard to the battlefield. We're gonna have to make sure that we fit other cards in here that allow us to bring enchantments back, because Terra by herself
Yeah.
doesn't, like, Terra needs other sagas on the battlefield for us to copy.
Yeah, I agree.
So we actually have to do quite a bit of setup in order to make sure that she has things to do, because she only makes a copy that turn, and then and it has to be of a non-legendary enchantment.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to go through 4 chapters until you get the regular Terra to enter and mill more cards again. So
Right.
definitely need an engine outside of just Terra alone to get enchantments into play and then enchantments in your graveyard. So I agree.
Yeah. This would be a pretty, it might be an enchantress heavy deck. To like just kind of get the draw discard, but because Terra lets us just bring back enchantments, or just at least make copies of the enchantments that we have, it doesn't have to be hyper, just like, okay, every enchantress card just put it in here and then Terra's at the front. But we'll see. We don't normally have 5-color enchantments. Okay, next. Okay, this is Kefka, Court Mage.
And then here we got Kefka, right?
The real Kefka. And this Kefka is pretty freaking wild. So, 2 in a Grixis, 4/5 human wizard. Whenever Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way, right? So, like, you need to have a deck that's full of multiple
Can you
card
hear me
types.
okay, Kiro?
Yeah, I can hear you. Could chat not hear you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sorry, I think Discord is having some issues.
Oh, it is. Let me... Oh, no. Oh, no. Chat. Technical difficulties completely outside of our control. It's all Discord. I can't believe Discord did this. Okay, perfect. Okay. So yes, Kefka Court Mage. This is going to be a very, very popular commander. 2 in a Grixis for a 4/5 human wizard. Whenever Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. So you are going to kind of want to make sure that your deck has, you know, more than just creatures and lands, because all of your opponents are going to have creatures and lands. You want to maybe have something a little bit more eccentric. If you have a Planeswalker, you can almost guarantee that your other opponents will not be discarding Planeswalkers, but you will, and that's fine. And then you pay 8. Each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. Transform Kefka. Activate only as a sorcery. And
that's so good.
Then pulling
the
up
backside is nuts. Yeah,
pulling up that Kefka.
When I was looking at this Kefka, I honestly, the first thing I was thinking is like, everyone that plays Nicol Bolas Ravager, so very similar, where it enters and then there's an activated where you can flip it. If you are wanting to try the Kefka route,
right,
where on the backside it's a 5/7 flyer. Whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. I was just thinking of Nicol Bolas Ravager, but the call out with card types is really, really important to Kiro. Because like very similar to like Delirium. You want to have as many different card types as
Mm-hmm.
whenever Kefka attacks every opponent, they could all decide to just discard a
Discard a
land
land,
card.
right? So then you don't really
Yeah,
get much from it. Yeah.
yeah, good call out.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. So this is also a Kefka deck, or at least like a Grixis deck, that's not necessarily all about like dealing damage on everyone's turn. This is very
Hmm.
much just like, hey, all right, like you were not in time. You were too late to stop Kefka, just like in the game, from what I hear. To stop Kefka from becoming the ruler of ruin. So now on your turn, Kefka is going to do some messed up stuff, okay? Kefka is going to deal damage to everyone, draw a bunch of cards, have access to limitless resources. And if you still survive in the aftermath of it, you have time, you and your opponents have time to re-rally and try to do something about it. But you are in for a world of hurt if you let Kefka like stay as a ruler of ruin for certainly more than the turn, if not just like the turn itself. So yeah, I like that they kind of implemented a little bit of that story of Final Fantasy VI into the actual design here. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, it's very on theme. I
Yeah.
love it.
All right, and then next up we got oh god, yeah, we have, oh my god, why did it do this to me? All right, so we have the mono black Sephiroth for Final Fantasy VII.
Hands down, just like
Mm-hmm.
we both agreed that this card alone already makes your commander deck a borderline 4.
Yes.
It's just the kit itself, you don't really need to do much, and Sephiroth already provides.
Right.
I mean, again, like the transformation. So Sephiroth 3 mana for a 3/3. When it enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature if you do draw a card.
And then
Crazy.
Right. Already that's like already this is like a fine 3 mana 3/3. Okay, like we've seen 3 mana 3/3s do something kind of okay like this.
And
But
then on
on
the
top of
second
it-
part, yeah. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 and you gain 1. And if this is the 4th time, you transform Sephiroth. So just the big key thing I would take away is like responding to Sephiroth, right? It's gonna be really difficult to respond to the transformation
Mhm.
because it's just when a creature has died, another creature.
Right. And the thing, if this is whenever another creature dies, if this is the 4th time this ability has resolved this turn, so you can respond to the 4th time part.
Mhm.
So if someone does like, okay, one creature dies, another creature dies, the third creature dies. Now, if you try to kill Sephiroth on the third creature, you go like, okay, like before Sephiroth does the thing, I'm gonna go kill him. They can sacrifice
Yeah.
the 4th creature, and then Sephiroth will flip, right? Although Sephiroth does just turn over, so you still would destroy Sephiroth. But what you want to do is one creature dies, 2 creatures dies, 3 creatures dies, 4th creature dies. In
Mhm.
response to that 4th creature dying, that is when you want to remove Sephiroth, or at least try to. Because if your opponent tries to then like sacrifice a 5th creature, it doesn't matter, right? Sephiroth is
Yeah.
only looking for that 4th creature to die. So there is an interesting amount of shenanigans that you and your opponents, but now for temporarily your teammates, can do to prevent Sephiroth from like triggering that turn by having another creature die. And then you get on the backside, you get Sephiroth, one-winged angel. What's this guy doing?
5/5 flying, 1 winged angel, nightmare avatar with the craziest ability I've seen, supernova. So as you transform Sephiroth, so even if you do remove Sephiroth upon transforming, the player will still get an emblem, and this emblem's gorgeous too.
Beautiful.
But whenever a creature dies, you drain an opponent 1 and you gain 1. And the second part is a triggered ability where whenever Sephiroth attacks, you can sacrifice any number of other
Any
creatures,
number.
and then you draw that many cards.
He's good.
Like this card is just everything aristocrats, like everything an aristocrats player needs and wants, all in one kit, and it's just in your command zone too, which is nuts.
And this mono black aristocrats too, so it's somehow even more savage than black white, you know.
Yeah.
But
I was like, I play a mono black Baracos party deck, and I was like, dude, this
is really
I would get rid of Baracos to play Sephiroth because like literally the same shell. I'm playing aristocrats and I'm playing mono black. It just happens to have Sephiroth being a better commander.
And this Sephiroth is like, unlike, you know, black white aristocrats, it's not creatures that you control dying equals the pain and drain. It's just any creatures dying, so you get to focus a lot on just killing all of your opponent's things over and over and over again, and they lose life every single time it happens. You got to make sure that you don't completely shut them out the game, right? Like, don't run every single, like, hey, all creatures get -5/-5 enchantments, because then your opponents just won't play creatures, right? They might still lose, don't get me wrong, but like they just simply won't play creatures, so you're not really gonna end up triggering Sephiroth. You're just gonna have opponents that just don't want to play. So you do have to be a little careful with that.
And one thing to just add on top of this is like Sephiroth just scales so well in a game of Commander. In any case where you do remove Sephiroth, what if they transform Sephiroth again? I mean, that's just another emblem.
That's another emblem.
That's just getting created that you cannot remove. You are stuck.
It's crazy work. Yeah, this Sephiroth is really, really good. And then speaking of more Sephiroths, we have Sephiroth Fallen Hero.
Yeah, this one's a fun one. You want to read this one?
Yeah, Sephiroth Fallen Hero, 3 red and white for a 7/5 human avatar soldier. He has Genova cells. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may put a cell counter on target creature. Until end of turn, each modified creature you control has base power and toughness 7/5. And modified creatures are anything that has equipment, auras, or counters on a creature. And then you can pay 3, sacrifice a modified creature you control, return this card to your graveyard. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Strong.
Nuts.
Strong.
Nuts.
Commander tax? Never heard of it.
Don't exist.
Does not exist.
I mean, easy things to think of right off the bat. Modular creatures or just living weapons, like a 0/0 germ is now like you play a batter skull and you have a what?
Batter skull's already +4/+4, right? And life
so
all that stuff, and then now you can make the Zerm a 7/5. Yeah, that's
pretty gross.
Good. That's pretty good. Yeah, Sephiroth is going to use all the powers of the most evilest forces on the universe in the multiverse to achieve victory. And yeah, this deck's gonna be really fun to make. All right, next up we have Tifa, martial artist. So this one's in the pre-con.
Yeah, this one's fun, as it's based on the game Final Fantasy VII, and the lucky number you gotta hit is 7. So a 7 matters sub theme, or you know, a theme for a commander deck is just fun to build around.
I think that's going to be the funnest thing to do as well, especially like melee. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets +1/+1 until the end of your turn for each opponent attack this combat, right? So in Commander, you have 3 opponents. She starts at 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So I like that already. She's like, hey, if I have a squad of people with me and we all attack separate opponents, I'm going to get to 7. If you have melee, you'll get to 7, etc., etc. We can find like some really good synergies among the cards we have. And I definitely want to find that like 7 synergy for sure, because that's what that entire deck is kind of already, and I really want to play into that theme. And we get anywhere between 1 or 6 extra combats, because if you get double strike, you can get additional combats, right? Like you can do a lot.
You're just ending the game at this point.
You really are. Dude, you really are. I think Tifa is one of those commanders where like if you get one turn with her, you actually do end up winning the game, like most times, or at least the game ends Either
You
they
you
defeat
just
you
built so
or
much of a lead
yeah.
with how many combat steps you've had.
Hmm.
Absolutely.
She doesn't even need to attack, which is fucking insane.
Oh, you're right. It just
Yeah.
says whenever one or more.
Hmm. She
Okay, that's
literally doesn't
gross.
even need to attack. It's wild. Alrighty. Then next up we have Cloud X Soldier, the main commander from the very same precon. But basically, we're just gonna do. I wanted to focus on equipping the creatures that we have, so it keeps on that theme of like, hey, the squad comes through, has equipment on them, our own Buster Swords or whatever, and we're just gonna attack the opponents.
Yeah, and I mean uh just making your lead even larger by making 2 additional treasure. Okay.
Just why not?
Like that's great. That's
Why
wild.
not? Why not? Cloud is famous for making treasure. I think that's how that works. Yeah. Hmm. Uh, and then okay. So from Final Fantasy VIII. Oh baby. Ooh
Give me a second, Kira. I'm
baby.
gonna use the restroom real
Yeah,
quick.
you're good. You're good.
But go ahead and talk about this is your girl right
This
here.
is my girl. Listen, she looks so good. Okay, so I really like, even though she's an uncommon, I think that she's even cooler than her rare counterpart. So this is Ultimacia, Time Sorceress, 5 mana, 4/5 human warlock. Whenever she enters or attacks, surveil 2, and then at the beginning of your end step, you may pay 8 and exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, you get to transform her, and her backside says she's a 7/7 with Menace, and when this creature transforms into Ultimacia Omnipotent, take an extra turn after this one. So we're going to. The goal is to find ways to where, like, the first time we take an extra turn with her, that is the last time we have to, like, give our opponents the ability to win, right? So she's going to be a slow deck. Like, it's going to be a slow way to win, right? She herself already costs 5. We gotta hope our opponents don't do anything and everything. And it's also at the beginning of your end step. So your opponents kind of know what's going on. If you say, I'm gonna proceed to end step, and you have 8 mana up, and there's 8 cards in the graveyard, your opponents know what's going on. So you're gonna have to play real fancy with it, okay? You gotta make sure she has protection and all that cool stuff. And you have to make sure that you self-mill quite a lot. But it's a lot of setup over time. But once you get to Ultimacia, you put her out, you're gonna have 8 mana, more than enough cards in the graveyard in order to exile to her ability. You flip her, you take an extra turn, and then somehow find some way with that extra turn to refill your graveyard with 8 more cards, right? And you can, if you exile her, flicker her in some way, shape, or form, she'll flip black on the front, surveil 2, and then you can pay another 8 mana, exile 8 more cards, to take an extra turn. And as long as we find some way, shape, or form to make sure that our opponents are dying while that's happening, I think that we can really make a really freaking cool Ultimacia deck. That's what we're gonna try to do. It's gonna be a struggle, but I think it can make a solid, like, bracket 3. I think if we really try, we can make a solid bracket 3. But it's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a long game. It's not a quick one, and we're gonna be milling ourselves the entire way through, the whole way through. Alrighty, just in time. Perfect. All right.
Hello.
Hello. All right. Ooh. Now this
Ooh,
one.
what we got?
Yes, dude. Yes.
Hey, Final Fantasy VIII, and we, out of all the characters, we said screw Squall. We want the dog. We want Angelo.
Yes.
We got
want Angelo.
Renoa Heartily.
Yes.
Am I saying that right?
I think so.
It's a 4/4 human rebel warlock, and when she enters, you create the goodest boy, Angelo.
The bestest boy.
A green. Keep it in mind, it's a legendary green and white dog creature token. And then Angelo Cannon. Oh, literally in the name.
It's called Angelo Cannon.
We learned in chat earlier, guys, that her limit break is her just launching the dog,
tossing the dog.
So we are staying on theme with that. When Renoa attacks, another creature we control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature we control.
Right. So the whole goal with this is green, white, go wide, which is the best colors to do this in. It's gonna be green, white, go wide. We need to give the doggo trample because the doggo
we
does not have
somehow
trample.
we need to give the dog trample. Yeah.
But we can run
And
other
green's
dogs.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yoshimaru will trigger.
Ooh,
With Angelo
true.
coming in.
Giving trample, double strike. I mean, hey, listen. Who's to say that we can't shoot the shoot the dog cannon twice? We got 2 arms.
Yeah, dog cannon build.
Dog cannon build. Um, didn't they just give us a colorless equipment that gives us an extra combat in this set? That's crazy work.
That's a huge dog.
That's a huge dog. I love it. We could just make it like all creatures that are power toughness like equal to your creatures. Like we could just make it like a whole big family.
So you got Regal Bunnycorn.
Regal Bunnycorn, the bunny also from Bloomborough, the Bloom like something mentor.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you can offspring, and when it attacks, you make a 1/1 bunny attacking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We can Celestia this up, okay? This is the colors for it. We're gonna make this deck is gonna be so fun.
And you know what? At the end of the day, our main objective, our win con, is Angelo Cannon, right?
Angelo
Like
Cannon.
even if I have 100 tokens, I'm not attacking until I have Angelo.
Right. Oh yeah. If someone we have to flicker Riona somehow, but there's no way. And the thing is, like, Riona's just a 4/4. She's gonna get like blocked and just destroyed. It's like, you fool! You've just allowed me to get another on. Hello, silly. Okay, and then next up we have. Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, oh yeah.
Kuja Gnome Sorcerer. This like we're both really excited for this guy. So 4 mana, 3/4 human mutant wizard. At the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature token that says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. Then, if you control 4 or more wizards, transform Kuja. So we've already like in Magic, we already know of like spell slinger decks that have a bunch of cards that say, hey, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal damage, right? But we've never had tokens that just say to do that. So we get to play with like a little bit of token manipulation and everything. We get to play with, you know, extra wizards. And then we get the backside. Trance Kuja, Fate Defied.
This version we didn't really care for. Definitely want to keep an eye on the showcase.
The hot showcase version is kind of like the bee's knees. We don't have it here, but it's the one that we'll be using. But still, regardless, like Avatar Wizard, if a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. Remember, you just spent the whole game making these tokens that say whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage. So now all of those wizards and every other wizard you put in your deck, any damage they do, whether it's combat damage or damage when you cast a non-creature spell, double that damage instead. That is sick.
Yeah, this card's a problem. This is a scary commander. It'll scale really fast, and you'll be burned really, really quickly. I immediately think of Harmonic Prodigy.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
If you're ending your end step, it triggers twice already. You're creating 2 0/1s. So you have like enough wizards for it to transform.
Wait a
and
minute.
then, am I thinking that right? Let me read Harmonic Prodigy. Harmonic Prodigy. So your end step with Kuja trigger twice. If an ability of a shaman or another wizard you control triggers, it triggers an additional time.
Right. The way transforming works, because they did this with the transformer cards, because that like
you're right.
Yeah, 1 transform. But the thing is, you might be onto something, because if I remember correctly, what do triggered abilities in Magic look like? How do you know it's a triggered ability? Oh, oh no, never mind. Okay. I was thinking, well, at the beginning of your end step, that does trigger again, right? The beginning of the end step, make a wizard, right? So the
Hmm.
at part that will trigger with harmonic prodigy, and then with I was thinking that the if a wizard you control would deal damage to a opponent,
Ooh,
but the thing is, the wizard triggers after a spell,
yeah.
and then you double that damage, and then since the harmonic prodigy is there to trigger that wizard again, still deal double damage.
Hmm.
Yeah, we can do a lot. We're gonna do a
Yeah, this
lot.
is a cool build. I
Yeah.
think Kuja is the one I out of all the Final Fantasy legendaries, I think
Mm.
Kuja is one that like I'm really excited for.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a really fun build. I look forward to it. All right, next up we have. Oh, okay. This one was we we ended up having a lot of fun when we were just like brainstorming what we could do with Zidane. What do you remember anything that we can do with him?
We were thinking assault suit is like a
Yes.
really simple one. People were mentioning slicer. You could go with gifting artifacts. Hethlane rope. That's like a
Yes.
classic one drop. But yeah, just Mr. Steal Your Girl right here.
Yep, just Mr. Serial Girl, or honestly, just give the girls away because that's
Yeah,
honestly what he'll be
just gift them.
doing.
We don't want them.
Yeah,
We
we
have
don't
too
want him.
many.
Actually, you can take him back. But he's like a red white version of a Zerdu deck, or sorry, what was the zebra? Zedru,
Zedru
yes.
without the blue.
Yeah, Zedru without the blue, and we're gonna figure out ways to keep on giving our things to our opponents. And there's a very specific line of text: is whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you. So it's not just like a
Yeah,
permanent you control or a permanent you
you
own. It
don't
has to be
own.
from
Yeah.
you to someone else. So that's a very interesting line of text there. You'll have to see the implications of it later. But yeah, gain control of target creature and opponent controls is sweet. I wish it was also when he attacked, but ETB is also fine.
Yeah, I wish it was on attack too, because 5 mana is so steep.
Yeah. We have to make a whole deck around him where he only activates once.
Hmm.
But Lifelink Haste is baller.
Yeah, lifelink and haste, and again, like you are playing in colors that allow you to flicker,
True.
or like you could. God, I'd hate to do this to someone, but
Give
give
up.
Zidane Myriad, right, and
Ooh, that's
just yeah,
gross.
take everyone's
That's
creatures with
really
lifelink and
gross.
haste,
That's gross, but you can
and
do
then
it.
you give it back to him, making a bunch of
Mm-hmm.
treasure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's very yep. So we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have fun with this guy.
Yeah, this is a cool guy.
Next up, Choco, Seeker of Paradise. All right, now this one, listen. We're gonna help you build it. All right, we're gonna find you the best birds. We're gonna find you the best chocobos, the best lands. Everyone is going to be building this deck, so we're just gonna help people kind of narrow down the choices.
Yeah, this deck is in the most powerful colors, in my personal opinion, for Commander.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're playing lands like landfall, Bant. Like Bant is just such a powerful color combination for all this.
Yes. You have access to counter spells, you have access to protection magic, and you have access to really powerful land synergies as well. So like the landfall part will always trigger. A lot of the chocobos care about lands entering as well. You get to keep your choco protected because white indestructible on the board, or just countering the spells your opponents are using to win. Yeah, you have access to the most powerful suite of abilities to peck your opponents to death.
Dude, this card is crazy
This card's
good. I'm so
honestly
scared
pretty
of it.
great. Yeah, I know I'm gonna see it at the table. People are gonna bring it, and I know it's gonna be like, this could either be like bracket 2 just found the chocobo that are in the Final Fantasy set, and like that's it, or it's gonna be like, I listened to Kuro Hitsuki and Jitsu make the craftiest bird dipole deck.
Well, it's like, dude, there's crazy birds out there, like
There's a lot,
Kaikar,
yeah.
flickering Kaikar.
Yes.
You can,
God, no.
yeah, you could do some crazy stuff here.
It's gonna be awful, but it's gonna be pretty fun. So good, happy for all the chocobo players. All right. Next up we have. Don't worry about that. Next up we have. Don't worry about that. Let me talk about that one. Talk about that one. I think. Yeah. Here we go. Let's get started. All right.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Here.
Final Fantasy 12, my favorite one because it's the only one I've played all the way through, and there's Vaughn. Ragavan, as we say.
Is it a Ragavan
It's
or
a Ragavan, yeah. So Vaughn, Street Thief, 2 in a red for a 2/2 human scout. Whenever one or more scouts, pirates, or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile a top card of that player's library. You may cast it, and if you don't, create a treasure token. Whenever you cast a spell that you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control. Okay. It doesn't say outlaw plus scouts.
Yeah.
It just said, it's just those 3 specific types.
and based on what these 3 specific types we filtered in the Final Fantasy set, and how many are in the color red?
Prompto from Final Fantasy 15, baby. He's a scout. Let's go.
So this unfortunately, I think our goal is to still highlight a lot of Final Fantasy cards you can put in it.
Right.
But in terms of tribal, we will have to go outside of Final Fantasy for this one.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look really deeply into the types of options that we have, because this is a standard set. Like Outlaws of Thunder Junction, Outlaws themselves are 2 of the 3 typos here, so we will have a lot of support to find for rogues and pirates. And scouts, they kind of sprinkle in scouts kind of every now and then. I don't even really know what scout is supposed to mean, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, I think Boy Scout every single time.
Right, but Vaughn is not a Boy Scout. He's a street thief. But yeah, like we'll figure it out. But basically, it is going to be like mono red, kind of like try to take your cards. Do note that because it's part of the resolution of an ability, you can cast the spell that you take right then and there, even if it's like a sorcery speed card or a creature, and obviously you're doing this in the middle of combat. But do note that like for every single rogue, scout, or pirate that's hitting a player, you have to choose if you're going to cast that spell right then and there. And if you say no, you don't have the option to do it for the rest of the turn, right? You just get a treasure instead. Yeah. So there's a lot of sequencing involved, and none of it's going to be that fun, but we're going to make them. We need some Final Fantasy 12 wrap up here, please. And Ragvan's a pirate, so it really does work out. All right. Next one. Ooh, okay. Well,
Ooh, hey, it's Pride Month, guys.
It's Pride Month.
And we have both Fang and Vanille. I'll read Fang out if you want to read Vanille.
Okay.
But Fang, just a solid card already. 3 mana, 2/3 human warrior. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, draw a card and lose 1 life. And it triggers once each turn.
Perfect. That's like perfectly fair. There's not too flashy, but cards leaving the graveyard is something that we've gotten used to from the Tarkir set, so this will trigger enough. And then we have Vanille, Cheerful to See. 4 mana, 3/2. Human Cleric, whenever Vanille enters, mill 2 cards and return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand, so triggering the card leaving. And then at the beginning of your first main phase, if you both own and control Vanille and a creature named Fang Fearless Lassie, you may pay 3 black and green. If you do, exile them and meld them into Ragnarok, Divine Deliverance.
Ooh, all this work for a 7/6?
7/6 with Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, and Haste. Thank you very much.
Damn. And then on top of that, like, you do all this work, and if your Ragnarok just happens to die
somehow,
you can destroy any target permanent, and then on top of that, return a non-legendary permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Which is, I mean, that's fine. That's fine for all the work that you did. Like, I mean, it costs what? So 3 mana for Fang,
Yeah.
4 mana for
Or
Vanille,
for vanilla.
and then only a monster would interact with those two. Okay, so I don't think anyone would, quite frankly. So the next
Please.
turn, guaranteed, you pay 5, and then you get a 7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste. Then your
Yeah.
opponents will kill it, which is
And,
fine.
and you get value out of it dying, which is amazing.
Exactly. Yeah, you get to return destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So you can't return Vanille to your from your graveyard to your hand, which kind of sucks. I don't. Yeah, it does say non-legendary, which is a damn shame, because you could just get Vanille back and then bring ETB, bring back.
Oh, I
Fang.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So you don't get to do that, which is a shame. But it's still like
I mean,
a strong card.
and it's very on theme, and
Yeah.
and it's just a cool mechanic to
Mhm.
meld, and it's
Yeah.
Pride Month, so
And it's still a 7th. Wait. How does commander damage work when it's a meld? Is it a 3rd commander damage tier? Holy shit, I think it is.
is this separate?
Holy.
Because like Bracella, right? The
Yeah.
melded angel, that is separate. So if you want to just add another level of challenge, dude, why not build this and
That's
win
so funny.
based on commander damage? Because it's just 3 hits. 3 hits.
That's really funny, actually. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta know.
I just did a quick Google search,
Yeah.
so might not be right, but it just says you just used Bracella as an example. So
Yeah.
Bruna and Bracella, the melded creature is considered your commander for
Sure.
the purpose of commander damage.
Right. Which commander? Why is nobody answering that question? That's like, because I'm also seeing like there's so many people going like, yeah, it's still your commander. It's like, okay, yeah, no shit.
We have a partner commander here.
Partner commanders is 2 separate commanders. Oh, duh. Oh, duh. You know, okay, it's the same reason why meld commanders aren't partners is because it would be too easy to get them together. We only have 1 commander, and that's technically Vanille.
Vanille, yeah.
Because she's the only one with the green-black ability. And then Fang is just in the deck, even though that's, again, this is Pride Month, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
So then, yes, it's Vanille dealing the damage. Fine, Wizards, you win, I guess, or whatever.
Just
Happy
make our
Pride.
job harder.
Yeah.
Just make it harder for us to win. That's
still really funny, though. Yeah, so, yeah. How did you lose to Vanille? She's just a 3/2. Well...
After I spent all this mana, I finally casted Ragnarok. Okay.
And you just gotta hit someone 3 times.
It's like we're literally gonna show lightning next, and lightning is like a third of the cost
It's so stupid.
for so much more.
It's so stupid. Let us partner her. Okay, yes. Either way, these 2 are gonna be partner commanders. Let's go over the lightning, who's absolutely cracked in half.
This card's gas, guys. It's a lightning army of 1. You're looking at a Boros commander, a 3 mana, 3/2, first strike, trample, and lifelink. Who decided to give her trample? And then you have the ability stagger. Whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or permanent that player controls, it deals double that damage instead.
Bro, this is so dumb.
We decided that this commander off the bat could be put into like a bracket 4 right away.
Easily.
Like an instant game changer just in play.
Yeah, she's, I think, like, just by virtue of what, like, no matter how, like, okay, listen, however you build the deck, there's always, like, options on how to, design your deck so it's bracket 3, 4, 5, whatever, but, like, she herself has so much going on for her that it's very difficult to, like, just one damage to someone says everything that any player does to you to the next rotation of turns is double. So, and the fact is, Lightning herself has first strike and trample. So if she hits you with first strike and then your regular attack damage hits afterwards, it's going to hit for double. That
That's
is
so
unnecessary.
crazy.
That is entirely unnecessary, and yet they chose to do that. And then all of your opponents can pile in on the dog pile and kick the ever-loving crap out of you. How is that fair? How is that fair? Oh my god. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a source you control. It just says if a source.
Any
Yeah,
source.
that's such a good call out.
Very, very. Yeah, this is like that, and that's why she is like, in at least in our opinion, Eternal bracket 4, because an ability like that leaves your opponents on so much of a back foot that like you gotta hope that they have some sort of preparation to be able to fight back against every person dealing double damage all of a sudden, right? Through almost no fault of their own. You know, they just couldn't stop a 3-2 with first strike trample from hitting you. And now it's just like, wow, okay, I guess I'll just take quadruple damage. Chat says add a helm on her. Chat, please. We cannot, dude. We can't be doing this. That's messed up. That's... Wow, that's really strong, actually, now I think about it. Yeah.
I don't even know what to say.
Mm-hmm.
This card's just brutal.
Yes.
Yeah. Just really strong. Excited to build her. And then just like you said, the interaction with first strike and trample.
Yep.
If lightning is blocked, dude, this is crazy. The only thing she's missing is haste. But I'm glad she doesn't have haste.
God, you could, bro. You can first strike. You can swing with like 5, like, okay, lightning and 2 other 3/3s, right?
Yeah.
Lightning gets through. The other 2 are blocked, right? Lightning deals the damage. Now it's double damage. So your 3/3s are hitting for 6 damage on whatever's blocking them before blocking damage even happens. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here, dude.
This card's too good.
Yeah, she's really, really strong. All right, next up is... I don't think that's the same card. Is that the same card?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, boy.
Wait, is this the right guy? What's the backside? No, this guy is the 8/8 dragon backside. I think
right.
This is a Final Fantasy 14 guy.
Yeah. They were both 14. All right. This is Mono Black.
Well, you know, Kiro, I think you should read this, but I think my goal is if either one of us gets this, I will choose you.
Only...
If we are in the same pod and
first friend?
You just gotta whip this out. You're gonna be my first friend.
All right, only if you say the middle name part.
Yay!
This is Xenos. Yee ass Galvus. 5 mana 4/4 human noble warrior. My first friend. When Xenos Yee ass Galvus enters, choose a creature an opponent controls. Until end of turn, creatures other than Galvus and the chosen creature get -2/-2. So it's a 5 mana like massacre worm, just from the command zone, which is like okay. And then when the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, transform Xenos Yee ass Galvus into Shinryu, Transcendent Rival. My first friend turning into my eternal rival. An 8/8 legendary dragon. Flying. As this creature transforms into Shinryu, choose an opponent. Burning Chains. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. What is going on?
This introduces a new level of politics, right? Like you
guys,
you
protect me. Protect me if I lose. If I lose,
Please.
please. Bro, you pulled a Seto Kaiba of just like, Yuki, if you beat me, I'm gonna jump off this castle.
Oh, the cop out at
Yeah, the
Duelist
cop
Kingdom, bro. Who's my Mokuba though?
That's right. That's right. Winning's your Mokuba. You're like, guys, if you target my commander, I'm just gonna concede.
I'll scoop
I'll
so
scoop,
hard.
I swear to God, if you if you block me from hitting you with all my cards and take me down to one life, I'll concede. Oh my God, the level of politics in CDH, dude. Holy, oh no. Listen, I don't play CDH. I'm not here to recommend anything that they should or should not do. All I'm saying is that Wati needs to make it very clear on when conceding is considered losing the game in a game of Commander, okay? Because
Where's this guy with that 11-hour CDH game? Where is this guy at? Where's Shinru at?
Can you target yourself? No,
We need-
target opponent. Wait. Can you... Okay, hold on. Can you... If you gave Shenryu to someone else, and then you chose yourself, like you took you took over their turn with the Emrakul,
Like a
and you chose yourself, and then Shenryu went back to you, and you conceded.
You just scoop. That's gotta be a mini game. That has to be a real win condition.
I mean,
I gotta put it on my bucket list, dude.
Assault suit Emrakul. What do you mean, bro? That's
You worse fears. I'm gonna worse fears you.
wait. What if you copy Shenryu?
And this is this says as this creature transforms
Right,
into
so it's not like
Shinryu.
ETB, yeah.
So if you, I guess I was gonna say like if you had multiple instances of Shinryu, but if this Shinryu version dies, you have to reselect another opponent.
Correct.
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
like
yeah.
damn.
We're
But
gonna,
cloning it, Helm of
no,
the Host.
you can't. No, but it's only when it transforms.
It has to be transformed.
Yeah. Thank good. Okay, it looks like Wizards thought of everything, but we're gonna find a way. Emrakul assault suit.
It's the new Phage, the Untouchable, right here.
Honestly, it kind of is. It kind of is, and I am just waiting for the first CDH player to threaten to jump off the side of Duelist Kingdom if you counter their Magda one more time.
That's so funny.
Oh my God, that is crazy. Oh man. All right, yeah, this is a funny ass card, by the way. Also, just in general, by the way, like again, 5 mana Massacre
For
Run
Massacre,
command zone,
yeah.
dude, like that's unnecessary. But here we are. Oh, Xanos yee ass Galvis, you are putting work in.
I'm buying that showcase, dude.
Yeah, this
I'm
showcase
buying
is
it.
sick. Yeah. All right.
Rainbow foil and all.
You get to lose the game inside.
What's next, dude?
All right.
This is a good card.
Yes. So the next card is Emmett Selk Unsundered. You can read this one.
Yeah. So, this card again, we found that Emmett Selk. There's like 4 different versions, but this one is from the standard set. It's a 3 mana 2/4 Vigilant Elder Wizard, and when Emmett Selk enters or attacks, you loot. You draw a card and discard. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, if you have 14 or more cards, get it? Final Fantasy 14. You can transform Emmett Selk.
And you transform Emmett Selk into
God, this card's crazy.
Hades, Sorcerer of Eld. That art, sick, by the way. That framing is
I like it, yeah.
disgustingly good.
I want to see it in a foil, foil framing. It's a 6/6 Vigilant Avatar, so you stay vigilant.
Yeah.
and Echoes of the Lost. During your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. And if a card or token would be put in your graveyard from anywhere, exile instead. What?
Yawgmoth's Will or bargain?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just free Yawgmoth's Will. Well, not free, but
Free. You worked for it, but I mean, honestly, how hard was it to transform him? Not really.
well, Glimpse the Unthinkable, right? You mill 12 cards or something out of that,
Oh
or
no, yeah, blue black. How
or
did you
like
do it?
10 cards. Yeah.
10 cards and like 4 fetch lands. You're good to go. Yeah, during your turn, any cards from your graveyard, and if they would go back to your graveyard, exile them. So yeah, I mean, just recast your entire graveyard after you spent so long, because like you already have guaranteed 14 cards in your graveyard, right? You didn't have to exile those 14. You have at least 14 there, and then you flip, and now you just get to cast them all. So we're gonna do some spicy blue black work.
Yeah. The biggest takeaway or the biggest downside is, I guess, the condition has to be on your upkeep. So,
but you can
like,
with that we can do a lot, right? Because if it was on your end step, then it's just like, okay, well, all your mana tapped, right? But like on your upkeep, untap, upkeep, draw at the opponent in front of you at their end step, you can play instants and sorceries that make you mill cards, right? You can draw, discard, and all that stuff ahead of time, and then it's like, at first you only had 10 in your graveyard, and people thought that they had time, but then all of a sudden there's 14, and now they lose.
Dude, this card's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. Oh my god, untap and then upkeep. Mesmeric Orb.
Oh, Mesmeric Orb is an instant fit for this deck. You're right.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna Mesmeric Orb, have my commander out, not tap anything, just pass, and people like do the math. It's just like, oh, there's like only 6 cards in Kurl's graveyard, no biggie. It's like, oh yeah, at the end of your turn, I'm just gonna tap all my lands. I'm gonna go the untap step.
Why isn't mana burn anything anymore?
Crazy work. Crazy work, actually. That's so funny. Yeah, this card's messed up. This card's fun. I've never played with Yawgmoth Bargain, so I am looking forward into delving into this deck to figure out how you win from the cards in your graveyard, because I've never done that, like Yawgmoth's Bargain loop. I've just never done it, so I look forward into learning about that.
Yeah, definitely bracket 4. Easily,
probably, yeah.
You could easily bracket 4 this deck.
Yeah, most definitely. I would say so. All right, and then
It's your boy.
Yeah,
it's your boy, Mr. Legendary over here.
Ardbert, Warrior of Darkness. This is from the FF14 Commander precon, but I think he's pretty unique in and of himself. I think basically he allows us to put every white black legendary, especially one that just doesn't have a home, and it can go into Ardbert. Whenever you cast a white spell with a +1/+1 encounter on each legendary creature you control, they gain vigilance. And if it's a black spell, they gain the +1/+1 encounter and menace. And you can just keep doing this, right? If it's a black and white spell, it counts for both, right? So we can make a lot out of every black white legendary creature in the set, and there are quite a couple that just don't really have homes because they just kind of don't fit into everything. But this guy does allow you to do it. And then just in the general context of Commander outside of Final Fantasy, a lot of black white legendaries kind of do their own solo thing. That's kind of like a little bit on like the black white aristocrat side. Now you give them all vigilance,
menace and vigilance.
A lot of them have lifelink, a lot of them have death touch, a lot of them have flying. Like Brina the Demagogue. Yikes!
Yeah, this guy cooks. This card is crazy good.
Really strong, really strong. So look out for Ardbert. I mean, forget about what's that one legendary vampire from like Dominaria? That guy's trash in comparison. He just gives like legendary creatures like +2/+2 and lifelink. Garbage in
Oh,
comparison to Arbor. Yeah.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
this is a direct upgrade. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to talk about power level here, yeah, this card definitely outscales.
100%. All right. Next, we got my prince, my king, Noctis, Prince of Lucius. Yeah, you got this one.
All right, man. Noctis, crazy card. Very powerful. You have colorless Esper, so white, blue, black, for 4/3 lifelink. And then here's already the most broken thing. You may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to paying their other cost. If you do, the artifact enters with a finality counter, which
We can
negligible,
get
easy.
negligible, dude. We can get rid of. I mean, the finality counter is supposed to like stall us from just going infinite with like a sack of 0 mana artifacts, probably like a a mana rock or something, and just pay 3 life to bring it back and all that. Like it's supposed to stop us from doing that, but there are enough cards in existence to stop us from putting counters on things in the first place, so the finality counter just never goes on it. To flicker the card so like it leaves and then comes back. Like there are more than enough cards, and especially in Esper, that allow us to just kind of dodge the finality counter thing and just immediately go infinite with mana. This is a bracket 4, hands like without a doubt. This is bracket 4. You could try to do like some sort of Voltron, because listen, he has a bunch of swords floating around. I know that like in the game he's like the solo fighter and all that. You're just here to combo off with artifacts, my guy. I'm sorry. Like,
yeah, I want to play baubles for 3 life and all this fun stuff.
Draw through your whole deck with all these 0 blocks, eggs that just crack and just give you mana, life, cards, all of it, and then they just come right back, and then you just Aether Flux of Esper to win. Like it's like he's bracket 4.
It didn't require much thinking to break this guy.
No, not at all.
That's why we consider him bracket 4.
Yeah.
Like he goes a ham sandwich with everything. This card nuts.
And we'll explain it to you. Like we will go through and explain like how the combos with him work and everything. But just as like a slight preview, yeah, this card is a bracket 4 commander. It is. You cannot trust anyone else at the table who sits down with this, because they're going to try to win. It's basically the millisecond he comes out. By far. Yep. Alrighty. Next card. Jesus Lord. Alright. Last ones.
Yeah, the last 2.
Yeah. We have Clive, Ifrit's Dominant, 4 red for a 5/5 human noble warrior. When Clive enters, you may discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red. And devotion to red is the mana symbols, the red mana symbols on the battlefield when he enters. So it's automatically going to be 2 at the very least. You're going to draw, and then you can pay 6 and tap, exile Clive, return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery. So on the front side, not bad at all, right? He can't flip immediately because he doesn't have haste, right? But you do get some cards back. And then the backside. You can read the backside here. Whew.
Yeah. This backside is nuts. So you get a 9/9 legendary enchantment, Saga Demon. And the 3 saga chapters, the first one is Lunge. So Ifrit fights up to 1 other target creature. And then the next 2 chapters are Brimstone. You just add 4 red to your mana pool. And if Ifrit has 3 or more lore counters, you exile and return it to the battlefield. Front, side, face up. So just like Hiro mentioned, no haste. But if you have some form of a haste enabler on that 3rd chapter, that 4 mana could go back into transforming Clive back into Ifrit again.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And like, because like you have to kind of charge up to that 6 mana. Hey Pappy. you have to charge up to that 6 mana in order to cast Clive in the first place. So like your deck is already going to be full of cards that give yourself haste and
Well,
other
it's like
things.
literally anger in your graveyard, right?
Literally,
Because
yeah.
you're gonna discard it
Mhm.
anyways.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Anger in the graveyard. Anger in the graveyard. You have devotion to red on the battlefield already because it's something that matters. It costs 6, so like you're gonna have something out there. You're gonna be able to draw quite a couple cards, and then you can flip him, and then he immediately, if he has haste, because he does exile and then come back transform. So that means that like that's why chapter 1 is that he fights something because he doesn't have haste naturally, right?
Yep.
He exiles and then comes back transformed. But if you give him haste, he can fight something and then also attack for 9. And then for chapter 2 and 3, he still gets to swing for 9. But you get 4 red mana, and you can put that 4 mana towards anything that you want, right? So yes, as you said, you can let him flip, go right back over to Clive. Mm, 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 mm. He can go right back over to Clive and then spend 2 red mana, or sorry, just 2 more mana of any color to tap him and exile him again, flip him.
A fight and then a
Mhm.
haste 9/9 on top of that.
Strong work. So yeah, Clive is going to be an interesting one, especially because like Clive is the solo carry to this. We can't put swords and stuff on him because he exiles.
Mhm.
So the buffs that he gets in order to kind of like be Voltron are going to have to be like anthems that just say like, your
Yeah,
creatures
I
in
was thinking
general are too. Oh my god. How many red cards say a creature that enters the battlefield this turn gets +2/0 and haste?
there's a new enduring courage, right? It just enters and
Mm-hmm.
gives a creature +2 in haste.
And it has 2 red in its pips for devotion, so you're already at 4. Yeah. All right.
So it flips, you get 4 red mana, you draw 4 cards,
Mm-hmm.
then you pay 2 to flip to do 9 or fight a creature and do 9 to someone.
Yep.
Yeah, Clive is crazy.
Clive. I think we're gonna have fun building this deck. Actually, I think this will actually be pretty fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just give Clive haste somehow, and just have every enduring curiosity in the deck. All right, and then our last card we have. You can read the front of this one. I'll read the back.
Yeah, yeah. This one's a unique build. Just right off the surface, doesn't seem like much of a card, but Kiro pointed out some really cool things.
Hmm.
And then we have a fun, unique build I think we can do around
Yeah.
Joshua. But you have Joshua Phoenix's Dominant. It's a 1 colorless, red-white, 3/4 human noble wizard. And when Joshua enters, you may you discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many. And Joshua has a transformation. So you pay 5 mana and tap to exile Joshua to transform.
And then we transform him over to Phoenix Warden of Fire. So chapters 1 and 2 is we transform him over to Phoenix Warden of Fire, which is a 4/4 creature with flying and lifelink. Chapter 1 and 2 are both Phoenix deals 2 damage to each opponent. And remember, the Phoenix have lifelink, so 2 damage to each
That's
opponent.
crazy.
That's 6 life that you're gaining for chapter 1 and 2. And then you get to swing at someone for 4, so that's 10 total. And then Flames of Rebirth for chapter 3. Return any number of target creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then exile the Phoenix and return him back transformed. So Joshua makes us discard up to 2 cards, and then we draw that many cards.
Are we
And
discarding anger again?
we're gonna be discarding Anger, and we're gonna be discarding Sun Titan. We're gonna discard Anger, we're gonna discard Sun Titan, and then we're gonna get to chapter 3, and we're gonna bring back Sun Titan and bring back Anger. Show them.
We don't need haste
don't need
anymore.
haste.
We don't
We
care.
already beat that shit out of you.
But someone in chat mentioned earlier, Kiro, you can companion our baby boy,
Yes.
right,
With
to lower
Zora.
the activated ability. And Was it Jahira? Was that who was the
Zerda.
companion? Zerda.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, Zerda companion will make Joshua only cost 1 white and red to do the flicker thing. And then you actually mentioned like the thing that honestly turned me onto this deck was if we filled this deck with because like listen, he's a Royal Phoenix, right? Human Noble Wizard. Royal Phoenix is over here just beating everyone down and gaining life. So we could have a deck full of creatures that have like sacrifice this creature you control gets indestructible or gets protection or can't be blocked or some sort of thing, or even like cycling, right? With just cycle with all the discover cards, and then we can bring all of those cards back with the giant Phoenix down that Joshua does, and just keep the process going. Like it could be a Voltron commander that just doesn't die, keeps on gaining you life so that you don't die, and then eventually brings an army back. It's actually like
Yeah.
kind of cool.
Yeah, what a fun build.
Yeah.
And again, like you could find a bunch of creatures that like Cathar Commando is a good example. And it's you can mix and match and get everything up to converted mana cost 6. I
Yes.
mean, if you wanted to, I guess you could like Magus of the Will.
Right.
Always have a will in your graveyard. I think this deck surprisingly offers a lot of utility
Yes.
without you even knowing. And it's in Boros, which is unique and fun.
That's
too.
really strange, but that's gonna be like what's so fun, and I look forward to newer players being able to like kind of be introduced to Boros, and it's not just
Equipment.
it's not just
Boros
okay. They will be okay, but at least it looks like it's Naya and not just Boros. Okay, at least we could just blame Cloud. But yeah, like this is actually like a version of Boros that's reanimation, but also like draw discard and damage and lifelink. Like it's honestly like more Boros than most angels we see.
Well, the first 2 sagas or the first 2 chapters alone, just like I didn't even think of netting 6 life on the first chapter.
Right.
Like that's crazy.
And then you swing. Although like he doesn't naturally have haste, but chapter 2 he does. He'll be in the battlefield. So yeah, that's strong. That's really cool.
So yeah, so you're doing 16 damage on 2 chapters alone. That's if you didn't have Phoenix with haste on turn 1, right?
Then
with
it's
the
20 damage.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ooh, good thing commander damage does not track that. That would be crazy. But this is really cool. Yeah, I think that we could do stuff with this Phoenix. And hey, if we do anthems too, like if we do anthems for all these guys that are sacrificing their lives to keep the Phoenix alive, and then we do anthems that buff some attack triggers and all that.
Yeah.
Put an Enduring Curiosity in there. This guy hits for 6 on the face.
And again, it's like you have a built-in just from it entering, discarding up to 2 cards. So like let's put some cool things in our bin.
Right.
Let's play around.
Because we're gonna get him back. Yeah, this is sick. I think this card's great. I think this card's really, really cool. This will be a fun commander to build. Alrighty, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. When with Zonde on the screen again.
Please, God, to get him out of here.
Alrighty, that was super cool. Thank you so much, as always, for doing this.
Of course.
We're gonna figure out who to head over to. We have let's see. Bobby Christine is brewing commander decks for Vegas, and we love Bobby Christine. And also, but Travis is also opening Final Fantasy collector boosters, so it's really hard. I don't know who to send you over to.
Opening Final Fantasy cards, though, I want to see.
Lean Beef Hattie is also streaming Just Dance, so that's where I'm gonna end up for the night. But I think we'll go over to Travis and just say hello and see what cards he's opening, so we can all be jealous, because I'm certainly jealous. I need these cards so we can make these decks.
Just a personal question, Kiro. Out of all the Final Fantasy spoilers and precons, everything that's been shown now.
Hmm.
Is there like a must-have for you? Is there something that you need to get outside
Um,
of our
Yushtola.
once a player loses a game, we
Oh my gosh. I
we
mean,
win the game?
other than Yushtola, I think it's honestly like I do really like Kuja. Kuja's really cool sounding. So I think it's probably Kuja and Yushtola.
Yeah.
But at least like Yushtola's just straight up a precon. But yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for everything that we're gonna cover and do. So what about you?
Uh, dude, honestly, Final Fantasy wise,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just more excited about the showcase treatments for
Mm-hmm.
the other cards. Like I think Warrior of Light was Adeline. So
Yes. Yeah.
I'm really looking to pimp out or spice up my commander decks instead.
Hell yeah. Hell yes, dude. It's
And
gonna
of
be
course
sweet.
Sid, our
Oh,
vehicle
sis.
commander. Just kidding.
Oh my god. Yeah, I can't wait for all those cards to overlap. It's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be so fun. Oh god. Alrighty. But I will see you, chat. I will see you later. Tomorrow is gonna be probably more of the same. I don't know what your schedule is. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I'll definitely start at least on like some of these things because we chose a lot of commanders to go over. But it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be so worth it.
Well, Kira, thank you so much for having me
Having a
on
night
stream
too.
today.
Yes.
You're always a vibe, dude. I didn't even realize that like 6 hours has flown by.
It's just when you're having that much fun and we're just kind of just yapping and jamming, it is just like it just happens, dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
All right, guys. I appreciate you. I hope I see you guys next time. We'll try and get some spell table games in too.
Yes.
I appreciate you.
All right. I'll see you, everyone. Have a wonderful night. And the thing. Oh my god.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right. Bye. Oh, ready to raid. It'll raid. It'll raid in 9 seconds. Alrighty.
Dude,
Whew.
thank you so much again for having me.
Hell yeah. This was really fun. This is like just one of the funnest highlights of my evenings by far. Bye TikTok. Bye Raiders.
Yeah, I